A very good morning to you, wherever you are in the world. Yesterday was a fabulous day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is the qualifying weekend for next month's 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We had brilliant race action, a lot of track time. Top three cars covered by just 3 seconds at the end of a very difficult race. Today, a brand new day. For starters, it's dry. We have top qualifying. We have the shootout. See how that works. 1 hour of one at a time qualifying. They don't get the entire lap to themselves. They just set off at timed intervals, but effectively it's a clear track for them. And then double the time, maybe double the fun. We've got a 4-hour race this afternoon, but from 10:30 local time at the Nürburgring to 11:30, it's going to be qualifying shootout. This is what the drivers dream of. How it's going to unfold, we do not know. But just to whet your appetite, we had a qualifying session of 90 minutes this morning, and we like variety in our racing. Top 5 positions, 5 different manufacturers. Top 8 positions, 6 different manufacturers, with a Lamborghini coming in 8th. But it was the identity of the marque that took the fastest times. The driver was Nicky Katzberg. The team was the Fricadelli Racing Team. And for the first time, a Ferrari 296 GT3 sitting there proud at the top of the timesheets. My name's Bruce Jones, all set to enjoy this with Peter Snowden. The stage is set.
And what a stage to go and perform on. Say that Ferrari straight out there, the 296, you say the new GT3 car. You said yesterday, Bruce, that the 488, if ever there was a car that looked like it was doing 200 miles an hour standing still, that car did. The Evolution version of that was just another level, exactly as it should be, but often they're just a little bit of a tweak. It was another level. And you just, when you thought it couldn't get better, they came out with this 296, and you just went, oh, wow. It's one of those cars that arrests the eye when you look at it, and now it's got them getting the results as well. And then they've got the hypercar. So welcome back, Ferrari, to sports car racing.
Not a bad thing to be having, but certainly when I saw those first shots of the 296 GT3, it was a sharp intake of breath. But looked great, but where it looks a lot better than the launch shots is out on the circuit. Right, the car got cars out on track, the commentary teams in position. Just to reiterate, this is a qualifying session where the cars are set out at timed intervals. They have the track to themselves, or effectively a 30-second buffer between them and the next car that is released from the start-finish straight to go round. And the track is dry. It was dry yesterday morning, but it did go to very wet indeed ahead of the race. But right now the driver's out on the track, and the number 2 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes just heading down the hill to the Dunlop Carer. If you're a regular following the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series races, we don't use the Dunlop hairpin. The track goes through the first 4 corners, effectively the Mercedes arena, then doubles back and right and does half the Grand Prix loop before heading out onto the Nordschleife. But for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, it runs all the way around the entirety of the Grand Prix loop, right down to the lowest point, which is the Dunlop Carer, and then it heads off back out up to the Sabine Schmitz curves and onto the Nordschleife itself. So a little more space for them to go and play. But right now it's about the drivers getting the heat in their tyres, getting the brakes up to temperature, sticking to their track position, and then going out to set a time.
And a daft thing, you said yesterday, Bruce, about that run down to the Dunlop hairpin there, the camera shots that we get to see sometimes if you look at any live feeds. Just trying to describe it for radio listening. It's very downhill. It's very steep. I know that sounds really silly, but you know when you run too fast downhill and your torso gets too quick, it feels like that in a race car. It's that steep that you do have to brake a bit earlier because it is downhill. It's not like being on the flat, and it's one of the things you never think of, but they never use this configuration until it's the 24-hour and 24-hour qualifier this weekend. So any 24-hour related event that gets used, it's extraordinary.
But it's also an element that you have uphills and downhills on circuit, the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned, but you don't have that many hairpins that you're coming to on such a downhill approach as you do at the Nürburgring. It's a broad hairpin, it's sort of spoon-shaped, if you will. So it's sort of broader and then it narrows around the apex and then tightens as it goes back up, effectively forming an isthmus down to the bottom of the slope. But dismus, you know, it's a busy place at the moment. But the good news is there's almost blue sky. It's a greyish day, but white clouds are starting to come in, and I, the eternal optimist, can spot the blue sky behind. Hopefully we're going to be dry all day, and that would also be useful for all the teams. They're trying to gain more experience to go and compete in the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring on the last weekend in May. They tried the rain yesterday. They got the rain time under their belts, and for some drivers that was a huge learning experience. For the Nürburgring regulars, it was nothing new. But again, rain at say 10 degrees, the car behaves very differently to rain at 15 degrees in terms of getting heat into tyres and so on in the conditions. So the team's lapping it all up and recording, of course, all their data. There's no downtime as a motor racing chief, is there? There's always something to study to take to the next event.
Exactly so, and that's why we so often see. We had a great example of it yesterday with Darren Turner in the Duo Motorsport Aston Martin. He had a vibration issue. Bright and happy, came into the pits, talked about it, know what we're doing, and the interviewer said to me, "Are you going to go out again?" It's like, too right we are. It's data collection. You can never stop learning something, and that's what the teams have, especially for these 24 hours, because we had, again, weather-wise yesterday, it started wet, it changed into dry, it was a 2-hour race, but so much data was gathered there because the cars evolved, and I did say at the end of the show today, it was a linear weather pattern. It just kept drying beautifully. So every lap, being an 8-minute lap, thereabouts, it's a new experience. And there's all that information to gather, all that stuff to put into strategy, and it'll be put there in the bank, ready for when that condition happens. Halfway through, you get 2 hours of that in the 24-hour. It's only a fraction of the race, but hang on, we've done this a month ago. This is what we do. Can't beat information.
You absolutely can't, but wet, dry, we all know, anyone covering the Nürburgring, that it comes at them thick and fast. They never know what to expect, but that is part of the challenge. This circuit is the ultimate challenge. Wet, dry, it's all very different. I mentioned 6 manufacturers in the top 8 positions. There are actually 7 in the SP9 class for GT3 cars, because Aston Martin, you touched on it there, talking about Darren Turner. They this morning were 14th fastest, okay, 8.5 seconds down the pace. Hopefully they've sorted out what that pesky, slightly annoying vibration was, and that will be behind them. But that's really what this weekend is all about, and the good thing for all the drivers, they get a lot of time out on the track. Time is everything. 2 really long qualifying sessions, a 2-hour race, now the qualifying shootout, top qualifying, and then a 4-hour race this afternoon starting at 1 o'clock local time. Of course, today all the running will be in daylight. Yesterday's race started in pretty grey conditions and went into full night time. And of course, that is very, very useful indeed for the drivers who are new to their craft here, and obviously a lot of night time. In some years recently we've had rather too much fog in the night time. Let's hope this year we're going to be clear of that at the end of May. But anyone coming to compete at the Nürburgring knows they get what they get. Unfortunately, one of the cars didn't get out past the pit exit in time to go and do their formation, their run around to the grid, and that was one of the 2 GT2 Mercedes. Unfortunately for the number 46 crew, that was the Hout Racing Team entry that Frank Bird is showing with Thomas Jäger and Elia Earhart. That has hit a problem before they even got going, and it'll be the Austrian Thomas Jäger who will be driving that in the qualifying shootouts. Well, will he? There's the question. But the cars all lined up on the grid. Drivers have been nominated. If you want to know who's driving what, the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes, it will be Adam Christodoulou, who's going out in qualifying shootouts. But they're in the number 5 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX. I may not get time to go through. It'll be Frank Stippler. Axel Jeffries will be driving the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. That's car number 7. Car number 11, Marcel Marshevitz. That's one of the Schnitzelam racing cars. And that is a Mercedes. Kim Lewis-Schramm will drive the 2nd of the Shearer Sport PHX Audis. That is car number 16. Then it's Charles Espenlaub will drive the 21 CP Racing Mercedes. That's in the Pro-Am class. Matt Campbell, who was a real star in the race yesterday, Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche. That's car 24. Car 25, Dennis Fetzer, Huber Motorsport Porsche. Car 27, Kelvin van der Linde. That's the Abt Sportsline Lamborghini. Car number 30, Nicky Katzberg, fastest of all this morning. So he'll be at the front of the queue. The Fricadelli Racing Ferrari. It looks very quick standing still, but it's suddenly going to look a whole lot faster. Let's go through a couple more before he sets off. Nico Menzel, car number 33. He will go and qualify that. That's the first of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Car number 40, Mike Rockenfeller. It's an Audi entered by Shearer PHX, manned only by DTM champions from the past. Quite a crew on there. Then Tim Heinemann, the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Thomas Jaeger, as I mentioned, will be starting from the pit lane, so presumably at the back of the pack in the first of the GT2 Mercedes, brand new. And the cars are being waved off. The first one to go is the Fricadelli Ferrari. The second one in the line is the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes, the car that won yesterday. Started by Danny Juncker, swallowed a 30-second penalty, still just came out on top. But Chris Dooley blasts off in that. Third car to get going, Schnitzelarm Mercedes. That was very quick in the early stages of the race. Colin Carasani, it's a Pro-Am car. He ended up showing that was Marcel Marshevitz yesterday, but today it's Marshall who is blasting off. Then the first of the Falcon Motorsport BMWs. Waiting to see them show their hand. They've been good all season here on the Nordschleife, but as yet have not really truly delivered. So let's just run through the top order so far, leaving it's Katzberg in a Ferrari, Chris Zulu in a Mercedes, Marcel Marshevitz in another Mercedes, Kuba Gimasiak, last year's champion, fourth car to be flagged away. So Peter, the stage is set, the engines are fired, the cars are going down towards the Dunlop Kepper, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, and it's all about getting it right. How much time do they have to set their times?
I think we get to, what, 2 flying laps? I remember, I was just thinking that we said about getting it right. 10-second interval between these cars leaving. It's not a lot. You've got to get your head together. The track's cold, tyres a little bit colder than they should be. They're not on warmers out there now. Whilst it's dry, it's not particularly warm. And I was saying yesterday that it's great to have the Nordschleife to yourself. But equally, there's quite a lot of pressure here because it's only 10 seconds behind. You've got another set of cars. Obviously, you couldn't have one flying lap all the time. It would be ridiculous on this circuit to be here forever. So you have got to get it right. You can't afford any errors in this with cars behind you. You think you've got it to yourself, but you've got to concentrate. It's time to be focused. It's shootout. It's called that for a reason.
I was just recording the time difference between the cars setting off. It was actually a whisker under 10 seconds. Maybe that was just the dropping of the flag, you know, half a second early. But looking at the field of cars, absolutely mouth-watering and top drivers. As I said, led around by Nicky Katzberg. Ferrari's starting to show its form. One of the cars that could really challenge is the number 24 Audi. Super strong in the race yesterday in the hands of Matt Campbell. Finished off by Mathieu Jaminet. And then for Aston Martin fans, good to see that the number 69 Vantage looking magnificent in dark metallic green with 2 white stripes up its nose. Darren Turner will be driving that one around the circuit. So many potential challenges, but I think we're starting to find the form this weekend. But Peter, you can never get ahead of yourself on this circuit for the simple fact it seems just a few degrees change in temperature and teams that have been competitive. We even see this through the course of a race. You know, suddenly one mark of car that was doing well in the first half on the Nordschleife suddenly just starts to lose it later in the race. So it is really heat sensitive. But as the cars are being waved away, we've only got 3 more in this group to be setting off. Suddenly it's proper sunshine on the grid. There I was 10 minutes ago saying I think I can see a little bit of blue sky, but now I can see plenty of blue sky beyond the clouds. So the track temperature will really start to come up.
Yeah, I mean, you've said before, Bruce, on many of our broadcasts that the Nürburgring giveth and it taketh away. And it will do in a heartbeat, in a blink. It'll suddenly change. You've seen it weather-wise. It's always a layer here of the variables. Certainly, given the size of the circuit, and we've got what the Schnitzelarm Mercedes hasn't got away.
Well, I'm just wondering if they let it had one car behind it, which was the number 50 Audi from Equipe Vitesse. I'm wondering if they're saying because it's a GT2 car. Actually, okay, let's paint the scene for you. I thought maybe they'd say, actually, you start at the back of the pack. The other GT2 Mercedes is in the pits, didn't get out in time. But nobody was with that car on the grid. Everyone's walked away, leaving the number 222 brand new GT2 Mercedes sitting stationary on its own. Michael Grenier was a real star in that car yesterday, going very well indeed up against the GT3 class cars. However, the Ferrari is leading the pack around, waiting for another sight to see if that 222 got away from the grid or not, but seemingly it's being kept there on the grid for some reason. Can't tell you for why. So again, we're waiting for the first timing sector to come through, but it's what they do not so much on this lap, it's what they do on the first flying lap that's really going to put the marker out there for us to see.
Yeah, like you, I thought GT2 can't get why it's at the back there, but it would still need a 10-second or a proper release from the race director, which it didn't seem to have. So I just would keep an eye on what that issue is there. So the qualifying, it is not that easy to understand with a 2-hour race yesterday and a qualifying session this morning, then a top 10, then a 4-hour race, all ahead of the 24-hour. That Schnitzelarm GT2 just It is. Is it moving forward? No, it was for a moment ago. So there's some issue that's going to need to be cleared from the track relatively shortly.
Well, they've got time aplenty because a lap around here is, the best lap this morning, 8 minutes 13.1. But nobody is with the car. It's sitting there.
That's my point.
Heat coming off it. I don't understand why the officials have just left it there. As I say, meanwhile, out on the track, drivers starting to get some pace. And yesterday, it was a real case of hunting the dry line. It took a long time to appear. And as it did, night fell, so very difficult. But now it's actually crystal clear where the racing line is. And certainly offline, it's, even though we had an hour and a half of qualifying earlier, it still looks a little less grippy off the racing line.
It does for the moment, but there's a very, very distinct dry line there, so that should be fine as long as that's consistent all the way around. Just to go back to how this qualifying works, my understanding of it is, and slate me if I'm wrong, but it is, this morning we had all the cars out on track. It sets the order for the grid for today's race, this morning's qualifying session, with the exception of the SB9, SBX category cars. Okay? What they do this morning is the top 10 of those cars, the order they finish in this morning, sets the order they do their top 10 shootout now. So that the top 10 order can change from the session this morning. The rest of the cars go as per finish this morning. So basically, they do 30 this morning. The top 10 then get another go and change the order if they wish. In this session, then we have the 4-hour race this afternoon.
Hang in there, folks. We'll see how it unfolds. But just seen, unfortunately, the 222 Mercedes, a brand new GT2 car, now has a tow vehicle up in front to potentially hook up and tow it off the grid. How frustrating. New cars, they don't always work straight out of the box. They work 90% of the time, 99% of the time. But sadly, for the Schnitzelarm racing crew, something untoward. Hopefully it's something that can be fixed, because Schnitzelarm have been such supporters of all racing on the Nürburgring for a handful of years, and not content with just running a car in the top SP9 class. They're always getting a handle on how the new GT2 Mercedes will work for them. And I'm sure it'll be one of which they'll be running plenty in the years ahead. A lot of other teams looking at the GT2 category as well to entice new drivers in, bring old drivers back, but also it's going to be a car that provides a huge amount of fun.
Yeah, and our lead car, Adam Christodoulou, already at Schwabenschwanz and about to come through onto the Dottinger Hohe, Galgenkopf, and the two big right-handers. So that 222 does need clearing off the grid quite clearly, and it's just being towed now. They've got it onto straight tow. So it looks like it's just got no power. The 222 GT2 Mercedes, enough twos in there.
It'll certainly.
Well, it should be out of the way.
Now.
Yeah, because Adam Christodoulou, the first car that's set off, number 30, is on the...
He's the second car to set off.
My apologies, absolutely, sorry, yes.
Ferrari was in front, Nicky Katzberg, and
yes,
he's weaving his way down along the Dottinger Hohe. Again, a bit of track. If you look at it on a map, you think it's flat. It's far from flat. It goes into, starts with a crest, then it goes down into a dip, then a rather steep climb. And only when they get out of that can they see towards the gantry over the circuit, where the track kinks to the left, does another left as you go up into Tiergarten, then immediately turns the other way to the right, and then you get to the final couple of corners, the very tight right and the similarly tight left onto the start-finish straight. Nicky Katzberg, it's all about a very clean exit from the final corner, and he would have seen where the track is damp and where the track is dry. And of course, the benefit of one-at-a-time qualifying is the fact that you can get onto there's nobody going to be between you and the dry line, and that's exactly where he's placing that 296 Ferrari. No times count as yet, but from now on they do. The drivers are onto their first flying lap, and let's see what they can do. The pressure is on. It's a 1-hour session, but it's about getting those times on the board without error. There is no such thing as a perfect lap around the Nordschleife. It's do the best you can, eliminate, minimize your errors. For the drivers going into turn one and immediately having to turn left instead of carrying on round to the right, they go through the cut-through, effectively cutting out the Mercedes arena. It certainly makes it very, very tight indeed.
And it's those slow technical corners is where the time is gained or lost in an instant, because you spend more time in that sector. The fast corners you can afford to be a little bit different, a little bit freer, if you like, a bit more freestyle with your own particular style. But that temptation not to get on the throttle too soon and just get the back out of the TC, etc. But all these things are absolutely finite in these cars at this level. Under pressure, top 10 shootouts, because it is massive pressure, because there's kudos from the side.
Oh, there's huge kudos, and you know there aren't many times, one at a time qualifying. Not a lot of tracks have the time to do it, but I think it can be really exciting to get to see, particularly a track like this that has so many different timing sectors. You've got so many different points where you can see if a driver is up or down. And Nicky Katzberg keeping a little bit in hand. I think he's going for this is the banker lap. He didn't use as much of the curb as he could have done. Now just out of the Vidal chicane through the two Sabine Schmitz curves. What are the crews looking at on the pit wall? It's the Nürburgring. You're looking at the weather map. Of course you are. What's coming in? A band of cloud, and cloud can bring rain, of course, bring you all the way for any rain that doesn't fall on Spa tends to fall on the Nürburgring. Let's not be too depressed though. It's an essential tool for the pit crews to keep their drivers informed. I think this session will go through without rain, but I'm not there with my finger wet finger stuck out of the commentary box window. All digits inside today, but it's certainly slightly damp off the racing line.
Ahead of Chris Dulu and two Mercedes for the moment. Sector 2's dropping a bit in the 10th now, but it's actually added Chris Dulu's fast through the second sector. It's a sector 3 now. Nico Katzberg brought it back another 2/10.
It's seesawing between the different manufacturers, and isn't it great to have 7 manufacturers in the top class? So at the moment we're waiting for the first of those flying laps to be completed, and everyone trying not to make a mistake. And I really honestly feel the place that's easiest to make an error is going out of turn 1 into turn 2. The temptation, as Peter said, to get the power down soon, and though the sun has been out for about 15 minutes cutting through the cloud, it's still going to be relatively cool on the track surface. And I mean, the chance to be the chump and to get to stand in the corner of the garage with a pointy hat on your head facing the wall for 10 minutes is fairly enormous. Peter's laughing, he's thinking back to his school days. So again, looking at those timing sectors, it's so close. We're dealing in thousandths of a second between the very best of them around sector number 4.
10th here, 10th there, and this lap we have 9 sectors.
Oh gosh, the consequence of only having 1 flying lap, trying to get it right as much as you can around 25 kilometres, possibly holding a little bit in hand. Some people forget that, of course, they are racing drivers, but build up the heat, build up the experience. What are the track conditions? Where's it good, where's it bad? But certainly it is, if you're looking at the images, still slightly damp at certain points on the circuit, but looking damp and being damp, not necessarily the same things. But on the Nordschleife, you definitely get large areas of shadow where it's certainly, the track will stay damp for far longer.
Great footage here of the Conrad Lamborghini 7.
They're starting quite a long way back. It's Axel Jeffries. Well, important.
Quicker now.
Yeah. Well, so far he's been through 6 timing sectors. He's got the absolute fastest time in. He's very competitive in all of them, but in 2 of those sectors he's got purple, which means he's the fastest of the lot. Of course, he's got clear track. They've all got clear track. Setting off at 10 sector intervals, there aren't that many places apart from running along the Dottinger where you can see a car that's 10 seconds ahead. So there's nothing to be learned from looking at the car ahead, because it's around the next corner or 2. For all the drivers, though, it's the gift that keeps giving. I mean, what driver would, whether club driver, national driver, or international superstar,
that's fine. You can just focus on this. You never get this opportunity around here. What an opportunity.
I mean, I think that's a really valid point, because when you're racing here, drivers come back year after year, but there's always someone faster or slower up ahead or catching you, just distracting you. But this is a pure sensation as drivers go around. This is why they go car racing, and it's just sensational. If people have never watched a lap around the Nordschleife, oh my word, have you got a treat or 10 in store for you, because the track is seldom straight on the level for more than 5 seconds at a time, barring the dotting a hoe, and even that goes up and down. But it's just one corner into another, and the consequences, Peter, for novices when they're on this circuit is they start to think they know the circuit. They go around a corner thinking there's an open stretch of track beyond, and suddenly finding it's turning tightly. That is where they can really come undone. So experience is everything. It's not just about planting the pedal to the metal. Right, sector 6, Adam Christodoulou suddenly clawed back a third of a second. That's a big chunk out of the Ferrari of Nicky Katzberg. But then in the next sector, Nicky Katzberg was 1.3 seconds faster. That Ferrari is very good towards the end of the lap. He's got 3 of the 8 sectors, the fastest of all for Nicky Katzberg. Coming up into Tiergarten now, looking very planted indeed. Little bit of precision required as he goes into the final couple of corners, and full speed out. Let's see what a lap time will be. The best this morning was 8 minutes 13.1 seconds. He's a bit slower than that, 8 minutes 15, 16. Oh, 8 minutes 13.726. So half a second or so down on the best lap this morning. Adam Christodoulou is going to come through. He hasn't got any best purple sectors on his timing screen, but Marcel Marchewitz has, and he's going to be the next car through, the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. So nearly 2 seconds down for Adam Christodoulou. He goes second, but these times are going to change very quickly indeed. Let's see, looks like Marcel Marchewitz will go up into second place, just waiting for his time to come on the board. No, he's a tiny fraction, a few hundredths of a second down. So he stays in third place. 101, the BMW from Walkenhorst Motorsport, Kuba Gimasiak, last year's NLS champion. He's come through fourth. He stays in 4th position. Now, who behind has made great gains, waiting for Mike Rockenfeller to come through. Target time is still 8 minutes, 13.7 seconds. He'll be the 5th car to cross the tape. Didn't see him coming to the background of the shot, but as we said, with 10-second intervals between the starting times on these cars, the cameras can only wait so long, but it doesn't look as though it's a brilliant lap from Rockenfeller. Just waiting for him to cross the finish line. Rockenfeller comes through in 5th place, 2.5 seconds down. So that lap from Nicky Katzberg, we saw he had 3 of the 9 timing sectors were purple, best of all, and that really has been a very impressive lap. But again, who pushed how hard on their first flying lap, and what sort of pace are they going to be setting on their second flying lap? For many, that was the banker lap. Dennis Vetzer, 6th car across the line. He's 6th, but the car behind is much closer, and that will be jumping up the order. Kim Lewis-Schramm was the next car across the line, goes up into 4th place. But what we have at the moment, with still a lot of the field, more than half the field to come through, we've got Nicky Katzberg by 1.9 seconds ahead of Adam Christodoulou, and a fraction of a second down on, also 1.9 seconds down on Katzberg is Marcel Marchewitz. It's Ferrari, Mercedes, and Kim Lewis-Schramm in his Audi for now. But Tim Heinemann goes in 2nd place. That's the number 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, and the Mante car goes into 2nd now. Fred Makiewicz goes up to 1.1 seconds down on Nicky Katzberg. Still looking very good for the Fricadelli Racing Team. Buy your meatballs now, that's their business.
Well, that was a phrase I didn't expect to hear during this weekend's commentary. It's very apt, though. It is exactly their business.
Frank Stippler, is he good around the Nürburgring? Tick. Is he fastest? No. Is he 2nd fastest? Yes, there's 0.37 of a second down. But then Christian Menzel goes, whatever you can do, I'll do better. He has suddenly moved 1.1 seconds ahead of Nicky Katzberg to go top. So Falcon Motorsport now 1st and 5th. And what was his time? 8 minutes 12.569 seconds. That's a bit more like it. So quite a big span of time. Top 10 cars are covered by 3.6 seconds. It won't be that much of a margin next time around on the second flying lap.
So very similar to yesterday's format, or finish for us, 3.5 seconds covering the top 3 cars. Exactly the same repeated again this morning. It's going to be a cracker of a 4-hour race. I thought 2 hours was enough. We decided yesterday, take that and double it, and that's what we got this afternoon.
Right, Phil Dawes just crossed the finish line, but for the Aston Martin fans, I'm afraid they were 14th in qualifying this morning. He's 16th at the moment, but he's 20 seconds off the pace. That really was a banker lap. Maybe there is still a problem for that Aston Martin run by their family team. Still learning the car. And here we are, interesting. Connor De Filippi, one of the stars of yesterday's race, the number 72 junior team, BMW junior team M4, started square last, started from the pit lane, and it worked up to 4th place, but today, not showing his hand too much. 15th overall and 6.4, nearly 6.5 seconds down on that fabulous lap set by Nico Menzel to go top for Falcon Motorsport.
Too early to say, of course, but also interesting again, Bruce, at the format at the moment, it's Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, Mercedes. It's not BMW at the moment. Volkenhorst together, 10th and 11th, just on the outside of this. Jens Klingman and Kubica Maziak in that order, setting times of... Ooh, my screen's just doing something different. Here we go. 8:16s.
It's interesting, you know, we've got 20 cars, they're covered by 20 seconds. Take away the Aston Martin of Phil Dawes, 19 cars covered by 16 seconds. Another car not right at the sharp end, Charles Espinal, running the Pro-Am class, he's 15 seconds off. But then 17th place, 8.75 seconds off. That's Axel Jeffries. He'll improve for sure in that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. But what will we have from the first car back around next time? That'll be Nicky Katzberg. He started first and he'll still be charging on this second flying lap. The target time, what did we say it was? 8:12.569 seconds. Certainly this will be the quicker lap from pretty much every one of the 20 runners out there. And of course the dry line will be drying yet more as they pound around it. Damp line, it's not a damp line, it's just a grayer line that hasn't had the cars going over it in this morning's 90-minute qualifying session, but still the potential for error is great. Drivers try to stay away from the curves where possible, but of course no curve at the Nürburgring is alike. And certainly some of the sectors after Adenauer Bridge, you go over the crest, and there's some horribly steep curves that if you hit them at the wrong angle, they bounce your car back across the track, and there's not a lot of width on the Nordschleife. Just getting reports, yellow flags at Dunlop, and then green, so maybe a choice of 72, that's the BMW Junior Team car, or 69 might have run wide there. That's Dur Motorsport, Aston Martin. In fact, both of those cars set times slower than they should have done, so perhaps both of them ran wide. And that's early in your lap to be making an error, isn't it? So frustrating. Yeah. You want to get your mistake in late if you make one at all, but
or not at all.
Or absolutely not at all is better. So in fact, yeah, number 69 turns into the pit, so that probably was the one that clattered the curb. That's the Dur Motorsport Aston Martin. Of course, that came past the pits to set its lap time and then came in through the back door, went round the Grand Prix loop and then turned right instead of turning left onto the Nordschleife.
And I think the 44 Falcon, I think that had a little excursion, running a little bit wide because there were just yellow flags for a few seconds, literally. So not a code 60, which of course would damage all this top qualifying for everybody, but just a yellow flag. So I think just a little bit of running wide, bit of debris on the track type thing, but the most impact is to the lap time and your pride.
Exactly so. So for the crews, it was a qualifying shootout that was an enormous amount of fun, but really quite a spread of times there. But it was about knitting it together, knitting it over that first lap, not taking too many risks, but the circuit looking better and better. That was a very impressive time from Falcon Motorsport. So yesterday's race didn't really show their hand at all. The better place of their two cars was in 6th place overall. That was the 33 entry shared by Joel Eriksson and Nico Menzel. Menzel's at the wheel today. He's fastest. The sister car was 9th yesterday, but they almost sort of rose to those positions, Tim Heinemann and Martin Ragginger, because they were, whenever we looked at the race action, they were outside the top 10, occasionally, well, actually only on the opening lap was one in the top 10. Then only as other cars hit trouble did they move up the order. And obviously they run on Falcon tyres, and lots of the rivals running on other tyres are included here. A lot of Michelin rubber out there. But I guess the conditions, wet turning to dry, just didn't seem to suit them. Drivers line up perfectly good enough. So
Nicky Katzberg about to bring the Ferrari across the line for the end of its free runs, as it were. It's two timed laps. So this is going to be pretty quick. It's 2nd place at the moment. Currently on an 8:13.7. 8:12.5 is the time set by Menzel in the Falcon Porsche. Can Nicky Katzberg improve on that? Coming across the line to take the flag there. There's the checkered flag wave. It's the end of the session for the first car. Across flag 8:13.7.
I did slightly have a moment to consider that we may have had things wrong, because my timing screen said there was no time remaining for quite some while.
Yep.
But that's because it was they had to get round to the checkered flag. So where are the improvements coming? Well, no improvement for the first and second place. Well, the Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou got a fair bit closer to Nicky Katzberg. He went up to 1.2 seconds down on the ultimate pace, but can anyone else improve? Looks like Marcel Marshevitz may improve. Waiting for that time to come on the board. He does, but only by a tiny fraction. He stays down in 6th place. BMWs, will they show their hand? They were only the top one of those who's in 10th place. Jens Klingmann at the end of the first flying lap. What can Kuba Jamaziak, last year's champion, do? He was down in 11th. He stays in 11th. Interesting, isn't it? I really was thinking they were having a little bit of caution on their first flying laps. Some would have certainly done that, and others would have just gone for it, but not really seeing the improvements I expected. So still that time set by Falcon Motorsport's Nico Menzel, who's quite a long way down the queue of cars. Who is going to be making the moves? Mike Rockenfeller coming up to the line. 8th for him.
So far, no real improvements on that second lap. They've all got that. We thought quite rightly they were doing a banker lap, as in get one in and then maybe go forward on that second run. You've got another free lap, as it were. But nobody's really improved on it. It seems to be the other way around, where they've actually got their laps in straight away, and that's it, job done.
Actually, looking at the times, a lot found a tenth of a second here, but we're not looking at big gains. Very little change in the overall order, though. So Nicky Menzel should be looking very good. And just remember, that's the number 33. Porsche, one of the two. 33 and 44 are the two Falcon Motorsports numbers. And this year, life is much simpler in their camp. They're only running one manufacturer. Of course, last year they were running BMWs and Porsches. Back to just running Porsches. The sister car is coming through. Tim Heinemann, will he improve? No. Stays in 9th position. So interesting. Good to see a few more Lamborghinis. And this year, of course, Abs Sportsline out to play. For so long, it's been Conrad Motorsport waving the flag. But the fastest driver on the first flying lap coming into Tiergarten now. It's Nico Menzel, Falcon Motorsport Porsche, number 33. Turns right, turns left onto the start-finish straight. His target time, 8 minutes 12.569 seconds. What will he manage this time around? Looking for any improvements. 8:15.221. The others have all improved by a little bit. He didn't. Is he going to stay top? Matt Campbell's giving chase. Number 24, Lion Speed by Car Collection. Porsche, he does make a move. So he goes up into 2nd place. What's his margin of deficit? 0.301 of a second. That was the big gain, the first really big gain we've seen on the second lap. And Matt Campbell, that was a cracking lap. 8 minutes 12.87 seconds against 8 minutes 12.569 set last time around by Nico Menzel. Many more cars to come through. We've got about half a dozen to go. Conor Filippi, will we see any gains from the BMW driver racing this weekend for the BMW Junior team? He was very strong in the early stages of the race yesterday. Oh, a little bit of a struggle for him getting into the final sequence of corners. Clouted the curb on the inside, then had to haul the car across to get into the left-hander. 8 minutes 16, 8 minutes 17, waiting for the time to settle. 8 minutes 18. So that was an improvement for him, but not the sort of gain he was looking for. And Conor De Filippi down in 15th place. So the last few cars coming up to complete their second run at full pace down the Dottinger Her. And vast majority of the front runners have already scurried around the back of the paddock and entered the pits to park up their top qualifying session finish. Charles Espinal, one of the last few cars through to the finish, the number 21 CP Racing Mercedes. He was some way down, 16 seconds off the pace last time around, and looks as though it could be a similar margin this time, 15.3. So he does find a tiny margin of time there, but stays in 18th position overall. And Arno Klaassen, I think, will be the last car. He was the last car away. He's the last car to the line. That's car number 50. A grey Audi entered by Equipe Vitesse. That's one of the Pro-Am runners in the top class. And that is not going to be a dream lap, I don't think, for Arno. 16 seconds off the pace. No improvement for him that time around. And the only car not to do 2 flying laps. Actually, I tell you what, it's been a problem for Sami Matti Trogan.
Yeah, in the 100 Valkenhorst.
We've seen him on track. He must have made an error. I'm going to have a double quick...
yeah, I think he went off at the carousel.
Ah, yes, thank you very much. Just getting a message about that. So Sami Matti Trogan will be sharing that car with your Breuer and Henry Walkenhorst. That will be in the Pro-Am class, but he's made an error because his lap time was over. It's over 9 minutes, and it's going to be more than 10 minutes when he brings around the Advan Yokohama-sponsored M4 GT3. So it's not surprising. You expected someone to make an error, but that was clearly the biggest of the session. But doesn't look as though the car's damaged, so that's a relief. But you've got to give it a go. It's my theory on this one. And yes, he's just arriving at Tiergarten with 10 minutes crested on the clock. And of course, Phil Dorr did not get to do a second flying lap in the family's team, their Aston Martin Vantage. That was parked up after one lap. So just the 20th position for them. But the shootout belongs to Falcon Motorsport with their Porsche. That was a very, very good run indeed. When I say their Porsche, I mean their number 33 Porsche coming out top. And that was Nico Menzel all the way. That was the only car that really delivered on the first flying lap. The one that delivered very well but just fell short was Matt Campbell, who moved the Lion Speed by Car Collection entry, car number 24, up into second place to make a Porsche 1-2. And then right at the close, third place, Kelvin van der Linde. Nipped up to just a second off while we were talking about the number 100 having had a spin. Van der Linde suddenly made a Lamborghini up into third place. So Nicky Katzberg, who was looking so good after the first flying lap, is suddenly down in fourth place. Small fractions, but a great delivery for the Porsche, for the Lamborghini at the end for AB Sportsline.
Yeah, the last car across the line there, say the 100 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW in its in naked carbon black. Sammy Matty Trogan bringing that car across the line to complete a time of 10 minutes 15, so 2 minutes off. So that's where he spent his 2 minutes off track.
I dream of doing a 10 minutes 15.
Getting it all straight. But car's all in one piece, all intact. That's good. So it's live to fight another day. So yet again. So Bruce, thoughts on our qualifying there and what that gives us into the race. So we've got at the front two Porsches, Falcon and Lion Speed. Van der Linde in the Lamborghini Huracan, and then Ferrari. So two Germans, two Italians. Then we're back to Mercedes again. BMW, fastest BMW is Jens Klingmann in 12th with an 8:16. But we've got 2 seconds, less than 1.8 seconds, covering the top 7. Yeah. So in reality, if you go to the top 10, it's actually only 2.4 seconds covering the top 10. I'm gonna put it on the line here. Predictions, yeah. 2 things. I think there'll be an Italian car on the podium. Not necessarily the top step, but I think there'll be an Italian driven car on the podium. And I think the BMWs are going to come through strong in a 4-hour race than they do in a 2-hour race.
Where's the top BMW? 12th.
12th.
Interesting. Okay, that's bold. The car I'm really fancying for this at the moment is one of the cars that showed super strongly yesterday with Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet. It's number 24 Porsche from Lion Speed by Car Collection that just seems to be getting stronger and stronger. But don't forget, of course, yesterday in the 2-hour race we only had 2 drivers on off the cars, but they will probably add a few more from their posse, because on the entry list they've also got Patrick Kolb and Patrick Pilet in that. Patrick Kolb knows the circuit supremely well, and Patrick Pilet never not been super fast in a car. That's looking very strong. But yes, it's interesting. Top Mercedes down in 5th place overall, but that's Adam Christodoulou and Danny Juncadeo. That is gold standard in that car. So actually, as I look down the list, I love it when you look down the list and suddenly go, oh, they could be quick. Oh, they could be quick too. So plenty to look to, but for Porsche, they get the bragging rights now, but the pot could be stirred, the order could be jumbled when we get to the 4-hour race that starts at 1 o'clock Central European time. 4 hours going through till 5 in the afternoon. Will the weather hold? Will the Audis start to make a move? Because, of course, up into 6th place at the end came Frank Stippler, those years of experience on the Nordschleife. And the process is going on. Messages to the driver to stay seated. The cars are being flagged back to go into the pit lane. They've reported to the paddock area for a little bit of a weight check, and through they go. And they're told where they have to go and park up. So much procedure, because of course we've got the race starts in just around 1 3/4 hours for now, and there's all the preamble for that, so there's very little time to do very much. But actually I love the orchestration that the ADAC and all the clubs that run the long-distance races on the Nordschleife have. Everything has a format and a pattern, and it seems to be very logical. Quick check on all those cars for legality, then they're allowed back into the pit lane, and then, pleasingly, in gentle sunshine, wheeled back into their garages.
I know I failed the weight check these days. That's for certain.
Well, on that point, Fulker Motorsports, the job was very well done, clearly running their cars at fighting weight, and Nico Menzel doing a super job to take pole position, fastest in top qualifying, 8 minutes 12.569, so 0.3 of a second to the good over another Porsche. So it's Fulker Motorsport on top, Lion Speed by Car Collection in second. And then the wild card, one of the few drivers who got penalised. I think 6 drivers got penalised after the race results yesterday, but for the number 27 AB Sportsline crew, it dropped them merely from 11th to 12th, but it was showing great pace, and any car that has the fighting force of Kelvin van der Linde on board is going to show very well indeed. So third fastest today. He's sharing this weekend with one of Hans Stuck's 2 racing sons. On this occasion, it's Ferdinand Stuck we'll be hearing. But it was all about Fulker Motorsport and their team chief, Sven Schnabel, looking suitably satisfied. But he knows it's just a stage in the overall procedure that had to be cleared, and they've cleared it well to take the fastest time in top qualifying. Porsche's looking good at the top, but there's such a mix of cars. You get them first and second. The third of the Porsches, the 911 from Manthey Racing, down in 8th, but they have shown very well indeed. Another Porsche, Dennis Fetzer driving that. That's car number 25 is 14th. But what I love, and he's for Huber Motorsport, is the spread of manufacturers. What BMW will not love, though, is their cars are 12th, 13th and 15th. Some very quick names in those, so conditions not quite to their liking, one would sense this morning.
Yeah, it's almost an anomaly. I can't even say it, can I? Let alone understand it or explain it. But it's just odd. But I've just got this feeling that in a 4-hour race, that car's going to come through. Why would it not be? That doesn't make any sense. But it does in my head. Stay tuned. They seem great over a 4-hour race, but they don't seem so hot in qualifying. In that setup, they have been in the 3 races we had so far this season. In a 2-hour race, they didn't exactly shine. You say, what fell away yesterday? I did suggest yesterday, because the race started wet, was it that the BMW is not so good in the wet? I don't know. I'm throwing out ideas. I'm not saying these are facts. But if it stays dry today, I think those BMWs are going to come through strong, really strong.
You've had that hunch from the start of this meeting. You may well be right. Just interesting there to hear from the boss of the team manager at Fulker Motorsports. He said, we're really happy, of course, to take the fastest time in top qualifying, but it's only a quick impression. And it was a mega lap from Nico, but we didn't expect this pace. And he also feels a lot of other cars could and should have been faster than they were this morning, but it's ifs and buts and maybes. They have the pride of position. Fulker Motorsports at the top of the charts, but so much to play for. It's just a little window of opportunity, and maybe a lot of teams told their drivers, you know what, just don't take too much of a risk. We had cars coming right through the order. 3 of the front runners yesterday had to start from pit exit after misdemeanors in their qualifying session, and 3 of those worked their way into the top 10. And certainly, bear in mind that the race-winning car swallowed up a 30-second penalty. And if you weren't with us listening yesterday, Team Get Speed won the race. Adam Christodoulou and Dano Junkadea by 1.1 seconds, and that included stopping for an extra 30 seconds at pit in. So they are going to be strong. Where are they placed today? 5th fastest, so very much in the ballpark. 1.2 seconds down on Nico Menzel's best lap. But Nico's just out of the car, being chased down the pit lane by someone with a microphone. His team boss, Sven Schnabel, thought that was a cracking lap. And Nico, yeah, the smiles there even before the balaclava is off, the earpieces are out, but that was a good job. And as we said, Peter, no such thing as a perfect lap around the Nordschleife, apart from in drivers' minds, but he clearly was the one that got closest to that this morning.
Well, any driver thinks they've ever done a perfect lap's just deluding themselves, as they will tell you. There never is such a thing. And the day you think that, you're not trying hard enough, or you've given up and take up sailing or golf or something, because you should always be pushing. Doesn't matter how old, what category, whatever, that's what you should be doing. There's always room for improvement, and that's what you're seeking, that tenth, 100,000th, that little bit here, whatever it is, there's always something, and that's what motivates these drivers. Literally, it is exactly what drives them. I'm still intrigued at that qualifying. I still can't work out why BMWs are that far down the order. That sounds cruel to say it that way. I don't mean it in that way, but 12th and 13th for, and we've got pedalers in that car, Jens Klingman and Kuba Gamaziak. They're A-listers. They bring their A game to everything they do, every lap, every corner, every meter. They don't lapse. So why doesn't that car, and it's across both cars, are Valkenhorst doing something a bit different? Have they tried different on setup? Because it's equal in both cars. Drivers of that quality in the same car, in the same team, with the same setup, strategy, etc. There's got to be a reason. It's worrying me.
There's always a reason, but many reasons. I was just trying to sort of extrapolate.
Yeah.
But just listening to the interview there with Nico Menzel, one of his reasons why he's fastest, apart from the fact he loved the rare opportunity to have a free lap, as you like, around the Nordschleife, he said, always comfortable to sleep at home. And he lives in Kelberg, which is just 10 minutes drive away from the circuit. That's a factor too. Any racing driver who gets to sleep in his own bed or her own bed, it's just something different. Stay in a hotel, and as we joke, better at hotel stairs as you see in every hour of the night, when you'd rather just wait for that alarm clock to fire you out. But that was interesting. And I think a lot of drivers around the world watching and listening will be going, God, I'd love to do that pre-qualifying thing, to have a lap on my own around the Nordschleife, because it's a circuit that's busy in every way, but when it's busy with traffic as well, my God, you've got an excuse built in for probably every third corner, particularly in a mixed multi-class field like this. But to have it to yourself, to unravel, to try and dissect the circuit as best as you can, then that is a fabulous thing to have. Come and play next year, why not?
Undoubtedly, though, that always comfortable to sleep at home in your own bed. I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship in that as well. Just ready for the race. Get people thinking, yeah, I'm comfortable, I'm relaxed. That was no big deal. It's playing it down. It's what drivers do.
Of course, of course.
Or sports people do, to be fair.
No, entirely. It's the mental game. You see, some people can play it far better than others. But in many ways, the ones that don't engage in that little game come out best of it all. It does take a fair bit of emotional bandwidth, I think, just parrying left and right.
Politicians, pay note.
Yes, pay attention. So, we've had 90 minutes of qualifying. We've had the 2 flying laps for the top 20 finishers in this morning's session. We lost a couple. Ironically, both of the brand new GT2 Mercedes. The one, car number 46, entered by the Hout Racing team, didn't get out of the pit lane in time to go around to do the formation lap. They didn't get to start. And the 222 from Team Schnitzelarm sat there on the grid, was almost at the back of the queue, and it went nowhere until a rope was attached, and that was pulled towards the pits and paddocks so repairs can be made. But again, it's always a brave thing to put cars out on a track, but that's what it's about. When they're brand new, you've got to get them out on the circuit and get the race miles on them and the testing miles on them, because that's what's in short demand. Sort out any niggles with the car, but also, Peter, it's for teams to learn the vagaries of a different car from the one they've been running before and get it right. And get it right now this weekend is one thing, but it's really all about getting it right for the 24 hours at the end of May. And that will come up for teams that aren't quite prepared at a rate of knots. Kelvin van der Linde is a driver who's certainly been in the battles since he came up to Germany from South Africa. Huge amounts of success for him and for his brother Sheldon. And for many years, Kelvin's been an Audi driver, but now he's in a Lamborghini. And they're not as different as you might imagine. But Kelvin's had a huge amount of success. He was ADC GT champion in quite a while ago now. Let's see, about 2019. But 2 years before that, what did he go and do? He only went and won the Nürburgring 24 hours. Milan Motorsport Audi with Conor de Filippi. Oh, this is gold standard. Christopher Mies and Marcus Winkelhock. And that was why he sort of cemented his place as a worked Audi driver for many years.
Yeah, never mind gold standard. He's platinum rated.
Yeah, no, I know. Gold is a phrase we use for outside.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
And then what did he do last year? Only went and won the 24 hours again. This time with Robin Freit, Dries van Tor and Frederik Vervies for Phoenix Audi. But now, get used to him in a Lamborghini, sports line. And he looked very pleased because he almost caught us by surprise by nipping up. Very few drivers went appreciably faster on their second flying lap, and he was one of them. We had Matt Campbell nipping up into second place, but he moved up to third. So putting a Lamborghini up at the very sharp end with clearly a very, very good lap.
And that there are some drivers that become synonymous with a particular mark or brand and stay with it and become absolute experts, and nothing wrong with that. There are, every now and again, there are some drivers that they transcend that and they can just drive a racing car fast regardless, and I think Kelvin van der Linde is in that category. It doesn't really matter what you put to him. I suspect he'd probably drive a shopping trolley really quite quickly as well.
Oh, he does. He's very quick. His lap around the ring is 3 days at the moment. But a family deeply imbued in racing. Uncle Thierry raced a huge amount in South Africa in GTs, but mainly in touring cars. But they came up to Germany, having actually Kelvin won the South African VW Polo Champion, you remember, back in 2012. Great job. Then he came over to Europe, 2013 VW Sirocco Champion, 2014 ADAC GT Champion, moving up to GTs, and since then it's been all the way. It's down to small increments, but it is that level of excellence that is exactly what the drivers, the team bosses look out for. Interesting that Kelvin, quite a tall driver, says, you know, new challenge with the Lamborghini. The car's smaller inside than the Audi, but also one advantage there is he's betting himself in. He knows most of the crew, which is always a helping hand. You know, we talk so much about team managers, but it's also knowing the engineers and the mechanics and just things that make life a lot easier for any driver. Feel comfortable in a team, you can concentrate on your driving. If you're having to do some internal politics or just get accustomed to even the quirky sense of humour of your team manager that may put you off from time to time, then these things need to be learnt.
Never been there.
Okay, we've got time. Spill the beans.
I'm not sure it's broadcastable.
Even more, get it out there. But so, good start today, and it has to be remembered that a lot of the drivers got a good amount of track time this morning in qualifying. That was 90 minutes shared between the drivers of each of the cars. Then an out lap, a formation lap, if you will, and then 2 flying laps before being flagged back around towards the rear entrance to the paddock and thence into the pit lane. So a bit more time on the track, conditions coming to them, the temperature starting to rise. And of course, the teams will have about an hour until they have to, after the end of everything is settled down after this, and then they have to get the cars on the track for a 1 o'clock start. And that means about 12:30 they have to be getting the cars out towards the grid. So not a lot of time, but it's all about gaining the experience. They've gained the track place positions for the start of the race. 4 hours of racing coming up at 1 o'clock Central European time. And it's for the crews to check that alles ist in Ordnung, that all is good. And the crew I'm just interested in at the moment is finding out what was untoward in the Door Motorsport Aston Martin. Phil Dordridge did 1 lap and then brought it back into the pits. Hopefully it's something that is fixable, but didn't set a representative time, unfortunately. And that's the car we think had a little bit of an off at the Dunlop hairpin.
I love Kelvin van der Linde's observation about the Lamborghini, that it's smaller on the inside than the Audi.
It looks larger, doesn't it?
Exactly, as in the cell. They're pretty claustrophobic places to sit in one of these cars. Once you're in, it's okay, and getting into it and extraction is really quite easy, jumping out of the thing. That's why they're so svelte. It's not just for weight and power to weight ratio, it's the ability to flex and get in the car. But they are, if you have a look at these GT3 cars up close, it is quite the access is really tiny. You have literally got to fold over. And just remember that when you're doing a driver change, you've got a crash helmet on and a hands device, which is all got to get in and fold into that little place through that cage, and then they put the driver net on, etc. Once you're in there, lovely and comfortable. It's great. It's wonderful. You don't want to get out. Why would you? It's a racing car. And you've got the Nürburgring. Why would you want to get out? Just put more fuel in it. I'm staying in.
Yeah, but that's why you can just, it's talking about small margins. That's why sort of relatively short, slim drivers like Matt Campbell, piece of cake for him. Yeah. No, he can't have a piece of cake. He can actually. He's small. For them to get into a car. But, you know, the taller drivers, it definitely is a bit of a fold. It's down to technique, and that comes down to practice. And you watch any crew
absolutely
at top-level motorsport, rehearse, rehearse, rehearse.
I remember doing it at the Spa 24 hours, sitting there with the 4 of us, just doing driver changes. It was absolutely ridiculous because we had to sit there, baking hot day, Spa 2004, one of those really hot ones, 30, 36, 37 degrees. And we're in shorts, T-shirts, and helmet and hands device, which seems very surreal, and practicing driver changes. And they're sitting there, the team principal, stopwatch, old school. You do your 4 driver changes. So we all did it back to back to back and plug one another in. Outgoing driver responsible for plugging in the new driver, so water, drink, whatever it may be. In those days, it wasn't a great deal. But there's still the radio connection and your water bottle connection. And you stop when you get out, and you bang your knees, you crash, you get bruises, etc. You get out. You've done 3 of those, you're exhausted, and they're like, do it again. Oh, okay, again. Until you get the time down to so it becomes second nature. Because at night, in the middle of the race, and it's adrenaline, it's not the same as doing it in peacetime, if you like. Racing's war. It's effectively, it is war.
What a lot of people don't understand, though, wearing a racing helmet, your line of vision isn't very good for anything that's just diagonally
peripheral.
behind you.
No.
Your peripheral vision is very, very poor. So you think, oh, that should be fine. I could climb in and then I could get the belts. And anything that's suddenly not in position, like a belt that flips behind your back when you get in.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Yeah, and it's a panic. And you sit on it. I mean, what they do nowadays, they have obviously, now all the belts are on elastic, effectively, so that they're pulled out of the way, so that when you do the buckle, the belts pull out. And they are in a static place, so you all know where they are. And sometimes it's actually easier. You think these drivers are being prima donnas when they get in the car and sort of put their hands up out of the way, as in, oh, strap me in. There's a reason. It's a lot easier for somebody, a mechanic leaning in, to see where it is and put it in the buckle than you, with a belt on, a helmet, trying to look down. You can't see the buckle because the belt's, your helmet's in the way, hands device, etc. You're better off actually sitting there, not being a prima donna as it looks like, but just being serviced, like click, click, click and done, and then you tighten accordingly, you're happy with it. At the same time, you'll get in the car ready to be in gear, ready to go, focus on what you need to do, the driving bit. It's the only bit the drivers have got to do, one job, just drive. Let's go, continuous forward progress, that's all you need to do.
What you listened to there was Peter Snowden morphing from a racing driver into a team manager. You have now crossed
That's
the
it.
sticks.
Is it?
You're
Right.
done for.
A new career beckons.
Now, we had the problem for not one, but both of the GT2 Mercedes, brand new, world debut this weekend. There's also one competing down at Monza, and if you're following any of the action down there, they've had a massive power cut. They've been in and out, not just the circuit, but the whole region. And every time they think they're going again, all the pit garages lose power. They're having a nightmare. But up here, neither of the GT2s got to take part in that session. Only one of them made it to the grid. The Hart Racing team, version number 46, didn't even get out of the pit lane in time, so they was banned from taking part in top qualifying. And the number 222, entered by Team Schnitzelarm, Jamo Hertling, was supposed to be at the wheel of that, and we saw that sitting still on the grid, going nowhere at all. It had fired up, but then something was untoward, and it had to be towed away from the grid. And Jamo Hertling is being caught up, young German racer. And we're going to find out what he had to say about it. But let's hope from his point of view it wasn't young novice driver just not clicking something that needed to be in position. But clearly it's something that needed to be sorted out. And
drive shaft failure.
Failure. He is admonished. He is cleared of all blame. But what a disappointment. We've had all these experienced drivers with a decade and more of top-line racing saying how much they enjoyed the one-at-a-time laps around the ring. And there was Jamo Hertling at the start of his racing career, didn't get to have a go.
And Bruce, you've said it many, many times, the body language of drivers can tell you a story. You can just see, they say, shoulders down, he's not happy. It's not his fault, he knows that, but it's not the point. They haven't got the result. Yeah, and it's work for the mechanics now, but you can just say utter dejection on Joe's face there.
Oh, totally. I mean, not just would it be an absolute honour and delight to go around on his own, but the smile is back. He's been reminded there's a 4-hour race ahead. They'll get that drive shaft hopefully fixed in time for them to go. But at the start of his career, he also wanted to see what he could do against the top guns. And you don't get that many moments where everything is clear and you can take a shot at it. But for Jamo Hertling, we'll hear more of him. Again, good to have some young new faces coming in to this level of the sport, and the fact that if you can do anything against the superstars, you are doing incredibly well. Yeah,
of course, he's driving this GT2 Mercedes, which we mentioned a little bit earlier, so it's car's debut this weekend, and he just said that huge stress on the car, especially with the amount of power we have here. Remember their balance of performance, we said about this earlier, it speaks a little bit more powerful than the other cars. 616 horsepower is what the car's bopped at. So no wonder it's popped a drive shaft.
Yeah, and also just to blow Mercedes' trumpet, that is after the balance of performance was applied. It has more than 700 naturally available. Whoa.
I mean, I can remember the days of when I were a lad. I was going to have to do that. Rose tinted. Here we go. You saw some of the cars last weekend at members meeting in the fantastic GT1 heritage display going into the dusk. But one of the cars I raced was in that with my old teammate Bobby Verden-Rowe, and that car we had about 650 brake horsepower, a little bit detuned for the 24-hour at the time at Spa, but unrestricted. It was done on air restrictors in those days with the stall test. That engine on dyno was producing over 800 brake horsepower, and we had it restricted to 650, 670 20 years ago. Brilliant.
Life in store, life ahead. We've had top qualifying. We're all set for the 4 hours. The second of the 2 qualifying races here this afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock Central European time. Do join us. The ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours is at the end of May, but this is the second day of the qualifying weekend. We've had a 2-hour race yesterday evening and it was an absolute cracker on a wet track, gradually drying, going from gloomy to fully dark. Then we had qualifying this morning, followed by top qualifying, a one-at-a-time shootout, and now ending with a 4-hour race starting at 1 o'clock local time here at the Nürburgring through to 5 in the afternoon. Conditions are dry, it's bright but not fully sunny, and the cars are lined up on the grid in echelon formation. That means nose towards the pit wall at 45-degree angle and therefore tails towards the grandstand. It's a colourful sight. My name is Bruce Jones and I'm joined as ever by friend and colleague Peter Snowden ahead of this one. It was great yesterday. What is today going to have in store?
Well, exactly. Can it get better? I think it can. It's twice as long. We've seen qualifying this morning, top 10 and combined qualifying. So we had a qualifying session this morning with all the cars are out on the track, and that sets the grid for everything except the top cars. They then get a shootout themselves, and that sets the order for this bit, hence it's combined qualifying. Going to be interesting. BMW's not where we expected them to do, 11th and 12th. Ferrari right up there, nearly took pole position, not quite. But what can come through? It's 4 hours. I think the weather's going to have a part in this.
It could yet, as I said, we have cloud here, but it's still relatively bright. But if you're a Porsche fan, you're laughing because the front row is all about Porsche. Number 33 on pole position, that's the better placed of the two Falco Motorsport 911 GT3Rs, and that was a lap set by Nico Menzel and a really great charge from the line speed by Car Collection. Example from the same mark, Matt Campbell. Then right at the end of qualifying, Lamborghinis hadn't really been anywhere, possibly at the tail of the top 10. And Kelvin van der Linde put the Ad Sportsline Huracan GT3 Evo 2 onto the second row. He is starting third on the grid. Fourth on the grid is a car that I think has got a very good chance in this race. Earl Bamber sharing with Nicky Katzberg and David Pittard. And it was Katzberg who was fastest after the first one-at-a-time flying laps, but got moved down the order. But it's the best we've seen the new 296 GT3 Ferrari perform as yet in this maiden season. A real jumble of manufacturers. Mercedes have always been very strong, but the best place of those is the winner of last night's race. It's the number 2 example from Team Get Speed. The grid's starting to be cleared of extraneous personnel, and we'll get to see the cars in all their glory. 4 hours of racing to follow last night's 2, and it's all about gaining experience ahead of the big one, the 24 hours at the end of May. A great array of cars, not as many as, of course, you would get with 5 minutes to go. National anthem fade away, and we have a fabulous mix of cars. Peter is very, very interested in the progress, and it's going to need to be progress from the BMWs. We've seen great speed from them, but when we look down the grid, we have to go beyond the top 10. They were the ones that were nailed on by the finishing order at the end of top qualifying earlier today. But thereafter, it was combined qualifying time, so just outside the top 10. One of the cars that I really fancy this race, car number 40. It's one of the Audis from Shearer Sport PHX, but it's got a trio of former DTM champions on board. Martin Tomczyk, Mike Rockenfeller and Timo Scheider. And then in behind them, we suddenly get 3 of the next 4 positions filled with BMWs. The M4 GT3 has been the car to have so far in this season, Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and yet, not yet this weekend.
Just take that phrase on board, a trio of DTM weren't the current GT3 spec car. Forgive me, GT3 is an absolutely brilliant series, but it's not a DTM car.
Correct.
DTMs were just awesome pieces of kit. I think it's a shame they've not running those two, but proper cars.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent machinery back long ago now, because those titles for the DTM drivers were Timo Scheider 2008, 2009, Martin Tomczyk took the prize in 2011, then Mike Rockenfeller 2013, and Mike, of course, Le Mans winner, Nürburgring 24h winner, so keeps coming back to this, the big event. But look too, back all the way to 8th place for the Manthey Racing 911. That was very quick yesterday. Finished in 2nd position, and just to reiterate, the winner of yesterday's 2-hour qualifying race was the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes. That's starting 5th on the grid in the hands of Adam Christodoulou. So they've reversed the order. Adam did the second part of yesterday's race. Yesterday's race just 2 hours. Today, a double that. So a lot of the crews who ran just 2 of their drivers yesterday will be running 3 or even 4 in this 4-hour race. Because as much as the finishing position and the pride and all the glory that goes with winning or finishing on the podium in any race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's about gaining experience for 24 hours at the end of next month. What did we tick off yesterday? We ticked off qualifying in the dry. Yep, that's good, get the experience. Then we got to tick off starting the race in light rain and a very wet track. The track dried, so they learned what it's like around a drying track. Also going into the dark, we started at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and went to 7. It was a bit later than that actually, but we went into full darkness, so they gained that experience too. And for the old hands, you can always learn, and for the young guns, it's just a massive learning experience any time on the Nordschleife. So they grabbed them with both hands. Then this morning, the lucky top 20 went through all the SP9 cars, got the 1 at a time qualifying, which was an absolute luxury for all involved. Such a rare thing to have. The Nordschleife, and so many of the drivers were going, they might be long in their career without ever having done a 1 at a time lap. So this qualifying shootout is something they really enjoy.
Yeah, we heard a few of the drivers interviewed, didn't we, saying exactly that. And I think one of the great aspects of that today was there were a couple of yellow flags, but just yellow flags of a couple of cars running a bit wide, etc. One car had a bit of an issue. I think we had a drive shaft failure on the drama before, didn't we, for the 222 Mercedes, the debut of the GT2 car. Pleased to say that's been repaired, is on the grid now. They didn't get to take part in top qualifying, but it's out there now. That's good. What we had yesterday, though, was consistent weather, as I said, linear all the way through, 4 hours. Who knows what's going to happen or not. But what we had yesterday, and I don't want to jinx it, but it was very rare yesterday, we didn't have a single code 60 in 2 hours. A clean race. We had a few red flags. Sorry, my apologies. Yellow flags, not red flags. I'm thinking of F1. I've gone to Australia. How silly of me. Stay on board. It's here. It's Nürburgring. We had some yellow flags, and we even had a couple of code 120s. Just slow down, to that space, and not full 60s, which was brilliant. 2 races ago, we had it so lit. We had one part where we had, I think it was 17 consecutive marshal posts had issues, so they actually linked it all up to, rather than speed up and slow down again. Eminently sensible, great organisation, great discipline as ever by ADAC. It made perfect sense to do that, but I'd never seen such a long session. I think it was 17 consecutive marshal posts of code 60, but it was the right thing to do, as ever it is here. Yesterday, completely free of it. What's 4 hours going to bring? Well, all of that and more.
Well, let us find out, because certainly it's going to be packed. Much easier starting surface on which they get to play today. Again, we have the 2 batches of cars, the 2 starting groups in some of the NLS round, but we have 150 cars. We have 3 starting groups, but the second starting group is largely for SP10 and Cup 2, which is the GT4 category, effectively, and Cup 2 Porsches, etc., and the fastest of the TCR runners. And we've got a real mix of cars. At the tail of the group, we've got some production class cars in the V classes. Top group is simply for SP9, which is the GT3 category, and SPX, which is the experimental category, and that is filled just by 2 cars, but they're making their global racing debut, and that's the GT2 Mercedes, detuned with a balance of performance to a mere 616 horsepower, and glad to say that both of those will be out to play today. They've had their various problems. One didn't even quite get out onto the grid for the top shootout. That was the number 46 entry from Team HRT, but all out on the track, and cars looking absolutely fabulous. Track conditions dry, and that could be very, very good news indeed. So, 4 hours of racing coming up shortly.
It's kind of like an NLS round, isn't it? It always kind of amuses me, Bruce, that they make a great point of this NLS series. We have 8 rounds. There's a 6-hour race and a 12-hour race now, and then we have this qualifying weekend, but we have the 24-hour, and it's always made great point of. It's not part of the old VLN, now NLS series. It's a standalone race. Try telling the teams that, because you see everybody data collects, builds up for it, everything absolutely right for that 24-hour race, and watch the entries tail off a little bit afterwards. Not that the rest of the season isn't any good, but they all want to do that one. It's not part of the championship, but
I tell you what, though, within that, a lot of drivers, you know, they came with the intent of competing the Nürburgring 24 hours. They take part in a few rounds of the NLS, and they realise what an incredible series it is in terms of gaining experience and also a huge amount of enjoyment. And over the years, that has upped the ante, raised the level in the series, and it's just always enjoyable. And a lot of the very top GT drivers could be racing anywhere in the world, but they choose to come to the Nürburgring when they possibly can in their packed agenda.
Oh my gosh, this track is just incredible. This is such a fun place. It's amazing out there.
So, all is set.
It's a very, very tough race.
4 hours of racing, the final preparation ahead of the meeting at the end of May for the ADAC 24 hours of Nürburgring. But right now, it's focused on who's going to come out on top. And yesterday, we had magic. We started the race with 60 cars, and by the end, we found another 61 cars eventually took part as someone with mechanical problems wasn't there at the start, but then got to join the show. So let's see what today can bring. So, track conditions dry, the weather coolish spring, but then again it's quite often coolish spring at the Nordschleife. So let's see what unfolds. But certainly the mix of manufacturers is not a static thing on the Nordschleife. It keeps on changing. But at the moment we've got an all Porsche front row, so let's see if they can pull clear. But it's a busy weekend, and the key for all the teams is quite simply track time, but also learning how to maximise their performance when racing gets underway.
yeah, I just noticed that the car that qualified 6th yesterday is 8th today. That's the Manthey Racing Grello. And most of our top category cars that did that top 10 qualifying, SP9 cars, the drivers that did that qualifying for starting the race, they've made a slight change there. They put Kevin Estre into Grello. Now, we know what he's been like. He and I think David Pittard, who's going to be driving the Ferrari later on for Piccadilly, Pitbull Pittard, as I nicknamed him, which apparently he likes. They used to have those amazing opening laps, and Kevin Estre, we did nickname the phrase, didn't we? Pass on the grass. He can just do things in that Grello that almost defy logic and physics sometimes. So I'm building it up for him. I hope he's not listening. Because he'd be like, thanks for that, Peter.
Well, worth pointing out, yesterday was just a 2-hour race, and they had 3 drivers in their car, so only took 2 for that race. That was Michael Christensen who started, and Fred Makiavicki who brought it home, getting that second place on the penultimate lap. But for Kevin Estre, he was there. He must be itching to drive, because he had so many great results here on the Nordschleife at the Nürburgring. But quite right,
it's not
put
the
him out
Nürburgring
first,
if it's not raining.
see what he can do, because quite frankly, trying to contain him in the pit guard would be quite tricky. All drivers want to be the one at the wheel, but when it comes to GT racing, they obviously have to learn how to share. And again, you want to have the start of the race this time, and theoretically things are closest, but then again, look at the end of last night's 2-hour race. It was closer at the end than it was at the end of the opening lap. That is how much it closed up. 3.1 seconds covering the top 3 finishers. The Get Speed Mercedes, then the Grello Porsche, and then in behind, Lion Speed by Car Collection. Brilliant run from Works Porsche drivers Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet. So, how is this one going to shake out? It'll be another chapter in the illustrious history of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But really, eyes on the track today, but it's all eyes on how things are being prepared for the Nürburgring 24 hours run by the ADAC at the end of next month. The build-up is a long one, but it's all about track time. For these drivers right now, it becomes only about track time if their car has a mechanical problem. They want to get it in, get it fixed, and get back out. But it's a pure race. And at the front of the field, it's 2 Porsches. It's the number 33 Volker Motorsport Porsche, started by Nico Menzel. It's the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport example started by Matt Campbell. Second row, the Lamborghini, car number 27, started by Kelvin van der Linde, the AB Sportsline Lambo, alongside the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Team Ferrari. Looked as though that was going to take pole, but its first line lap was the best. The second, not quite as good. It was overhauled, but Nicky Katzberg sharing with David Pittard and Earl Bamber. That is a super strong lineup, and the Fricadelli Racing Team is a very, very popular one on the Nürburgring. Nordschleifer has been a staunch supporter, not just at the top SP9 class over the years, but in some of the lesser categories as well. It's a local team, huge following. If you like your meatballs, that's the Fricadelli, the Fricadella, and you like your racing, why not support them?
I love how you added a little bit of Italian flair to a German name there, because they're now running Ferraris, not their Porsches.
It's in
the
the
Fricadella.
subliminal.
It's just you're so good you don't even realise you're doing it sometimes, do you?
It's just unfortunate in so many ways.
No, it's a gift. It's a gift.
Conditions looking very good. When the cars went out in qualifying this morning, there was a dry line appeared. It wasn't wet overnight, but it was very wet yesterday. And all we had at the end of the race in full darkness was a dry line on the racing line, and it was wet out beyond. Gradually dried a little bit. Now I would suggest, Peter, as we look at the cars halfway around their formation lap, it looks, to my eye, uniformly dry.
Yeah, I would agree with that, most certainly. Great summary, that's just spot on. It wasn't that perfect this morning. We saw the times were not quite optimal. But I think that will change. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see some sub 8 minutes in this race.
Yes, we thought we might scramble those in top qualifying, but clearly conditions not quite there. The fastest lap at the end was, I did write it down, it was 8 minutes 12.5 at the end of the first flying lap, but it went below that on the second flying lap. And the margin at the end was quite tight. Yes, I didn't actually scroll that one down. Anyhow, 4 hours of racing that. And the start, don't think it's going to be exactly the same as it would be at a Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, because the first turn, you turn in the same way, but instead of doubling back and going into the Mercedes arena, there's a cut back and immediately a cut through a gap in the barriers, and the Mercedes arena is cut out. So effectively, the start of turn one, and suddenly turn hard left through the gap, and then you rejoin at very close to turn four, then down the hill all the way to the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom, and then you complete the entirety of the Grand Prix loop bar the final corner, instead of turning right onto the start-finish straight, through the double left of Sabine Schmidt's curves, and out onto the exciting bit, the wonderful bit, the Nordschleife, the reason that everybody loves to come and race here.
So the first batch are just exiting the carousel now. I'm going to be heading up towards Hohe Acht, highest part of the circuit, hence the name. Then that glorious run all the way back down through Wifferman, Brunchen, Pflanzgarten, Schwalbenschwanz, Galvenkopf, and onto the Dottinger Hohe, which looks like a straight, but it isn't, because it's got quite a big kink in the middle, because they're doing a thick end of 300 Ks down there. And that's where some of the drafting can work so well. And you can see, hopefully we'll see some of this a little bit later on when we talk about side drafting and how that works to one car's advantage and not to the other, and how drivers use that to slow the car down in front, which sounds ridiculous, and I'll wait until that's actually happening to explain how that works. But it's a very clever technique. Very, very interesting physics of how that works.
And also, just in terms of regular slipstreaming, time and time again, we see the third car in a group getting a double toe, and the real benefits of that. And that you think as they come out of Galgenkopf, there's no chance, but it really comes to them. And the fact the straight goes on and on and on, really, again, that's the sort of experience young drivers have to learn about and not waste the opportunity. Yeah,
it's not just about driving fast. Everybody thinks that's what it's all about. No, that's kind of a given. It's the understanding of the vehicle dynamics. Never mind all your electronics or your procedures or your systems. You've got to understand how to do, alt control, reset, reboots, these sorts of things. Things that happen. They've got so many things inside them these days. They've got things like full course yellow buttons. So you touch that on the through and it'll go at 80k or one at 60k, not get the wrong button. And it's all that processing and that just being disciplined. And then you've got to learn about the physics of how the car works and driving. It's this side drafting, slipstreaming, which is two totally different things. All whilst racing at this speed, and you're doing this in a highly intense environment with 70, 80, 90 other cars around you, all at different speeds. I mean, it is, as our colleague Joe Bradley often says, a high-speed game of chess.
Added to which, there is the one immutable factor in this. It's around a circuit that has, you can do the adding up, but most people think around 170 turns just to be going on with. Literally not a straight worthy of the name other than the run along the Dottinger and then the bit past the pits down to turn 1. But again, you have to remember it's a much tighter exit to turn 1, and the little cut through brings you out to turn 4, cuts off the Mercedes arena. So many things to think of. Today we'll be starting with 61 drivers just waiting for the starting numbers to be put out there. Of course, the 24 hours of the ring, there'll be many more out there going to play.
And of course, we know all the names as well, but personally, my favourite is turn 167. To go very modern. I'll leave that with you, Bruce.
He's a very wry individual, then, Peter Snowden. So, all set, following the safety car round, just to refresh your memory, the grid is formed with the number 33 Porsche from Falco Motorsports on pole position. That's the aquamarine and mid-blue colour, and the Falcon livery has been such a staple at races at the Nürburgring for a decade and more. So Nico Menzel doing them proud. He was surprised, and so was his team manager, Sven Schnabel, that they'd put the car on pole position. He actually thought there'd be more pace from some of their rivals, but, you know, never look a gift horse in the mouth. The best place to start any race is from pole position. But unlike yesterday's evening race, the best place was definitely pole position, because anyone else behind would be in the spray. The track was wet at the start. Today, conditions uniformly dry. So that is very good news for a lot of the crews. But we just don't want any risks at the start. We say this before every long distance race. Don't be a hero into turn 1, but you'll be sure someone's going to have a try. But you know what? They gain more and more experience. Cars now coming out of Galgenkopf onto the long straight. Last chance to think about things and check the dials before the start of the race. Check the gauges.
I commented on this yesterday, Bruce, about the weaving, and Nico Menzel taking it to almost extreme now, the pole position car there. Coming through Schwalbenschwanz, which is double left, onto Galgenkopf, the nice sweeping right-hander, onto the Dottinger Höhe just before the race start. And the rest of the field saved the second place car, which is very interesting, which is the Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche, with Matt Campbell at the wheel, who's barely weaving. He's waiting right to the end. Now, he's got a whole different technique there. Very interesting. Nico Menzel in the lead car, in the Falcon car, literally going almost to the extreme width, etc., really getting the heat into those sidewalls, getting the tyres pliable, ready for that, loading it up into that first turn, right and left, we said, of the start of the race. Whereas just behind, Matt Campbell, doing almost quite the opposite. What he's doing there is actually getting a lot of heat into the rear tyres. He was getting the back end squirming around, not too worried about the front, which is very, very interesting. Two totally different strategies, same brand and model of car, first and second, totally different theories.
And in fact, as you were just saying that, you get a sight down the straight. You've got the top 20 cars or so, and the car in second place, Matt Campbell's, was the only one driving the straight line.
Yeah.
And every now and again, he'd then do a couple of twitches, but only one car width, if that, either side from that central line. But certainly Nico Menzel is getting to visit the marshals on both sides of the circuit as he weaves away. And in third place, Kelvin van der Linde in the Lamborghini doing exactly the same.
What Matt Campbell is doing is he's doing it on power, just watching the car, the body language of that car there. He's putting it on power, getting a lot of heat into those rear tyres. What he's then doing is standing on the brakes and getting a lot of temperature into those front discs. That's what he's doing, totally different to the lead car, Nico Menzel. So he's relying on getting those brakes on hot to temperature for that first corner, whereas Nico Menzel looking to get the tyres at temperature. All now 2x2 Noah's Ark as they come into Tiergarten, ready for the start of our 4-hour race here on the Nürburgring, qualifying for, would you believe, the N24 in 4 weeks' time.
Looks absolutely great sight. Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari. Great to have a Ferrari, not just in the mix, right at the sharp end of the field. Any car that qualifies ahead of Mercedes AMG that's always super strong around here is doing very well. But that Mercedes that is in 5th place, look out for Adam Christodoulou. The car's looking very mean in the black Get Speed livery. Alongside it's got the best of the Audis as well. That's car number 5, one entered by Shearer. Sport P8 checks, safety car peels off into the pit lane, and the Lamborghini in 3rd place is right under the tail of Nico Menzel. They go down waiting to take the start, trying to hold that 2x2 formation. Drivers almost can't help themselves, and they're 3 abreast. Looks though Tim Heinemann is just about going to hold things off, but the best start was the Ferrari coming through from the 2nd row, and it dives into the lead into turn 1. Great move there from Nicky Katzberg, and into 2nd place goes the number 24 Porsche. So Heinemann, a really good start, but then somehow on the run down to turn 1 just didn't hook it up and fell back down to 3rd place. first marks to Ferrari there and Fricadelli.
Absolutely, first blood to Nicky Katzberg, superb. Put it right back at the front there. The pole position car, Nico Menzel, dropped down to third position. Kevin Estre had a little look around the outside, managed to get into P3, dropped back to P4 again on the left-hand part, but Grello up there. And Nicky Katzberg on that run down to, and Kevin Estre doing the same in fourth. Nicky Katzberg and Kevin Estre both still weaving that car. They've had 25 kilometres to get temperature into those tyres, but they're still obviously not satisfied. They're still trying to do it. Falcon Motorsports car sitting right behind the other Porsche in front of it now. That's the Lion Speed car of Nicky Campbell. I said that car was going to, Matt Campbell, sorry, was doing, that's a Radio 2 DJ in the UK. My apologies. Matt Campbell, I said he got those brakes up to temperature on the Dottinghauer, and it's obviously worked for him into those first two corners.
Certainly did. Kevin Estre, clearly the policy is put him in the cupboard at the back of the garage, keep him overnight, and he's fired up. He started in 8th, he's up to 3rd position, he's just moved ahead of the pole starter, and tucked in behind him also is making manoeuvres. It's the second of the Falco Motorsport Porsches, car number 44, started by Tim Heinemann. That's moved up to 5th position there, muscling the AB Sportsline Lamborghini back down the order.
Well, the two Falcons, as you say, Linus turn at the moment, but I'm thinking Robin Williams there of Kevin Estre in the garage, like, you can let Kevin play now. He can come out and proving it there right up to 3rd position. But what a stunning start. Fricadelli are going to be so happy with that. Klaus Haviland will be very pleased to see his Ferrari up at the front there.
He really will. I'm looking, when you have winners, you have losers, and the person who's really lost out started from 7th on the grid, but down to 14th this early in the race. Kim Lewis-Schramm in one of the trio of Shearer Sport PHX Audis. The best place of those is running in 6th place at the moment. Or do I mean 7th? I think it's, yes, it's 7th, just behind the Lamborghini from AB Sportsline. But they're almost nose to tail apart from the first two, which are getting clear. Nicky Katzberg and Matt Campbell. So it's the Fricadelli Racing Team Ferrari pulling away from the Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche, and then Kevin Estre up from 8th to 3rd in the Manthey Racing Porsche, showing his intent very early on. Meanwhile, coming through Tiergarten is the second group of cars. It's a larger group of cars with around 40 starters waiting for confirmation of that. We had the top 20 released in the top group. That's being led clear by Nicky Katzberg in the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, but the Schnitzelam 222, the brand new Mercedes GT2, starts in pole position for the second group, but in among that group, a lot of Cup 2 racing Porsches. The second GT2 racing Mercedes is starting from 4th in that grouping. It's their turn to go down to turn 1 and see who can knit it together the best. A lot of SP10 class cars as well. That's GT4 category, much bigger group of cars, twice as big. And down to turn 1, the second group goes. Keep it clean, keep it tidy. It's a much, much tighter exit with a sudden cut through around the tyre wall and the concrete barriers. Their turn 2, super tight. So far, the last handful of cars turning into turn 1 as the group gets out of turn 2 and heads down the hill, and instead of turning right and feeding into a shortcut on the Grand Prix loop, they go all the way down the bottom of the hill. As I said, it was clean. There was a bit of a touch, a Hyundai TCR class car getting it wrong at turn 4 and rubbing up the side of another. Got away with it though. In fact, that second group, the new Mercedes GT2 started 1st and 4th in the second group. The 222 is leading away, but car 46, the second of those, with young British racer Frank Bird, has got up from 4th to 2nd. They had more power than those behind. They should pull clear. That's pretty much what they're doing right now.
So Nick Katzberg has just pulled out almost a second already over Matt Campbell in the Lion Speed Porsche in second place. That's Matt Campbell, the Ferrari it is at the front still, but and they in turn are about a couple of seconds ahead of Kevin Estre, the best of the rest at the moment. And I never thought I'd say about that about Kevin Estre on the first lap of a 4-hour race. But that's where we are at the moment. Frank Stifler, it is in 5th position in the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. But it's looking pretty dominant outside of the Ferrari for Porsches in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Lion Speed, Manthey and 2 Falcon cars. 3 different teams, all with Porsches. We've seen this already this season with the BMWs, 3 different teams doing really well. So it proves that the car's working, and it just seems to, at the moment, all things being equal, we've got, obviously, virtually the whole race to go. We're 5 minutes in and 4 hours, but it just looks, Porsche just look really, really strong here this weekend. But Klaus Haviland will probably say, hang on, but my Ferrari's quicker. It's right out there at the front. And it's glorious to see a Ferrari right out at the front. Something because it's a bit different. just great to see.
Oh, absolutely. And we've talked endlessly over the years about how certain track temperatures and track conditions tend to favour one manufacturer. It might just be circumstance, but right now it does look as though Porsche are sitting very pretty indeed, except they're second, third and fourth. They're not first. And let's see what Nicky Katzberg can do. But just to reiterate, Nicky's sharing with David Pittard and Earl Bamber, and sort of almost ironically, Earl Bamber is the least experienced of that trio of drivers. They had his wins. I'm talking about the Nürburgring, and it is a very, very special place to go racing, and it requires endless numbers of laps to really get the drivers to the very top of their craft here. It's such a technical circuit. It's also not just technical for the drivers, but for the engineers, trying to get a car set up to have the best sort of working average, Snowy, around a lap as long as this. 25 kilometres of twists and turns, rises and falls. It's a really tricky place to get the car exactly as you want it.
And it's such an accurate phrase there to the perfect average lap, put it all together. It's all about consistency, getting it all together. We've said, forget the actual number, but approximately 170 corners. The reason we say that is put it in perspective to an ordinary race circuit of 8 to 10, maybe 12 corners. And that's called a tricky one. Yeah, nearly 200, well over 150, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot of corners. It's a lot of gradient changes down through the forest. Lovely bit of footage now on the 227 Toyota Supra from Teichmann Racing, sitting behind what looks like the Dura Aston to me. That'll be number 69.
Is that not a GT4 Aston in front?
It should be a GT4 Aston, I'd have thought, in front of it.
It does look as though it is one, and that would have started in the group, whereas the Dur one started at the tail of the leading group. GT4, or as we call it, SP10 here, if there is an Aston Martin in that. That's Pro Sport Racing. Guido Dumouriez, the lead driver in that, along with Hugo Sass. And that is car number 78. And just to let you know who actually is starting number 78, I'll scroll a fair way down my screen. And it's one of the drivers, isn't it? It's Yevgen Sokolovsky. So they'll probably run all four of the drivers in their lineup, but Yevgen is the driver kicking off in that. And he is down in, let's just find the position on the screen, 33rd position. And Griezmann running in a totally different class of car, the GT4 category Toyota Supra. But down the Dottinger-Höhe they go. And I say down, they've been over the crest, they're going down into the dip, and Nicky Katzberg was, the last timing interval was 2 seconds clear now it's 1.9. But no one close enough to use any slipstream from him. And Matt Campbell, still in second place. He's got the Manthey Porsche of Kevin Estre getting closer and closer, trying to catch his slipstream. He's about 2 car lengths, 3, 4 car lengths down, and then come the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches. So second, third, fourth, and fifth for the Porsches. The best of the rest is Frank Stippler, the inimitable Frank Stippler in his Audi. He's about a second behind the Porsches, then falling backwards all the time. Kelvin van der Linde is dropping down the order. Adam Christodoulou, who started in 5th position, I think is going to come through in 8th. Has he got ahead? No, he's still tucked in right behind Kelvin van der Linde, but 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, down to about 16th, nose to tail as they cross the finish line to complete the first lap of this race. 4 hours, of course, in all. And the margin between Nicky Katzberg in the lead and Matt Campbell in second place, between the Ferrari and the Porsche, between Fricadelli and Lion Speed, 1.8 seconds.
Unbelievable on the first lap, though. That's quite a good time there from Nick Katzberg, of an 8:27.222 on that first lap. There's some great battle going on between the 2 Falcon cars there, of Tim Heimer and Nico Menzel in 44 and 33. 33, of course, being the pole-sitting car, dropped down the order there, just got mugged at that first corner. But Nico Menzel sitting all over the back of Tim Heinemann, and Tim Heinemann using all the curbs to stay ahead of his teammate there. And the 2, it's that golden rule. One thing you absolutely cannot do in a race is take your teammate out.
You can, but you shouldn't. Right.
Well, it's not a career move, put it that way.
No, it's a move, but not quite the right one. Now, before the start of the race, the fact that the real topic that was exciting you, Snowy, was when would the BMW start coming forward? None of them, they started 12th, 14th and 15th. We've got number 102 in the hands of Jens Klinman into the top 10, up to 9th place. He's made the steps forward. And number 72, look out for this one in particular, Conor de Filippi. That's the BMW junior team this weekend, up into 11th. And the third of those M4 GT3s, Kuba Gimasiak, the reigning Nürburgring Langstrecken Series champion, hasn't got in the top 10 either. He's down in 14th. So they've all gained a little bit, but they have got into the top 10. So, and it's very, very close. As I said, in that battle from the Lamborghini Huracan in 7th with Kelvin van der Linde, it's literally nose to tail for the next 10 positions or so. Up front, what I am sensing, a bit of an improved performance from Matt Campbell. Looks like the gap from him to the leader is coming down. Oh, and in fact, confirmation. It's all now down to 1.94 seconds. So we're talking thousandths of a second being gained, but he is starting to pull away a little bit of the third place 911, which is Kevin Estra. He's in third. He's got Tim Heinemann on his tail, and the second of the Forker Motorsport Porsches right in behind. That's Nico Menzel. Keep it clean, keep it tidy, use the curves just a little bit, not too much. They can really, really bite around the Nordschleife. It doesn't matter what class of car you're driving, but if you clout the steep ones, it's going to put you out of kilter, knock the fillings out of your teeth, and possibly knock the stuffing out of your race. Nicky Katzberg, it's now 1.7. I was quite right. Matt Campbell is just starting to gain a little increment here or there. It could just be the first part of the lap is more suitable to the Porsche than the Ferrari, but I'm super impressed with the progress that the Fricadelli Racing team have made with this new Ferrari. It's not just like continuing with a 488 GT3. They've grabbed the 296 with both hands and they're making it work very, very well indeed.
I'm just watching at the same time as you're talking about that, Bruce. There's some great onboard footage there for us from the Hyundai of Mark Basseng at 8:30 in 60th and penultimate position there, battling with the four cars in front, all line of sight. You'd have thought it was for the race lead, and that's why I looked at the position, and it's literally for virtually one from last place. Doesn't matter where you are on the field, you're having their own race and having a fantastic ding-dong through there, and you've got everything from what have we got there? The Hyundai, the M4 GT4, Subaru, and the Toyota GT4, all battling it out. 4 different makes, all for literally the last few places on the grid at the moment.
Great stuff, and that's what it's all about. It's also working out when you're less experienced here where you can possibly make an overtaking manoeuvre, particularly if you're trying to challenge a car that is an identical format to your own, like let's say one Porsche 718 Cayman trying to overtake another. Same performance, same points on the track. How late dare you brake? I suggest you don't brake you brake very heavily until you get to the third hour of this race. Third of 4.
Just to comment on that Toyota, Subaru, BMW and Hyundai that cross the line together, they've done a 12, 32, 33, 33 and a 34. That's how close those 4 are together.
Okay, one other little factor I think we should look at today is the brand new GT2 AMG Mercedes. Yesterday it was all about Michael Grenier in particular in the Schnitzerland version, number 222. Frank Bird, who only got his ring permit on Wednesday, very short of track time. He's making a much, much better fist of it. Had a little moment, I think it was Klostertal, wasn't it, yesterday? Yeah. But today, he is 1.1 seconds down from Grenier, and Grenier is a driver who Mercedes got onto their works books this year. This is one of the programs he was involved with, and is going to be involved with, is the development of the GT2 Mercedes. But young Frank Bird is putting on a fantastic performance. Through Hats and back they go. 1 point, just a whisker over a second behind. So he's hanging on, he's looking, he's learning. Good run from young Frank.
Yeah, they're running in 21st and 22nd place, and their times, you say 11:55 and 11:56. So less than, I think it's 8/10 between them. So great job from Frank Bird. Experience over not experience, and it sounds ridiculous, but you've just got your ring permit. Yes, that gives you an advantage, but there's nothing like seat time there. But what he'll be doing, Frank Bird, if he's got any sense, and I'm sure he's got a lot of it, is he'll sit in behind there, Mercedes Works driver, watch, listen and learn. Sit there, see how it's done, pick up stuff all the time. You can never ever stop learning in racing, but if anywhere this applies, it's here at the Nürburgring. Sit behind somebody that's got the skill set, got the experience. Learn. You don't need to go past them at this stage of the race. Do a good solid stint. You're going to get a lot more out of that, a lot more value from your team for doing that.
No, exactly so. And as he hangs on very nicely indeed. What's happening at the front of the pack, at the sharp end of the field? It's under a second now. And in fact, we've suddenly got a problem. Where is the Ferrari? It's just fallen off my timing screen. Just got to double check. Yes, up into the lead of the race. is Matt Campbell. Scroll down screen. What has happened to the Ferraris? We were looking at some of the back markers in the field and going through the junior classes. It's now race led by Matt Campbell, 0.879 of a second. Is that a transponder problem?
I think it's an anomaly on the time, because on the GPS it's still there and significantly ahead of 24.
Okay. That would tally again. So we'll wait for that. It's something just to keep the teams and the commentators on their toes. But the order behind, in theory, is 24, 44, 33. In other words, Matt Campbell in the Lion Speed by car collection, Porsche. Then the two Falcon Motorsport cars, 44, Tim Heinemann, Nico Menzel in third. Nico, of course, did such a stunning job in the top qualifying shootout. Fifth place is, well, the next in line behind them is Frank Stippler, doing his normal excellent job as he tries to keep up with those ahead. And in fact, I think what we're starting to see, the 911 Porsche has also gone missing from that grouping, but he's clear to be seen. Down the Dottinger-Herber, along the Dottinger-Herber, it is the Ferrari leading the way. We'll wait for our screens to catch up all over again. That's what you get when the cameras are looking elsewhere. You suddenly get that seed of doubt if the timing screen has a glitch. Matt Campbell in second place, and then trying to make a move up and making it work using the slipstream beautifully goes Tim Heinemann. Or is it Nico Menzel? Just waiting to see, because now we've got the Grello man-type Porsche sandwiched by the Falcon Motorsports cars. And it's 33 that's gone through. It's the driver who started on pole position, Nico Menzel. And then tucked in behind on the tail is Frank Stippler in sixth place overall. The timing screens have reverted to the correct form, and completing the second lap of the race. Race lead, Nicky Katzberg. Margin of advantage, I was going to say about 2 seconds. It's precisely 2 seconds, down to the thousandths, over Matt Campbell. Heinemann in third place. Fourth place, Kevin Estra. Fifth placed, Nico Menzel. Then Frank Stippler, who I think has just set the fastest.
He has 8:15 dead. Yeah. In fifth place. Sixth place, my apologies, car number 5. Sixth place, great run there from Frank Stippler. And it's... just trying to see where he's actually done that time, where he's gained the most. It's the latter part of the circuit, yes, sector 6 onwards is where he's gained that time. I'm just going to have a very quick look at my sector splits. So sector 6 is really from its Bergwerk onwards, so Kastelchen, Klosterdal onwards, that very fast run up through Klosterdal to the Caracciola Carousel, and that's where Frank Stippler's gained the time. And I say gained the time there, that is one of the most stupendously fast flowing parts of the circuit. And normally you think about getting time in lots of technical areas, slower bits, but on one of the faster bits, that's quite impressive to be pulling chunks back like that. So Frank Stippler doing what Frank Stippler does.
That'll have the other teams thinking about life and factors they have to consider between now and the 24 hours.
He's at it again. Yes.
So really tidy start, quite a lot of place changing, and it actually seems sometimes you get place changing because you have to move a little bit wide when someone comes up the inside, then you gain it back, but it can take quite a few laps, and really the place to do your overtaking is running along the Dottinger, using the slipstream. Out on the back of the circuit, you've got to take many risks and really hope the driver you're trying to pass is a little bit compliant as well. What I can tell you at the moment is that Nicky Katzberg is looking very comfortable. 2 seconds flat is his margin on the start-finish line over Matt Campbell, waiting for the next timing sector to be completed. I sense he's actually pulling away through the first part of the lap all over again.
It's certainly looking that way at the moment, isn't it?
Now, one of the things that the Nürburgring, in all its manifest forms, or the series that raced here, do is they quite like experimental machinery. And your Griesemann was just explaining about what the number 227 entry is doing, and that is the Teichmann Racing GT4 class, GT Supra. They're using an e-fuel in that. That's why they're not in the regular GT4 class, which is SP10 here. They're in AT, alternative technology. Jörg is sharing with Bjorn Griesemann, so 2 Griesemanns in the car, Felix von der Laden and Michael Teichmann, and that's e-fuel. There's always something new, something different, and I really am a fan of experimental things. We're going to need many of these projects to work I would suggest in the future, when I think it might be harder to be using regular gasoline in these cars. And at the moment, I think this is the area of automotive technology that's having the greatest advances. And I think full marks, all power to their elbow, as we say.
100%. And I think synthetic fuels is the way forward, and hydrogen rather than electric. I think we're going to see that happen. We've already seen the European legislation change very slightly, moving the use of internal combustion engine, or stopping them moving that 5 years further down the line. And I think that's because everything is developing so quickly. And I think electrics, it's been what it has. I'm not going to comment much more about that, but I think synthetic fuels, that's really going to be a way to go. So we can still use these engines, but not fossil fuel. That's what we need to avoid. And that car 227, the Typeman Racing Super GT, not only doing that, but it's also got one of our cameras on it today as well.
Long may it rain. And lovely comment.
Well, hopefully not.
Yes, indeed, from George Griezmann, though. Many spectators like a good sound from the exhaust, but we know we need to do something. The automotive industry knows it needs to do something, but again, the direction of travel isn't clear, but we need these experimental cars, and we need them out in racing to prove that we can still go racing when perhaps things will be a little harder.
Well, racing's always been the proving ground, hasn't it? You go back to the very, very beginnings, literally. I've mentioned it before. You know, the Brooklyn circuit back in the UK, you know, opened in 1907, not as a competition, not as racing, but as a proving ground for the industry, along with aviation there as well. But that's exactly what it was. It was to develop things, research, experiment, and this is, I would say, it's almost like a modern day Brooklands, Nürburgring. Manufacturing, there's a reason we've got that techno park opposite, and manufacturers have their bases there, Aston Martin, etc. The BMW Junior team is based just down the road. Literally, that's where they live. It's the ultimate testing ground, and it has to be. And it has to be progression. It has to go forward. We have to evolve. We can't just stay where we are using fossil fuels all the time. I love the sounds, but we've got to move forward.
Now, thank you very much to Lucas Gajewski down in the pits. I mentioned it's a GT4 spec. That's SP10, but actually they're running the SP8T specification. So these little minutiae, different classes, but again, that enables cars to go out and do their racing and take on rivals that are trying to do roughly the same thing. Everyone's trying to do exactly the same thing as Nicky Katzberg, but that 2-second advantage still seems true as they go halfway around lap number 3. Who is making gains? Haven't been too many overtaking manoeuvres, but then of course we get the timing of the pit stops. Who's carrying another lap's worth of fuel, or are they all going to stop at the top of the hour? These are the cars in the top class. Wait and find out. Did we mention we started yesterday with 60 cars, ended with 61, I think we did. Today we started with 61 cars, and if by magic another one has been added. Car number 300 has pushed that up to 62 when I go to the bottom of my timing screens.
That's a Team Mattol, isn't it? Porsche Cayman
in a VT3 class,
yeah.
So production-based cars. So you have Caymans running in various classes. But again, we look through the history of these races, the history of the Nürburgring 24 hours. You have many, many subclasses, and over the years, the GT4 category, which we run largely as SP10 here on the Nordschleife, that is growing and growing. Less powerful, and what many people think rather harder to wring the neck of than a GT3 specification car, and certainly a lot of manufacturers coming to play in GT4 all around the world. And the Toyota Supra is one that's really very, very popular in that level of racing. And 227 is out there leading the alternative fuels class. Of course, we just heard from Georg Griezmann and 227 white Supra GT4 with sort of emerald green, no, lime green flashes under the nose and up over the roof. Good looking car. I've always thought since this Supra came in, it looks very, very light on its toes. And that's increasingly popular. KCMG, long-term supporters of all things at the Nürburgring, the team from Hong Kong. They are leading the SP10 class for GT4 cars. They're quite a few positions ahead of the alternative fuel version. And Edoardo Liberati, Italian racer, is in 26th position overall, leading his class. Between him and the top class cars, we've got 3 Cup 2 Porsches. That's the Porsche Cup class, the 911 Cup class, and it's Huber Motorsport leading that, car number 125 in 23rd position overall. The 2 SPX Mercedes GT2s are the buffer between them and the SP9 class in 21st and 22nd. Michael Grenier just 2.4 seconds. He's gradually pulled clear of Frank Bird, but a good grouping.
Now, Bruce, we've got our first yellow flag, which is actually a code 120 at the moment at Brunchen, and I hate to say, but it's for the 101 Valkenhorst BMW Jakub Kamaziak is parked at the side of the track there at the moment. In fact, ironically, with its sitter car going right past it as we speak. So that's my predictions of BMWs coming up through the order. It's not going to be Kamaziak, is it, today?
And he's the driver who didn't put a wheel wrong in 2022 to win the NLS title. And week in, week out, he was not only taking top positions, but wins. We just had to change a position down. Frank Stippler's decided he doesn't want to stay behind Kevin Estre. They've got the number 33 Tim Heinemann-driven Porsche behind them, so suddenly we're having a lot of sorting out. The Ferrari is still leading. Nicky Katzberg, 1.7 seconds clear of Matt Campbell. In third place is another Porsche. That's 44 Heinemann, sorry, 33 Menzel is the one that's gone backwards. So let me just unscramble those words. It's Katzberg from Campbell, Heinemann from Estre. Estre has now been passed by Frank Stippler and is being lined up by Nico Menzel. So for Estre across the line in fourth place after the end of 3 racing laps, he's down to 5th, and Nico Menzel's looking if he's got the key to unlock this particular predicament. But Estre went so well from 8th up to 3rd, but now he's going back down the order. Best of the Mercedes is still down in 8th place. Adam Christodoulou doesn't have the answers to Kelvin van der Linde's pace in the AB Sportsline Lamborghini. That's 7th. Christodoulou's 8th. Marcel Marschwitz in the Schnitzelarm number 11 Mercedes is 9th. And Jens Klingmann down 1 position now for Walkenhorst Motorsport. But that's not as much of a problem as it was for his teammate, Kuba Gamaziak, who went for a spin. And just refresh my memory, that was where? Was that Flansker?
Brunchen.
Brunchen, okay, didn't get as far as Flansker on the 3rd racing lap.
I'm just trying to find out what's actually happened to that. Lukas Gajewski, as ever, on the pits there, being helpful for us. We're just not sure whether that car's stationary or... Sorry, why it's stationary. It's an accident or whether it's just... I've got a gut feeling it's just stopped. And
not
that's
the only one, because not that I have a gut feeling about that, but Axel Jeffries doesn't appear to have made it round, and getting signal that 7, that's Jeffries in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, and 522 appear to be stationary at Schwalbenschwanz, and 522 right
correct
towards the exit.
Yeah, our first code 60 fully now, or second code 60 already. So I did have a feeling going on, didn't I, that not tempting fate, far from it, that we had 2 hours clear of it yesterday, which is unheard of here around the Nordschleife. I just thought today might not be the same, and it's just a law of averages more than anything else, not wishing to happen. But Axel Jeffries certainly stationary in the Lamborghini. We've got the intervention vehicle coming to that, and just ahead of it is, as you say, 522, which
in the Sorg Rennsport BMW 330i. And I have a feeling that was the car that started. No, was it that or the Team Mattol Racing Cayman that made it 62 cars? Either way, no problems at all at the front of the field for Nicky Katzberg, but...
no, it was car number 300 was the last. Team Mattol was the 300. Lieber Hahn driving that.
Oh, right.
The Cayman.
Yeah. It's moved up a position or 2 as the others have had their problems. But yes, you're quite right. That went through.
Well, that's because Lindbaum has now stopped, as you say, in the 522. So he's now 2 laps down already in the 330i. Team Sorg Rennsport BMW.
So, code 60, we sensed one was coming, and Peter Nostradamus Snowden was correct. We have one right now.
Can we just get that written into a contract, please? Yes, sorry. Oh, I don't know. He's going to edit that bit out for us. Peter Snowden was correct.
You heard it here first.
Exactly. Breaking news.
So, of course, code 60 enables the marshals to get out there and clears cars from unfortunate circumstances and remove them to track. And Stefan Beloff curve, that's an upgrade. That's Marshals Post 177. If you just come across racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you think, no, you mean Marshal Post 17. That might be on a normal circuit. This is not a normal circuit. This is a Nürburgring Nordschleife, around 170 corners. And I think the final sequence of corners are Marshals Post 201 and 202. There's an indication of how many you have around the course of this lap. And you think how many marshals are required to marshal a circuit of 25 kilometers? It's a huge, huge number.
Right, it appears that 101 Kuba Gamaziak in the Valkenhorst BMW has indeed had an accident as the cause of that car being stopped at the side of the track at Brunchen. We just get the GPS saying we've not got any onboard footage there. We just get the ticker and the GPS. We can just see that it's stationary, but it does appear it has been the result of an accident. So we've yet to see what that is, and as soon as we know, we'll update you. But great shame, out at Marshall Post, 164, as we said, all the way around there. It beggars belief, doesn't it? So that's to the track now. We have a code 121st before a 60. Obviously, speed down gradually, and there it is at the side of the track, and it's and that's the Lamborghini. That's actual Jeffries. That's had an accident as well. Oh, the rolling wheels back from a lot further back. So now it looks like there's damage further on the right side. That's the is that the 552 car we said?
522.
Yeah. So I've got a horrible feeling there that the 522 and actual Jeffries 7 Lamborghini have had a little bit of a coming together, and both trying to claim the same bit of track at the same time. Ring permit or not, no matter how much you do it, it's going to happen on this circuit. There's such a closing speed. Sometimes you're just not going to get it right every single time. But a great shame there for Axel Jeffries, Conrad Lamborghini. That's certainly out as a result of an accident, but we believe that 101 Gamaziak is also as a result of an accident. What a great shame. Two of our front-running cars there out within the first half hour.
And what's extraordinary about that, of course, when it comes to overtaking in the top class cars, they've got to seize their moment, particularly when you've got one or two rivals tucked under the rear wing. And it can be very, very narrow around the Nordschleife. And I mean, last year, Kuba Gamaziak literally didn't put a wheel on, came through to win the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series title. But today, there I am banging on about the experience is everything here, but you also have to sort of slightly ride the fortune that's put in front of you. Because a faster car and a slower car don't necessarily have the same ingredients here in terms of where they need to be on the circuit. So push has come to shove, or shove has come to push. We won't apportion any blame. Haven't seen the incident. And of course, just to point out, we have many cameras around the circuit, but not every corner is covered, and they don't just have a habit of having their moments where we can see them. Nicky Katzberg, though, 3 racing laps on the board, leading by 1.734 seconds from Matt Campbell in the Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche. So it's Ferrari from Porsche, from Porsche, from Porsche, because Tim Heinemann is third for Falken Motorsports, Kevin Estra fourth. He's got back ahead of Frank Stippler's Audi to make 3 Porsches in the top 4 runners.
So first of our penalties coming in, and that's for 816 entry, which is obviously right down the order for me. 816 is Shearer Automobile Cupra from a TCR class, and that's for, would you believe, start procedure breach.
Well, if you remember yesterday, they didn't get to take the start.
Exactly.
Was it that one or the Smurlis Racing? No, it was 718.
It's 718, yeah.
Smurlis car that didn't start, so I'll just rewind that comment. But a little board's being pushed out on the pit wall. In fact, from pit presenter Patrick Simon, he was having a go, just pushing out the illuminated sign that said 816. Come and visit the pits.
I think it's good to be versatile.
Oh, he's nothing if not versatile, Patrick Simon. Racer turned excellent character up and down the pit lane. So still cars needing to be cleared up. And for Conrad Motorsport, they've had so much form, but so much misfortune in recent years. That Lamborghini is parked on driver's left, and about 200 metres further up the track is the 522 white BMW 330i, just parked on the very, very narrow grass strip next to the barriers on the opposite side of the track. So perhaps with the laws of physics being what they were, they clashed. We certainly saw a wheel being pushed back towards the Lamborghini, having coming off with the impact either with the BMW, but one would suggest with the barriers on the left of the circuit.
Yeah, you mentioned the 522 BMW just being parked sort of nonchalantly on the side of the track there, but it doesn't look, we've just seen some onboard going past that, it doesn't look to be terribly damaged, but there's an awful lot of debris, soil, and been onto. I think it's hit the barrier once and then ricocheted down and then come to a halt, and it's possibly the side that's against the barrier we can't see is too particularly damaged, but there's certainly a lot of evidence of detritus on the track there. Ahead of the Lamborghini.
And that is the voice of experience. Races at Nürburgring, you get sight of a car that's gone off and you think, actually, it doesn't look too bad. And then they pick it up and turn it around to put it, or however they put it on a flatbed truck, and suddenly, oh my word, far, far more damage than we estimated. Right, racing is rejoined, and suddenly it's not Matt Campbell in second place, it's not Matt Campbell in third place, because he just got monstered down the Dottinger Höhe, first of all by Tim Heinemann to put Falken Motorsport Porsche to the lead of the Porsche group in second overall, but also, who else grabbed the moment? Frank Stippler. So Stippler is going to cross the line in third place, and suddenly Matt Campbell, who was sitting pretty 2 seconds down or less on the race leader has fallen 2 positions, and just, if that's not bad enough, he's now got Kevin Estre all over his tail, and his only hope at the moment is the fact that Nico Menzel is equally all over Estre's tail. So the people who gained, Tim Heinemann up to second, and Frank Stippler, the best of the Audi drivers, up to 3rd overall. So Matt Campbell's got to do it all over again. Then there's a gap back behind Nico Menzel, who's 3.3 seconds down on the race leader. He's got almost that margin back to the 7th place car, which is the Lamborghini of Kelvin van der Linde. Adam Christodoulou is stuck on the tail of the Lamborghini in 8th in his Get Speed Mercedes. Then Marcel Marchewitz, the Schnitzelar Mercedes, is 9th. And then there's a gap of 6 seconds back to Martin Tomczyk, 2nd of the Audis from Team Scherer PHX. That's the combination of Team Scherer and the Phoenix team that's had so much success around the Nordschleife for decades. They complete the top 10, but he's got to find a little bit of pace, and he's being troubled by the best of the BMWs. It went up several places at the start. It's now going back a little bit. That's Jens Klingmann. He's 10th. He's a whisker behind Tomczyk. Audi against BMW, but the BMW magic yet to really unfurl in this, the 4-hour race, the Sunday race in this, the qualifying weekend for the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Very quick update on this 522 BMW and number 7 Lamborghini scenario. Most important thing to say is that both drivers are absolutely okay, but it does appear that our driver in the well, the two have definitely connected. Quite who's turned in or who's collected who, I'm not really sure at the moment, but the two have, as we suspected, just from the time marks and debris and stuff on the track, it was pretty clear. But the two have definitely tried to share the same piece of tarmac at the same time, which invariably has the same result.
Yes, immutable. So, as the other classes continue on their way, all the drivers now conversant and being kept up to date by their crews where the yellow flags are, where the slow zones, the code 60s. But like many a time, it's a real case of just seeing how quickly the rescue crews can get cars away from the edge of the circuit. They know full well where the gaps are in the Armco, where they can get the cars safely away from the track, and only then, provided also the barriers are still in tip-top conditions or acceptable conditions, can the racing resume at full speed past that point on the circuit. But all these things, and it's not just hard enough for the drivers to learn the many corners around the circuit, but also if you've got a car, Peter, that has a problem and is slowing around the Nordschleife, it's quite good to know where the gaps in the barriers are. If you can drive it towards them to park it, that is a real helping hand. And again, you will have learnt that from racing around here, but breaking down in the middle of the night in the 24 hours, it's a little harder sometimes to place the cars and where to get them away from the side of the circuit.
Yeah, and it's probably one of the most difficult circuits to do that on because of the very nature of it. It's so narrow. You don't want big gaps in the barriers. Getting drivers, provided they're able-bodied, out of the car, which they usually are. Cars, the technology is so safe these days, they can usually hop over, and we see it many a time of what would be, on the road would be a monumental accident. And they just think, oh, okay, we're out of the race, and skip over the barrier, take the lid off, and they get that walk of shame and that phone call back to the pits. And most lay people are looking at that car thinking, you had a 100-mile-an-hour crash. You say that to somebody in normal circumstances, you're like, are you okay?
Yes.
We just go, oh, they're out of the race. Never mind getting the car behind the barriers.
Right, there has been other trouble, even while you were speaking there. New code 60, the entry to Schwalbenschwanz. So that is the Swallow's Tail right towards not the end, but it's towards the end of the lap. It's just before you get to Galgenkopf, then turns you onto the long run back. But what's happened in the last few moments, as the front runners are catching the tail of the field, we've suddenly had sharp intake of breath, 2 SP9 cars with an overtaking manoeuvre happening between them, going either side of a production class car, and we had Kelvin van der Linde, all 4 wheels of his Lamborghini, on the dirt on the outside of the circuit as he went one way behind a production class BMW, and he's picked off Nico Menzel the other side, and it's all been captured brilliantly and inadvertently in many ways by Adam Christodoulou, who was tucked in behind. 6th, 7th and 8th have been jumbled, and the move was made there in true attacking style by Kelvin van der Linde, but he must have been thinking, well, I went for a gap, not sure I want to be here, and moments later they come across a safety car going around the circuit, a flatbed truck and a course vehicle going towards a moment, an incident to clear a car from the side of the track. So the drivers always have to be conversant of that, but the replay is phenomenal, and it was a case of the BMW just having nowhere else to go, he tries to pull out of the way of Nico Menzel's Porsche, then pulls straight across the nose of the Lamborghini that has to take to the dirt. And at the next corner, I think, where are we? Adenauer Bridge. Down the inside went Kelvin van der Linde. Great move, but he had no choice. He was committed at that point.
No, and to be fair, the BMW that was, I think, looked like a 330, was trying to keep out of the way of the Falcon car, but wasn't expecting a black stealth Lamborghini on the left-hand side. Kelvin van der Linde, you say, nowhere else to go but down the grass. He'd got his eyes focused on Kevin Escher in front, pass on the grass, therefore he did exactly the same. But out of all that, whilst that was happening, you've got the BMW keeping out of the way, the Porsche taking his line, the Lamborghini on the grass. Who takes advantage of the opportunity? Adam Christodoulou. There's a gap there, I'll have that, straight through past two of them and two places for free. It's free places, and that's what professional drivers do.
And you can sit in that pack for lap after lap, waiting just for a little chink in the armour, and it suddenly came, and then you have to be in a position to not go, oh, that was a gap I could have gone through. Right, down in how many positions down? We find the leading car in Cup 2. It's 21st position overall. Obviously, it's moving up the order as we have a few clashes with number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini falling out of the race from that top class, and it's honours to 125, which we've got 2 cars from K Kramer Racing. They're 2nd and 3rd in Cup 2, but 125 for Huber Motorsport. It's Tom Kiefer leading the way. What's his margin? Have a little look. He's got 22nd margin, so he's really built that car looking great, and it's looking even better because there's proper sunshine bouncing off the nose of that car. Brilliant livery. Pale, if you look from the front, pale blue all the way up on the left-hand side of the car. White, broad white stripe over the nose, and red on the right-hand side as you look from the front. So it was looking as though it was regular race order up and down the last couple of laps. But the gap between first and second is now between Nicky Katzberg and Tim Heinemann, and Tim is closing in 1.4 seconds down. He was 1.7 at the start of the lap, and certainly he made the most of that passing manoeuvre to get past Matt Campbell. So did Frank Stippler. That's why we've got Porsche, Audi, Porsche sounding quite good in this, aren't they? But it's Ferrari's race at the moment. Nicky Katzberg, 1.4 seconds. He's looking very, very good in the front. And don't forget, this is a car that was brand new to racing this year, the 296 GT3. It looks good in the pits. It looks good on the starting grid. It looks even better on the track.
Well, talking of being in the pits, we're just getting a little bit of footage here of something I've just got to describe for you. Of Patrick Simon in the pits, holding his phone, and he's at one of the Japanese teams where all the names, the drivers' helmets are all written in Japanese. Obviously, the notice board is all in Japanese. And he holds his phone open, the camera's zooming in. He's obviously got an app on his phone where he holds it and films it, and it translates it into German for him.
Google Translate or other programs. It's the Subaru WRX crew. We heard from Tim Schrick driving last night. His name was quite easy because it said Tim on his little label on the shelf. But the Subaru being shared with 2 Japanese drivers. It's Hideki Yamauchi and Takuto Iguchi. Japanese have always had a real fascination with the Nürburgring 24H, and it's great to have them here in something different. That Subaru WRX running in the SP4T class, with more cars in that class at the 24 hours itself. And let's just have a little check where their car is placed. Number 114, we've got 62 runners in the race. They're down in 27th position, leading their class, and it's Iguchi at the wheel at the moment. But those translation programs are really, really entertaining. The little asides, going down a back street in a town somewhere near Suzuka, and I was going along with a group of colleagues, and I said, we were trying to decide which restaurant to go to, and I jokingly said, well, that one looks a little more like a place that doesn't provide food. And someone said, no, it's a restaurant. Put the Google Translate up, and the first word that came up on the translation was horny. I said, should we move on to the next one? Oh, you've got to laugh with travel, haven't you?
Your radar was as accurate as ever, Bruce.
I just stumbled on it. Now, the field is really, really jumbled up at this point. Several laps in, we've got 5, we're on the 6th racing lap. We've got time aplenty remaining in this race, 3 hours and 15 minutes. The first, the pit callers, is the 27 Lamborghini. This is the one that Kelvin van der Linde put on the grass. It's going to be a driver change. but was there any damage as he was bouncing up and down on the curbing?
No, it never touched anything. It's going to be a change of tyres with that as well, I'm sure, given those tyres. But we've mentioned this before, haven't we, Bruce, about those that do a short stop now, a short early stint, get it in there 5 laps in, can pay dividends later because of the way this works of the aggregator and how long your pit stop is later in the race. And does that apply in this race or not? I don't think it does, because it's a qualifying race, not an NLS round.
Exactly, but what we do have, it's not the only car in the pits. The Schnitzelarm number 11 Mercedes, Marcel Marschowitz has brought that in, and Jens Klingmann has brought what was the leading BMW, the best of the BMW pack, which was in 11th last time around. He's brought that in for a pit stop as well. So the 3 pit stoppers in the SP9 class, the lead class, the big class here. We were going to have 30 starters, had slightly fewer than that. In fact, in the end, we had 20 starters from the SP9 class. We've got a spinner and contact. Unfortunately, we've got one car sideways at the track, a BMW bright green, running in what had been 47th position over the start-finish line, which is, well, okay, I can tell you the one that spun. It's car number 527. It's a Hyundai i30N, and that from Teichmann Racing. That was one of the old, no, sorry, 527, not 227, can't read. Hyundai driving experience. We've got a multinational driver lineup in that. I'm just going to have a little check who was at the wheel. It was Michael Bohrer, so a German driver, sharing with 2 other Germans, Markus Wilhardt and Gerrit Holzhaus, and Taylor Hagler from San Antonio, Texas. So maybe those other 3 will not get a race unless that car can be recovered. Doesn't necessarily have any damage, but it's stationary at the end of some very long skid marks.
Yeah, I was thinking that it's been turned around, hasn't it, in one way or the other?
On the approach to turn 1, breaking over turn 1. Kelvin van der Linde being interviewed. It's good to hear what he's about to say, because he got on the grass in that Lamborghini.
So it's the other car is the 244 Schnitzelarm BMW. That's got severe front left damage now. Should be able to potentially limp its way round.
Yeah, that is a case of if you can get back to the pits, it's one thing, but you won't be getting back into the race, and that was Michael Sander at the wheel of that. Yeah,
M240i, but I'm not sure it can get round, because that front left wheel isn't just, I think he's going to pull it onto the side of the track there. It's smoking heavily, even at a very, very slow speed. It was trying to pick up a bit of speed again, but the wheel it's completely 90 degrees. It's been torn off its housing structure, whatever there, so it must have been quite a clout with that Hyundai.
I just wonder, I don't know if it's a replay, but starting position as he snakes down the grass, it was actually further down the hill. I think it was on the approach to towards the Dunlop.
Yeah.
Just waiting to see. So, well, the yellow flag is at turn 1, so maybe I was right to start with. There's a yellow flag out at Kesselchen, the second Kesselchen turn, halfway round the circuit. We'll try and find out what has happened in that instance. So all super quiet in this race, and then suddenly got a little bit busy.
It's on the 244 Schnitzelarm BMW. It's looking like it's a complete, almost hub failure. Now there's contact with there's damage on the front right door of the Hyundai. I'm saying front right because it is a 4-door car. It's what we call the front right, driver side in the UK, passenger side in Germany. There's some bumper damage. They're trying to get an intervention vehicle and a tow rope to get that car out of the way. But it looks like the two have connected, and it's turned the Hyundai around a long set of skid marks. That's going to be a high-speed connection, but I think it's just broken the hub or something on the BMW. Ironically, the BMW, if he hadn't got it on the grass, he might have continued to proceed. I think it's because it's just different terrain. It's just dug in, and it just can't. That wheel's off. The car's on the ground. It's just dug in.
What we have, Peter, at the start, at the front of the race, is a margin that's come down to very little indeed. It was 1.4 seconds between the chasing Tim Heinemann, the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and the Fricadelli Ferrari that's leading the race from Nicky Kasper. But Frank Stippler just doesn't fancy that. He's just suddenly moved past as the Porsche is attacking the Ferrari. Frank Stippler, who knows this circuit just so well, up the inside. You know, no need to, no sort of reckoning he'd be there, but out of the mirrors while Heinemann was attached to the Ferrari, he came, and the Audi now up into second place overall. Frank Stippler worth the admission prize on his own.
What did I say earlier about Frank Stippler, that when he put in that super quick sector, it was on the super fast part of the circuit, Kesselchen up to the carousel, and he's just done it again. We're sitting there watching that in-car footage, and all of a sudden, out of your left, appears, hello, you've left a gap, so I'm going to use it. Thank you very much.
What we have with Frank, though, we saw him somehow get up into 4th place, then the Porsches that were cooking got back again. He just takes every opportunity as it comes. But we've just heard from Kelvin van der Linde, and he said he had the other side of that equation. He goes, on the Nordschleife, you have to take decisions. I have the feeling all of my decisions were wrong. I really had to push. So, again, we saw the decision that was wrong, which was to go to the left-hand side of that white BMW production class car, got it on the grass. Now the car is in the hands of Ferdinand Stuck. Maybe the fight back will start here, but they've made their pit stop, one of 3 SP9 cars to do that time around. And just to clarify, in fact, yes, that clash must have been into turn 1. So we saw the yellow flags were there. The Hyundai is parked at the side of the circuit just after the cut-throughs. They've gone through the cut-through at turn 2, and he's in the gravel trap. Tried to pull off to the side of the circuit after the contact, and unfortunately needs to be pulled out of the gravel.
So a less than, what, 1.5 seconds between our front 2. Still surprising me to say that we've got a Ferrari at the front. It's just so good to see, so different. 296 GT3 with Frickadelli Racing. Nicky Katzberg at the wheel of that. 5 laps completed.
Now, just to point out that what was a yellow flag area, waved yellows, is now a slow zone. It's been upgraded to that on the exit of turn 1. Suddenly the next cars that were going past the Hyundai and then on down the slope to where that Schnitzelarm BMW had pulled off and then slid across the grass with its front wheels down, or certainly off, and everyone had to slow right down. So those cars are going to have to be rescued. In the pits at the moment, we've got car number 300, so we've got not all the top class cars, that's up on the jacks. It's a Team Mathol Racing VT3, so a production class Porsche Cayman. It looks racy with its race livery, but clearly in a lower spec and regular wheels on that. Certainly no centre locks for them.
Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of code 60s. We've got a whole series of on our GPS tracker there of Marshall's posts at 10, 12 in a row at one point. But unlike the race we commented on earlier in the year, Bruce, where they got a whole bunch at Brunchen, it then goes back to full green, so cars can pick up speed again. Then just before they get to Schwalbenschwanz, it goes into a 120 into a 60 again. So you get that chance to speed up, taking advantage. And from a driver's point of view, that little bit there of you're all sitting in a code 60, that opportunity to pounce, that coil spring, bounce out again, particularly knowing there's going to be another code 60 ahead. That's a great opportunity to nip by if you can and catch somebody napping, and it's a free space, free place if you can do it. Car in front may feel exactly the same.
Now we've had a little glitch on the timing screen, loose cars, but in clear visual, Tim Heinemann's back to 2nd. Where is Frank Stippler? He's not coming through in 3rd. Matt Campbell is in 3rd. Kevin Estre tucked behind him. 4th. Next car behind is Adam Christodoulou up to 5th. So it looks as though we may have lost Frank Stippler, having just got up into 2nd place. Was there an incident we didn't see while we were looking at timing screens, looking away? So the brilliant run from the Nürburgring veteran, just looking to see where we have possible yellows.
Well, interestingly, he's on the Dottinger Hohe, so it's almost as if he's had an off and a spin or something and rejoined. That's very, very odd. Meanwhile, we nearly had a Mercedes collecting the back of Grello coming into the pit lane.
That was Adam Christodoulou right on the tail, and literally on the tail of Kevin Estre. They hit the white line, and the Grello slowed a little bit sooner than Adam Christodoulou fancied there. Luckily, no contact. And also coming in was Nico Menzel in behind them.
I just imagine Adam Christodoulou can tell us the boot capacity down to the last litre of a Porsche 911 right in front of him, because he got close enough to have a really good inspection of it.
So Nicky Katzberg in from the lead of the race. Tim Heinemann continues, though. He is now the leader, the number 44 4-code Motorsport Porsche. And Matt Campbell has gone by as well in the Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche. They continue. The rest of the front runners coming in. That's Nicky Katzberg, Kevin Estre, Adam Christodoulou, and Nico Menzel. So the top 6 suddenly reordered there. And the slow zone, not a bad time to come in when there's a slow zone. On the exit of turn 1 all the way down to about turn 4, and then they get released all over again. And you lose a lot of time while that's happening, and again, always so difficult in the Nürburgring Nordschleife races on here. You're trying to look at sector times, lap times, and you get a slow zone here, there, and everywhere, and suddenly there are no representative times to be seen, other than if you're comparing a car that's running very, very close. Because the worst thing for a driver, you've just gone through a slow zone, and someone who could be 10 seconds, even 2 seconds behind you, the slow zone is cleared, bang, they don't have to decelerate as much, and a lot of time can be gained. Time that, if you're in regular racing with nothing interfering, will take you many, many laps to gain. Now, number 16, Audi, going along the track out of turn 1. That is the car that Kim Lewis Schramm is driving. And to differentiate between 16 and 5, 2 of the cars from the Shearer Sport PHX team, yellow flashes and door mirrors on 16, red on Frank Stippler's car.
So here's our Conrad Lamborghini just being brought back on the flatbed with the right rear completely missing. That was the wheel that we saw being rolled back up the road. So heavy right rear damage. The wing's straight, but the entire corner suspension torn off that number 7 Conrad Lamborghini. So that day's well and truly done. No two ways about that. That was the one that was involved with the 522 330 BMW, wasn't it? Those two obviously having some kind of connection there. Nicky Katzberg it is that brings the Ferrari into the pits. So we've got almost everybody in there. Heinemann still out at the moment, and Nick Campbell. And Nick, I keep saying it, Matt Campbell is out there. It's in there. It's there. You've said it now, yes.
I'm struggling to keep it out of mind. Right, the Ferrari.
Sorry.
Rejoins the race, just waiting to see if Nicky's going to do the first half of this race, or if he's going to be a nice guy and share with his teammates. That's car number 30, Fricadelli Racing. His teammates are Earl Bamber and David Pittard.
Appears he's staying in it at the moment.
Yeah, well, he was the driver who did the qualifying. He went in that top, just went so well, the top qualifying shootout. He's going through to slow zone now. It just must feel as though they're walking. They managed to get the Hyundai away from the side of the track and tuck it behind the barriers. You need a wider camera angle to see if the Schnitzelarm Racing BMW has been cleared as well. Because further down the slope, I sense we're about to have stuff cleared up. But at Flansgarten, we've now got a yellow flag, and Brunchen 2. So it all keeps happening. Every time you try and get one part clear, we saw the cars that were brought back in, including that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Someone else has a little moment. But the big question to me is what happened to Frank Stippler. How
I think it's a tyre. I think it's a tyre. I've just seen some footage in the garage of the tyre being filmed. It looks like the number 5 Audi, and there's a tyre completely delaminated. So I'm guessing he's had a puncture, which is why he slowed down that much. I said it was an off or a spin, but to suddenly be that far back from the field when he was in the leading pack, was he third?
No, second.
That's right, he just takes second. And they were all at Tiergaard, and he was at Galbenkopf, not even on the entire Dottingerhohe straight. So, yeah, puncture, that's what will do it. That will slow you down. But the trick there is, and Frank Stippler, if anybody's got experience, he's got the car back in one piece. Yeah, it's frustrating, but the worst thing you can do is then create a lot more damage, make it exponential from it. It's a puncture. Deal with it, get it back to the pits, get the car back in the race.
Right, let's observe this, though. Yellow flag at Flansgarten, reported that. That was Marshalls Post 175. Then 177, yellow flag at Stefan Beloff term. That's 177. Then Marshall Post 180 and 181. Schwalbenschwanz, yellow flag there. When you get a consecutive run of yellow flags between the Marshalls Post, that's where you quite often suddenly having something turned into a code 60. Yellow flag at Exmuller, that's halfway around the lap. So things are coming at us very, very quick. And I think the case with that yellow flag, in fact, between the Marshalls Post, that was probably to signify where the flatbed truck was as it works its way around towards the end of the lap. So it's not a case of someone's just crashed at corner A, B and C. It's a case of they're getting, and it's all clear, I think, now through those corners. So that's very good news. Yes, in fact, it keeps reporting now where it was along the Dottingerhohe. So yes, that was the flatbed truck coming back. So pit stops made here by all the front runners, bar the number 44 pretty much, which is Tim Heinemann, and then Matt Campbell.
Now, Bruce, I mentioned earlier about this early pit stop strategy and how the aggregator works to define that. The aggregator is this: the later you leave your pit stop in the race along the stint, it changes the time of your pit stop at the end of the race. I said it may not apply to this race. It does. I've just checked the rules and it does apply to this race. So stopping 5 laps in gives you a shorter pit stop later in the race. So it's a double whammy.
Certainly is. I'm just looking to see those who pitted early, because of course we had Ferdinand Stuck taking over from Kelvin van der Linde in his Lamborghini, and that would have changed it. Well, Frank Stippler's back in the pits. We think it was a delaminated tire, but certainly that came after some brilliant racing. Frank looking at a trolley of tires as it come past, exhaling a little bit, because that was a superstar run from a driver we know is pretty much the superstar. And oh dear, the car we're seeing being brought back in now is the 101 one of the walking horse cars, and that was the car that Kuba Gimasiak went off in. So Christian Cronjes, his teammate, didn't get to start this 4-hour race, the second of the 2 qualifying races here on the qualifying weekend. But that's a car that's bounced down the barriers, quite a lot of body damage, front corner and rear corner.
Yeah, well, left rear wheel is missing completely. Front left, heavy damage to that car. We just see it on the flatbed. It's on the opposite side for us at the moment. But as you say, it looks like it's rattled on the barriers really hard. I'm suggesting, to me, it looks like it's hit with the front left and then slapped with the rear and snapped the hub completely. That wheel is gone. There's not a lot of damage to the rear apart from the fact that the wheel's missing. And in fact, it's there on the flatbed. You can see the centre part of the wheel is completely missing, so that will concur with it being smacked hard on the barrier. So it looks one of those situations where you've just run wide and that's it. Not the kind of thing that Gimasiak does. He's not known for mistakes. He's known for winning.
I know, but you know what? He'll have to come up with that little platitude. Well, I guess if it's going to happen in the qualifying race. But be sure he will bounce back. The reigning Nürburgring Langstrecke Series champion. Another person who'll bounce back will be Frank Stippler, but that was just picking off those in front of him. The Audis don't seem to have the ultimate pace this weekend thus far, but he was certainly putting up a great performance. And the best of them now is in the hands of Kim Lewis-Schramm. That's one of the teammate cars from Scherer Sport PHX. That's in 7th place overall, just ahead of Timo Scheider, who's 2.5 seconds down in an 8th place Audi. That's the car in which we have the plethora of DTM champions. And that was started by Martin Tomczyk. Now Timo Scheider's taken it over, and Mike Rockenfeller, third driver, to go in the car later in this 4-hour race. 1 hour down, 1 hour and 1.25 minutes, to be precise. 4 hours of race on Sunday. Dry conditions for now, occasional very grey clouds, but they seem to blow past, which is very good. A dry race, I think, is what the doctor has ordered today. Just looking to see how many runners have yet to make a pit stop. It's in the front top class, it's Tim Heinemann who's leading the race, the 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and the driver who's giving chase is Matt Campbell, who's just over 4.5 seconds down. They will come into the pits. As I say that, they do come into the pits, so first and second in. But will the Ferrari that pitted a lap ago, still in the hands of Nicky Katzberg, be the one that's in front when this car, the 44 Tim Heinemann car, goes back out onto the circuit and goes down towards turn 1? It was very tight in times before all of that, so there's only possibly about a second's different beforehand, before the run of pit stops. So 7 laps on the board. Tim Heinemann in, Matt Campbell in. They are stationary in the pit lane, while those who pitted a lap or even 2 laps ago are coming at full speed along the Döttinger. Pit stops seem to take forever, but you have a limited number of mechanics on the cars. That's obviously something, if you have too many people touching the car, you will pick up a penalty, all being observed in the pit lane. And Kim Lewis-Schramm comes in the, sorry, I forgot to mention that 16 Audi also had come in after 6 laps, has done so after 7. His pit garage is down towards pit exit. He's now at a standstill.
Well, it's going to be tight because the leading car that we're talking about, or potential leading car we're talking about, is Nicky Katzberg in the Fricadelli Ferrari. That's just currently coming. It's coming out of Plants Garden. It's heading up towards the left, and then the right, and then the double left. That is the Svalbardschwanz. That will then lead on to 2 right-handers, fast-flowing, tight right-hander, Galbenkopf, that gives you traffic. So just probably a bit of traffic there for the Lamborghini. Coming onto the Döttinger, and there's no room to run wide onto the Döttinger there. You've got to get it absolutely precise, as you have in so many places. And they say, oh, contact there. Is that the carousel? No, that was
further on.
That was the mini, what I call the mini carousel. Yeah, yeah, that was Adam Christodoulou tapping the Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, fancy getting past, and let's see.
Well, he's got by. I'm not sure it was the most efficient way of doing it.
No, it was a little robust. Now Christodoulou's got his tail up. He's right on the tail of the GT4. Sorry, it's the CP Racing Mercedes. That's running in the Pro-Am class, and that is past Shane Lewis, not making it difficult for him. They're running in different classes, both SP9, but the Pro-Am class very strong in SP9, and really brings the number of top-class cars up to them. And now Shane Lewis, American Race, is going to have to look in his mirrors, because a black Lamborghini from AB Sportsline is tucked in there as well.
I think the Lamborghini was lucky to survive that contact, to be honest. I thought that might have gone off and speared off and collected the barrier on the right. That was more than robust. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a penalty for that, to be honest. It was just a little bit too much, but from what we saw.
It's very hard. There's nowhere to hide if you're running the onboard camera, one of the onboard cameras on your cars.
No.
And just to reiterate, the incident we were talking about was the Lamborghini of Ferdinand Stuck. It's black, up the inside, into the Kleiner carousel. Goes Adam Christodoulou in another black car, but this time it's the Get Speed Mercedes, and certainly Ferdinand Stuck was shoved towards the outside there. I think it'd be very hard to deny any contact. We're gradually getting driver changes. The number 44 Porsche that stayed out for quite a lap longer than most of its rival has just been handed over from Tim Heinemann to Martin Ragginger. Patrick Pilet has taken over from Matt Campbell in the Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche. That's car number 24. Looking for other changes, Andy Soucek has taken over the 102, one of the Walk on Horse Motorsport BMWs. That's the 102. As mentioned earlier, Ferdinand Stuck took over from Kelvin van der Linde, but I think have two drivers in that car, so that's a fairly natural change. Still, at the moment, we have this slow zone down the slope from turn 1 through the cut through down to turn 4, and only after they leave turn 4, that's the left hand over a slight crest, can they then accelerate down the right hand and then through the long kinked run down to the Dunlop hairpin. And just going through other changes, Joel Eriksson has taken over number 33 Falken Motorsport Porsche from Nico Menzel. Nico went so well in qualifying. Now the car is fighting for 8th place overall with the number 27 Lamborghini Ferdinand Stuck. That's the car that was given a little bit of a push wide by Adam Christodoulou. Doesn't appear to have any damage that we can see, but often, Peter, it's hard to pick up any damage on the flanks of a black car, just simply because you can't tell if it's indentation or whatever it is in the shadow. Henry Walkenhorst jumping up and down in the pit lane. He's waiting to take over his Pro-Am, SP9 Pro-Am class car from Jörg Breuer. That's car number 100 from his family stable, the Walkenhorst Motorsport crew.
Yeah, it's always the collateral damage. What else you do? What appears a little tap, and it can so easily just break a toe link or something, and that puts the car as in suspension or something, and it's or even just a tap on the end of a hub. If the wheel survives it, but you've put an impact down the drive shaft if it's a rear wheel drive car, has that damaged the gearbox, the diff, the transmission, and it may not manifest it immediately, and you take that sigh of relief. I've got away with it. And then half a lap later or 2 corners, there's a vibration. You're like, maybe not, and it's just that it's horrible.
But that moment where in the driver's mind they think, I've got away with it. I've got away.
Of course, not me. Got away with it. Fine. Yeah. No extra lines today, and all of a sudden you are.
Extra lines. There we are. Peter back in his school days when they let him out the dungeon. Yeah. At the end of term, that is.
I'm glad it was a type of school that had a dungeon, not a cellar. So yeah, you're quite right.
Pit stops almost all being completed in the SP9 class. Charles Putman is taking over number 21. It was started by Shane Lewis. That's the CP Racing Mercedes AMG, run by, for the All-American crew. Charles Espinal will be finishing the race, one presumes, in that. But waiting to see the pace the drivers can find when the slow zone is removed. Because with that slow zone between turn 1 and effectively turn 4, 5, it's adding about 30 seconds to a good lap time. I think once that's clear, I don't think it should be too long. They've just got to move that Schnitzelarm BMW out of the way. Last time I looked, it was still there. Then we can go racing at full speed through the early part of the lap on the Grand Prix loop, but at around the rest of the Nordschleife, the racing is running unabated. We've already got an hour and very nearly 10 minutes this 4-hour qualifying race under our belts, and almost every time one looks what's happening out on the track, there's close racing to be had. Falken Motorsport have been looking very good, and they listed as race leaders last time around, but they were late to come in and make a pit stop. The order are clearly not in that order, because out on the track at the moment, the 44 Porsche is tucked in behind a host of its rivals, including the sister car, number 33 from Falken Motorsport, which lapped a lap earlier, and that is in the hands of, wait for it, Joel Eriksson, of course it is. And he in turn is all over the tail of just trying to see Ferdinand Stuck by the looks of things, going past the Cup 3 class Porsche Cayman, waiting for the moment to go through. It really, so much patience, Peter, is required in a multi-class race around the Nordschleife. You're dying to get past a slower car at the first instance, but your options can suddenly dwindle to the extent that all is not going to be too good for you.
And it seems hard to, or seems difficult to sort of process what you've just said there of patience in terms of racing driver. And it's something that, again, our colleague Joe Bradley says quite often, that you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly, but you have to. You have to have that patience of not making the mistake. And of all places, of all theatres, this circuit is one way you've got to do that in these races. Because when people ask me when we commentate and what do you commentate on, why is it different to Formula One? It's one class in Formula One, yeah, and lots of other series. This same touring cars. This is multi-class racing, therefore multi-speed, massive speed differentials, and then you put it onto this ridiculous little bit of ribbon through the Eiffel Mountains, and there's no space at the side, so the safety net is not there most of the time. So you've got to rely on, which is exactly why the organisers have the ring permit procedure and the process of that discipline. But you can go through all that, you can learn it, you can get your license, you get your permit, it's fine, and so and so. Putting it into practice in the heat of battle, when you're sitting behind another car, we all forget this. We describe how it works so well, but then you're sitting in a racing car. And why are you sitting in a racing car? Because you want to drive the thing fast in the first place. But the car in front, you've got to be patient. And it doesn't always work, and to err is human, and it does happen.
It just... The outset of that conversation just made me laugh. How does it differ from Formula One? I mean, we could still be going.
Exactly.
When the cows come home, but
yes.
Again, it could not be more different. If it
chalk
tried.
And cheese.
Yes,
it springs to mind.
Chalk. Well, which is chalk, which is cheese, doesn't matter. But which races on a 25-kilometre circuit and which doesn't? That's just the start of it. The multi-class element, but also the friendliness too. Nicholas Königsbauer, team manager at Walkenhorst Motorsport, all smiles. He's standing in the pits. His team running 3 cars in the SP9 class. They're also running another BMW down car number 74. That's a GT4 version in SP10. So he's got plenty on his plate, but he's still got time to talk to Patrick Simon, the pit interviewer, have a smile on his face. He'd probably like to get back to his screens, but that's another reason why I love endurance racing. You know, there's a little bit of time to be had, and they haven't got that many secrets to give away. It's not, you know, their cars are what they are. It's up to them. You have an R factor. Yes,
we've just been a German television interview going on in the background, of which has got a little bit of a translation from about the Walkenhorst car. We say cause and effect. I said that that car, the 101 Gamaziak car, it looked like it hit the barrier really hard at the front left, and the rear wheel was broken. It was there. It was on the back of the flatbed, and there was minimal damage to that car. So I made the supposition that it hit the front left, slapped the back. It's the other way around. It's the left rear wheel that failed, that then caused the car to go into the barrier. So it was a mechanical failure. I did say Gamaziak, you've got to get out of jail card there. It's unlike him to make mistakes, so it's a mechanical failure. The rear wheels failed on that car and pitched it into the barriers. There's not a lot you can do, no matter how talented you are and how experienced you are at the wheel of the car or the circuit, when the wheels fail on it and you suddenly become a 3-wheeled wagon.
As you say, get out of jail. Right, lottery time. Who's leading this race? Is it Nicky Katzberg in the Ferrari? No, it isn't. Is it Marcel Marschowitz for Schnitzel Racing? Mercedes? Yes, it is, by 3.8 seconds. A similar margin, again, 3.8 seconds from Katzberg in second place in his Ferrari to Andy Soucek. So Walkenhorst Motorsport, we were just hearing from the team boss down there, Nicholas Königsberger. He'll be happy. Walkenhorst 102, the BMW up into 3rd place. Adam Christodoulou up to 4th. Mercedes AMG, that's entered by Team Get Speed. Michael Christensen has taken over the Grello Porsche. He is up to 5th. So here we had Porsche filling all but the top position for the first hour of this race. Now they've only got 1 in the top 5 positions. Ferdinand Stuck, plenty of company. He's in 6th place. He's got the 2 Falker Motorsport Porsches right behind him at the moment in the order of Ragginger ahead of Ericsson. Conor de Filippi and his BMW is up to 9th. And Patrick Pilet in the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche is 10th. But that car will come back in because that's one of 3 that pitted after 7 racing laps. Some of their rivals pitted after 6. And of course the AB Sportsline Lamborghini that's sitting in 6th place overall in the hands of Ferdinand Stuck. That stopped after only 5 racing laps. They will effectively have to pay a little bit more later in the race, whereas the final pit stop can come later in the race for those that stop late at that first pit stop. So you sort of carry the advantage. You take the deficit, Peter, and then you get the advantage.
Yes, indeed. And it's also, which maker car's in 3rd place?
BMW.
Ah, right, okay. Did I mention earlier on that the free race that they might come on strong?
No, unfortunately for you, you forgot completely.
Ah,
yes.
Damn, knew it. Put it on my list for next time.
But with any of the endurance races at the Nürburgring, pit early, you seem to gain an advantage. You move up the order, but that means your final pit stop will be earlier than your rivals. They will be able to have a shorter final pit stop, so it sort of works both ways. But if you're at the back of a line of 15 cars in SP9 and you've tried for several laps and don't think you're going to get past, or more to the point, if your team manager decided you're unlikely to and they start you with a little less fuel on board, so you're lighter and it's still not working, they bring you in. Now, BMW Junior team entry, Connor De Filippi, that's in 9th place, as I said, but being monstered at the moment. He pushed very, very hard indeed by those around it. BMW Junior team just sometimes out of sorts, but today just moving past one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches, so actually not out of sorts whatsoever. Connor De Filippi moving ahead presumably of car number 33, which is in the hands of Joel Eriksson. Oh dear, and as soon as he gets past, suddenly gets blocked by one of the slower class cars in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche right onto his tail all over again. You've got the choice, left or right, and unfortunately for Connor De Filippi, having made his passing manoeuvre, he guessed right, which was wrong, not right.
Yeah, left, right, or don't. The only 3 choices you've got, really.
Well, the good news is the 244, the stricken 244 BMW has been cleared. That's the team Schnitzelarm entry that was abandoned at the side of the circuit with its front left corner dug into the grass. That has been removed,
which would be great because we've just got the 5 marshals posts down there onto the GP circuit. Marshals posts 21 through to 26, the ones that the only areas of the circuit that are currently under code 60 there. So that car, as you say, on the back of the flatbed being taken away now, and once it is, we should be able to go back to full course green, which would be great.
And one advantage, Peter, of course, if you have a car that has to go on a flatbed on the Grand Prix loop, which that one was, it's never very far to a gap in the barriers, but certainly you see many of those that go off around the Nordschleife. You need a flatbed to take quite some distance. That leads to that sort of rolling, not roadblock, but rolling run of yellow flag areas and sometimes even slow zones. But now it's all clearing up early in the lap. And Connor De Filippi, we talked about him a moment ago, having a really good battle with Joel Eriksson. Having got ahead, he then suddenly got completely compromised and the gaps came straight back down again, and VW Sirocco being passed by Connor De Filippi and being chased through by Joel Eriksson. But I think now this will settle down. I expect Connor, who's been on superb form this weekend, to pull away. But what's our little phrase? The traffic giveth and it taketh away on the Sabbath at the Nürburgring.
And that's quite strange racing on a Sunday at the Nürburgring, isn't it? Because apart from the 24-hour, it's the only other time we do it. It is quite odd because it's always a Saturday event.
And that's when we're talking in terms of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, of course, in years gone by when we've had the World Endurance Championship and many other rounds. Aside from that, and even the DTM, they do race on the Sunday. But one of the beauties about the NLS is the fact that they decide that do it on the Saturday and you can recover, or you can just drive gently home on the Sunday. I think that's why it works.
With 2 hours 41 minutes to go, we are full course green for the first time in quite a while, actually.
It really has been. It was
long may it last.
Yes, exactly so. You want to get to see the real true pace of all these runners. What we can tell you, the start of lap number 9, Marcel Marchewitz for Schnitzelarm Racing, as the sister car, but in one of the junior classes, was removed from the track on the flatbed quite early in the Grand Prix loop. He is going to be going flat out now to see if he can stretch his advantage from 3.8 seconds from Nicky Katzberg in the Frickadelli Racing Team Ferrari. But you know what, this weekend that Frickadelli car has been looking better than ever before in its very, very short racing career. Started at the outset of the 2023 season, and I've been really deeply impressed with its pace. And the fact they've got David Pittard and Earl Bamber to take on that car in the second stages of this race, the second half of this race, there's not going to be a drop in performance, is there?
Unlikely, isn't it? shame to say, Bruce, that this Schnitzel Mercedes GT2, the 222 entry number with Gemma Hartling at wheel, that's now been pushed into the garage again and having engine compartment work being done. So it's a debut of a new car. These things happen. It's as you've said a few times during this broadcast yesterday and today, Bruce, better now than during the 24-hour. And this is exactly what you do. We've said it's a proving ground. It's a new car, it's a new model, it's based on the GT3 car. That's fine, it's going to have teething issues. This is the way to go and find out. Darren Turner had the same with the Duo Aston yesterday. In some ways, it doesn't matter, don't get dejected. In fact, I see it as a positive. Find out what's wrong with it, find out, get it match fit. Because it's Mercedes, it's not going to lack in reliability or pace once it's sorted. But the one thing you do need here is reliability as well.
But for young J-Mo Hartling, he started racing last year here in the Langstrecken Series for Schnitzel Racing in a junior class in the M240i BMWs. He was out on the track, ready to do top qualifying, the drive shaft breaks. He now gets his stint in the race and engine compartment problems. Time certain clock, thank you as ever. It's just confirmed 24 minutes of full green at the start of the race, and since then, code 60s, and it's all your fault. That's all.
Thank you. As long as I get an honourable mention, I don't mind.
You do. You certainly do. Right, if you just joined us, we are coming up to an hour and a half into the 4-hour race. We had a 2-hour qualifying race last night. We had qualifying this morning. That was 90 minutes of track time. Key this weekend is track time, particularly if you're in one of the brand new cars, new for 2023, or in this case, brand new for this weekend, the GT2 Mercedes, for example. Then we had top qualifying, great shootout. Now, 4-hour race to complete the track time ahead of the start of the race week for the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. That is the last weekend of May. I don't know what the track conditions will be then. Hopefully the temperatures will be a little bit higher. Hopefully the weather will be fair all weekend, but you can't ask for too much in the Eiffel Forest. You get what you get, it must be said. Now, who's going to lead at the end of this lap? 9 racing laps, and still Marcel Marshevitz for Schnitzel Racing. Cross the line, 4.1 seconds clear of the Katzberg-driven Fricadelli Ferrari, waiting for the next car across the line. 3.5 seconds further back, still Andy Soucek, still in that Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW. Adam Christodoulou, he's nearly 10 seconds back from third. In fourth place, Michael Christensen, Ort in the Manthey Porsche. Yes, now he crosses the line in 5th place. He's 11.5 seconds behind Christodoulou, so quite a gap. And Ferdinand Stuck, one of the 2 racing sons of Hans-Joachim Stuck, the inimitable Hansel, is crossing the line in 6th place in the AB Sportsline Lamborghini. It's black, looks very mean, car 27, Fujitsu sponsorship. Started by Kelvin van der Linde, the driver who said every decision he had to make in this race he seemed to get wrong. Maybe that encouraged them to pit early. They came in after 5 laps. Most of their rivals in the top class pitted after 6, and a handful, a trio of them, after lap number 7. The stagger has been set, and like a good 400-metre race, the stagger will unwind through these 4 hours. Now, I just wanted to start to see lap pace. Right, the best of the runners coming through after 9 laps were first couple of cars. In fact, the first 3 cars all did an 8:31 at second lap. A really, really good lap would be down about 8:16. Let's see if they can work towards that, because now we've got a full green flag lap. Let's make the most of it. Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Lamborghini. 5 different manufacturers in the top 6 position. There is nothing wrong with SP9 class.
I was just going to say, isn't that fabulous to see? Different manufacturers, and that's one of the things I absolutely love about this series. Put the circuit to one side and we can eulogize about the way that circuit works. It's quite extraordinary. But you've got different teams running the same brand sometimes. There's no controlled tyre, so we're not all set to a make of tyre. So that allows another variable. But always have to say this, hats off to the organisers of this, ADAC, that you have different makes, different models, different strategies, different tyres, and yet we get it all there or thereabouts, and you never really can predict. No one team seems to dominate for too long without having to change the rules. It's not falsified where, right, you're getting a balance penalty or whatever. They all seem to work it out between them, and it's down to, heaven forbid, you ready for this? The racing. Isn't that what it should be about?
Nice concept. See what you're doing there. Just having a little look up and down the order to see how the Aston Martin's going from Dürr Motorsport. They're not just running 1, they're running 2, but 1 in the top class. Darren Turner sharing with Phil Durr. And at the moment, Phil started the car. It's car number 69. 15th place overall, just waiting to complete his 9th racing lap. He's down towards the tail end. We had 20 starters in the SP9 class. He's now completed his 9th lap in the race. Darren Turner will presumably take over this in this two-driver lineup to do the second 2 hours of this race, but he's just even to get up to 14th place has to find a minute and a half. 14th place held by the number 5 Audi, and of course that's further back than it should be. Vincent Kolb now driving, but Frank Stippler had worked his way into the top 6, up to the top 3, into second place. And fortune is a cruel mistress, because suddenly, as soon as he did that, picked up a puncture, limped back to the pits. And that's why the car is not in the top 3, even the top 6, down in 14th place overall.
Yeah, and a great quote from one of our drivers of the number 67 Duo Motorsport Aston Vantage GT4, Theo Nue. It's just saying it is, my start went quite well. I'm here to get my permit, so I'm not taking any risks. I'd like to do the 24-hour race. So, exactly what we're saying. Learning, using it, not taking any risks. All in the experience bank there. Get it all stacked up and away.
And one thing that often gets, you have to look quite hard for, but it's there if you choose to look in some of the preparatory races, not just this weekend in the qualifying weekend, but also those who enter the early season Langstrecken Series race. You get a lot of drivers who want to be driving in SP9 or SP10, the top couple of classes, even in Cup 2, the Porsche Series, but they've started in something in a junior class, just simply there was a seat available, they wanted to do a race here, get some experience and build up. And many a time you find drivers you wouldn't expect in a month of Sundays to find competing if you go back down the list. And the list can be a long one. Sometimes we have as many as 160 starters in the early season races. It's phenomenal. And forgive the commentators, 160 starters could mean close on 600 drivers. It really is extraordinary.
And you've got the bios of them all in your head, Bruce, we know.
Yeah, the labels have fallen off the filing system there.
So Ferdinand Stuck that started 3rd position this in the Lamborghini now under increasing pressure from the number 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, Martin Ragginger at the wheel. This is for 6th place, but the little bit of a gap just pulled up in there, but a couple of 4 or 5 car lengths, but just a few corners earlier. Martin Ragginger just sitting right behind. Now we've got a stationary Cayman right on the apex of the last part of the Tiergarten, where it comes up there, goes left, then right. Oh, it's got going again, so you need to get, just as one of our BMW's M4's GT3 cars come through, keeping out of the way, keeping off the racing line. No, he hasn't. And he's just taken the BMW out unbelievably. I was saying he was keeping out of the way. Now, actually, the Porsche's come out a lot worse. Just as I said there, the Cayman that got going, I'm trying to count what number it is. It's number 300. Now, that was our late entry, wasn't it? Our last car that started.
Yeah, it started last. Le Bihans, the driver of the wheel, showed with Riker. So he got it back onto the track. And, of course, you're absolutely flat going up into Tiergarten. It's been a mighty blow to the back. Trying to work out which of the BMWs has clattered it, knowing the luck of Kuba Gimnaziak in this race, it might have been his, because sometimes you get all the bad luck together, but I'm not suggesting it is. But that was a big hit up the rear. He just got through the first parts, having rejoined, and he's possibly thinking, I may return to the pits, I may not. And then he's absolutely in the middle of the track, and the BMW tries to go around the outside, gets off the track onto that studded exterior curbing, and then there was contact just before, about 50 metres before they would have been turning right into the penultimate corner of the track. That was a big blow. The Cayman doubled round. Was it car number 100 that took the blow? Just going to see which one's dived into the pits. Yes, it was Henry Walkenhorst. His car's reported into the pits.
Yeah.
Oh, running in the Pro-Am class. He's got 3 cars from his team in the top class, and unfortunately his is the one that clattered into the back. But Henry could have done no more to try to avoid that number 300 Porsche Cayman. He was left with diminishing returns, diminishing options. He drove off the edge of the circuit onto the studded concrete on the outside, so like the Grasscrete, if you can give it a trade name or whatever, and there was no more space to put his large BMW M4 GT3, and contact sadly was inevitable, and so it came to pass.
Yeah, and that's I think it's Le Bihan at the wheel of that.
It is Joe
yeah.
Le Bihan, the wheel of that.
Yeah. And there's debris all over the track there on the right-hand part just before we get to the Dorient Hotel, as it were, in the background. And I don't normally like to do this, Bruce, but I've got to say I'm sorry that was entirely the Porsche's fault. He'd stopped at the top. It looked like it was a reset, got going. We saw the BMW coming up behind the Tiergarten. He got going and stayed on the right-hand side, and then he just moved across right in front of the car in front. He was only just going again. That's where the discipline needs to apply. Should have stayed to the right and just kept it out of the way, as if you're going for pit entrance, and leave any other traffic to come through.
Absolutely so, but think about the factor. You're coming all the way along the Dottinger Her. You can go up the rise, under the gantry, the track kicks to the left. You're now going up towards Tiergarten. What speed are you doing? You are nigh on flat out. You had the little lift. You're now thinking the break about Tiergarten. Someone started from stationary. What speed are they going to be doing? A third of your speed?
Yeah.
And that's, unfortunately, that car should have been hard on the right. Waved yellow flags on the entry, and in fact, fully onto the brakes, locking up Ferdinand Stuck, who's coming through in 6th place, and right behind Martin Ragginger, fellow Austrian, got very, very close indeed. And in behind them, we have a BMW, which is the BMW Junior Team car in 8th, and the sister Falcon Motorsport car, which will be Joel Eriksson in 9th, and sorry, Conor De Filippi in that BMW Junior Team BMW. And there is debris all over the place. They're almost off the circuit on the left-hand side to try and steer clear. It's going to be quite a clear up. There is a lot of debris, lots of very sharp material down on the racing circuit there.
Yeah, Liverhan, sorry, that's just inexcusable. Just starting as you're saying that you've come to a halt, got the start, got the car re-going again, Tiergarten, right-hand side, just stay on the right and get the car picked up, because you just never know what's going to appear so quickly as it did. And Henry Volkenhorst really there just didn't stand a chance. You say the law of diminishing returns. He had nowhere to go. That's just clumsy. Sorry.
No, well, it is, because also, I mean, I'll put up a tiny bit of defence there for Joel Lebehind. Of course, when we're going to have Code 60 there, quite clear, that's just been issued. When he pulled onto the circuit, he might have looked in all of his mirrors. He wouldn't have seen the fast approaching Henry Walkenhorst. It would have been down the dip and slightly round the corner, but he had to stay fully over to the right-hand side. He didn't. Right, we've had a place change. Conor De Filippi was behind one of those two, behind the Martin Ragginger Falcon Motorsport Porsche, but he seized the moment just before the end of the lap and has made his way past. No, in fact, it was down into turn 1. So this little gaggle of cars, a quartet of them. Ferdinand Stuck in 6th, Martin Ragginger no longer in 7th. The move came, accelerating. They waited for it. The green flags waved for them as they went out of the final corner. Ferdinand Stuck did a very good restart, but it wasn't such a good restart from Martin Ragginger. Down the start, finish straight he went, and with greater momentum, Conor De Filippi pinged past going into turn 1.
You say it's all about seeing those opportunities and seizing them as well, and just not waiting it. And you get more chance of those than you do sometimes of just sitting behind somebody lap after lap or corner after corner and still trying to work out a place to go. And it's that, to me, is where the real top drivers never let you down. The Stiplers, the Christodoulos, etc. of the world, and there are many others. I'm not just highlighting those two, but they never miss an opportunity. That's the point, is that they're always on their A game, they're always concentrating, they're always ready. Because compared to racing hard, literally neck to neck with somebody, it's effectively free places. It's not quite free, because you've still got to do it, but you've got to take the advantage of it. But you can. It's so much easier than having to race somebody and find a gap. Although Stifler's quite good at that as well.
There is a word called meanwhile, which I just want
yes.
to throw in there, which is another Code 60. Sound around the back of the circuit is X-Muller. Slow zone. Code 60, then it was downgraded. Okay, that's good. Very quickly, whatever happened out there has been downgraded to just yellow flags. But then immediately we got Dottinger Her to yellow flag. Of course, we have Henry Walkenhorst car, front right-hand corner, full of air, not bodywork, unfortunately. So the blow into the back of the Porsche Cayman, fortunately, well, there's not much fortunate about it at all. But Henry Walkenhorst out of the car, but he did as much as he possibly could to avoid it. Joel Lebihan's Cayman. Chalk it down to experience, but that was very, very unfortunate. And Henry Walkenhorst, many years as a racer, and he was the one that had the blow, but he couldn't have done more. And I just want to stress that again, to keep out of the way. So big frustration for him. And for Sammy Matty-Trogan, doesn't even get to have a race. He'd be the 3rd driver in that car. And unfortunately, 100s, which was started by Jörg Breuer, will be going no further.
But one of the positives I see there straight away, perhaps just an optimistic chap, I don't know, but is that the mechanics, okay, there's nothing dynamic because they're not getting the car back into the race. But immediately, they don't just sit there and shoulders down. They start stripping the car. They're inspecting immediately what it is. Right, okay, this has happened. We need it for whenever the next outing is, a few weeks' time, probably the 24-hour. Right, let's assess it, get it done, because you need parts ordered. No, but they'll be doing that tonight and be done. No, just the grass doesn't grow under their feet. Just get on with it.
Yeah, well, good phrase, wholly true in motor racing, but also there's half a thought in my mind. What have they got left? They've got 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 25 minutes. Are they even thinking we might get it back out later in the race? Don't know. Maybe they're going to give Sammy Matty Trogan a go. They'll assess. Obviously, the bodywork totally broken. And we will see, they will see, the mechanics will see what is untoward, if anything's untoward underneath. But such was the impact, you can be fairly sure front right-hand corner will be mangled to a degree. But it's a question whether it's an easy replace or not. So gradually losing 2 or 3 cars from the very top class. Everybody else will move up a position or two. But that car in the SP9 Pro-Am class was down towards the tail of that top 20 anyhow. Up front, however, it's still Schnitzelarm Racing. The gap for the race leader, 7.4 seconds. Marcel Marshevitz, who's such an expert around the Nürburgring for Schnitzelarm Racing, ahead of Nicky Katzberg's Ferrari. But still, for all the runners, when they get to the end of the lap, there is still so much debris in the final couple of corners. The penultimate corner, it's strewed across the track on the entrance. You literally have to drive off the circuit left-hand side, the outside line around that corner, to avoid the worst of the sharp stuff there. And just seen car number 21, the CP Racing Mercedes, Charles Putman at the wheel, do precisely that. Almost 2 wheels on the grass through the final couple of corners. Yellow and red warning flags, slippery surface. Someone has been off across the grass. Now, we had heavy rain yesterday, and the grass is very, very soggy indeed on the Grand Prix loop, or probably elsewhere around the circuit, but that's the only area we have a wide expanse of grass, and a marshal holding up the flag there. So some liquid has been dropped, and people have been off accordingly onto the green and now increasingly brown stuff, leaving their signature at the edge of the circuit.
That's what we want now. Halfway through the race, we want a little bit of rain. As Austin Powers would say, yeah, baby.
He certainly would. Right, I'll tell you who else who might be saying, yeah, baby. He's that sort of guy anyhow. Andy Soucek. He's under half a second down behind the Fricadelli Ferrari in second place. So for our BMW standard bearer and flag waver today, alongside me in the commentary box, Peter Snowden, he said the BMWs would come good. It could be up to second place very soon indeed if the Austro-Hispano driver, Andy Soucek, can make his mark and get past Nicky Katzberg. But yellow flags out around the circuit.
Well, it's kind of going to be the only one that's got it's got to fly the flag for BMW, hasn't it? Because it's not worked out well for others. Kubica Maziak, what appears to be a left rear wheel failure, which is, you know, again, not ideal. Certainly where it went off. A lot of damage to that car. Henry Volkenhorst, we've just seen that incident with the Cayman, entirely not of his making, but it's still 2 cars out of the race. The one advantage of that incident there in terms of it slowing down is that there's no barrier damage to repair, and that's what often takes up the time on our circuit operations is barrier repair, simply because it's got to be safe. You've got to dip bits out, bend it, redo supports, etc. At least that one, there were no barriers involved, and it's just there was an awful lot of debris there. So it's a cleaning bit. We saw with the BMW, the yellow BMW that collected with the Hyundai, that they had the marshals out there with the leaf blowers on the track, blowing all the debris away into the grass. So another reason you don't want to run across the grass is because there might be bits of carbon and bits in there from previous incidents, because they push it into the grass and leave it and forget about it and get on with racing. I don't think we're supposed to pick them all up piece by piece, do we? Make a jigsaw.
No, may I say that's the only acceptable use of a leaf blower on the Sabbath. How suburban. Marcel Marshevitz leading by 7.4 seconds ahead of Nicky Katzberg. So it's Mercedes from Ferrari and from Fricadelli Racing Team. I'm super impressed with the pace they're finding from this year's brand new car. The 296 GT3 looks fabulous, but they wouldn't care what it looks like when they can see how well it's going. And for Nicky Katzberg, all is good. Wave yellow flags for all the drivers. The driver having to slow down with code 60 coming into the Tiergarten sequence is the driver of the Manthey Porsche, Michael Christensen, the Great Dane, coming through, agonising for the drivers to have to back off this much, but they know they have to do it. They've been around at least once past this debris-strewn track, and then now gradually those that take the outside line are clear of the debris, but anybody who wants to go on the inside line, well, they're asking for an early run into the pits with a puncture. Michael Christensen, been around the block enough times to know to follow the marshal's examples and suggestions absolutely implicitly. Left of the law. Such a strong driver for Porsche over quite a number of years now. And he accelerates out of the final corner, full speed down the start-finish straight. Of course, for anybody who inadvertently ran over the debris, that's the moment in which they're thinking, are my tyres still full of air as they should be? But of course, then breaking down into turn 1 and then the tight little cut through to turn 2, and on their way they go.
Now, I'd like to propose something here, Bruce. It's a 4-hour race. We have 2 hours, 20 minutes of this race to go. So I'd like to stop it in 20 minutes time, just as yesterday have 2 hours, because I predicted that there'd be a Ferrari on the podium and that the BMWs would come strong. At the moment, we've got a Ferrari in 2nd place and a BMW in 3rd place. So let's have a race stop in 20 minutes. Wait for social media to light up with that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's vote against that. He will be insufferable. So we're almost at the end of the 2nd hour of the race. 20 minutes, 19 minutes, and falling for Peter Snowden and his happy wish. But certainly one BMW that won't be there at the end. Nicholas Koenig-Bauer of Walkenhorst Motorsport is explaining what they're having to do to repair that car. That incident at Hernrhein, which is the name of the final couple of corners. Tiergarten feeds into Hernrhein. Unfortunately for them, only one of the cars came out of that on 4 wheels that were still running smoothly, but it reported back to the pits. And at least Henry Walkenhorst didn't have to explain to the team owner what happened, because he is the team owner. That's the only good thing I can find about that.
Yeah, and the fact that he was at Tiergarten, so he hadn't got far to go to get into the pits and not halfway around the lap, because that would have been a little bit more difficult to get back. Are they going to repair the car? Because there is a possibility there, because we're just seeing the replay of it now, the Porsche getting moving and Henry Walkenhorst appearing out of the Dottinger onto the Tiergarten, and then the Porsche just blends over to the left, and just it's unfortunate. It's one of those things. Henry Walkenhorst, as you say, as far over to the left as he can possibly get, because there's that barrier on the left-hand side there. I was just wondering why he hadn't gone even further over on that slow-mo we've just seen from the aerial shot, looking down at that marshal post. Of course, you forget that last barrier before the right-left flick at the very end of Tiergarten. There's a barrier that sticks out, which, of course, is to allow for that gap for cars behind, just like that, to be pulled in. So we see it so many times on the in-car of how close they get to that barrier. Henry Walkenhorst could not go any further over, because he'd have clipped that and it'd have been another accident. That would have been an aeroplane scale accident. So it's unfortunate. I've said what I've said about it. It's a shame, but it's done now. That said, the Walkenhorst car, it's if they've got a front right corner, dry brakes on the oil on the brake lines, etc., etc. It's and the front end of the car, it's possible. We've got 2 hours of racing still to go. We've talked about it many a time. Data collection. If you can go out and do the last hour, it's seat time. It's seat time.
It's also that most of the teams are trying to rotate 3, possibly 4 runners through, and if it's the least experienced they were going to give the final stint to and they don't get it, that's where it could have ramifications come the 24 hours at the end of May. Get them out there if you can.
And also, you go and do a bit in it. And how does the car feel? Is there anything else? Has it done anything else to find out how the car feels physically on track? You can repair it. It looks straight. It looks all straight and square, etc., as it should do. There's nothing like it until you get somebody with experience in the car and says, actually, it's not doing this, or it's fine. That's fine. Bodywork, they can polish that, or they can't do that because it's carbon. So
it's evaporating.
I don't know how you clean carbon. Probably with brake fluid. Probably some squirty thing, don't you?
So the work going on, just to point out what was happening at Walkenhorst. Big blow there. Henry Walkenhorst had nowhere to go right at the end of the lap, final sequence of corners. And into Hernrhein he went, the barrier kicked out. He was on the off the left-hand side of the circuit, trying to avoid the Porsche Cayman. It started off doing the right thing, the Porsche Cayman, stayed on the right-hand side of the track, and then just came diagonally across and left not even a car's width. And Henry Walkenhorst, coming up at probably 3 times the speed, had nowhere to go. One mechanic, a portion to that front corner, can't tell if they're just taking parts off or yet putting them on, but we will see if that car gets back out into the race. Marcel Marchevitz being hunted down. Nicky Katzberg still holding on to 2nd place, actually just got a bit of breathing space for his Ferrari ahead of Andy Soucek, and the best of the BMWs running in 3rd place overall. So at least half a smile on the face of Walkenhorst. They've got one of their cars up at the front end of the field. Bear in mind that none of them qualified higher than 12th, so they've done well to go up the order. Conor De Filippi also in the BMW is running in 7th place, still trying to get past Ferdinand Stuck's Lamborghini. Now 11 laps on the board. I would reckon this time around, and possibly next time, probably next time, we'll see that AB Sportsline Lamborghini come in to make a pit. It was the first of the front runners to come in after just 5 laps. The majority came in after 6 laps. And a trio came in after 7. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the Nordschleife. It's time for a little smattering of rainfall.
Rain is coming.
So the timing of the pit stops, you probably want another lap or maybe 2 to just check which way the weather is coming. And for AB Sportsline, they don't have much breathing space because they made that very early first pit stop after 5 laps. Some of their riders came in after 6, some after 7. It's light rain at the moment. The track will still be dry, is what happens next.
Now, interestingly, with just over 2 hours to go, 2 hours 15 minutes to go, the number 24 Matt Campbell, Jaminet and Colt and Pile Porsche, that's in the pits with mechanics checking front right suspension. So thank you to Time Certain Clock for update for us there, often giving us bits and pieces in the background that we don't always see, but it's great help to have that. Marshall's picking up bits of debris. I'm not sure whether that's Porsche or BMW. Make sure you put it back in the right garage to give it back to the correct owner. It's bad enough trying to jigsaw your car back together from carbon when you find out you've got 2 jigsaws mixed together and you've got the wrong parts. Now, an off here for the Hyundai earlier at 8:30. That's the Bassing car, wasn't it? Motorsport N entry.
Yeah,
the TCR.
Daniel Lau couldn't wheel of that. He's doing the first half of the race, and Mark Bassing.
Well, he's got what he's done at the Foxhole by the look of it, and he's got wipers on full there. We just went to the onboard for it, and it can't rejoin the track. And he's just looking at the onboard we've got here. Is you've got the view down the track, and then one of the driver, and the car looks okay on track. But look at the amount of work he's having to do there. It's a proverbial swan, isn't it? Serene above, and the legs working so hard underneath. His arms, hands and arms all over the place. That's the problem of being on the Nordschleife in the wet on slicks.
Now, if one was just looking at the view out of the screens, he's got a lot of understeer. I was starting to think, has he got a puncture? No, it's simply the track is getting wetter and wetter, and his TCR Hyundai just doesn't, the Elantra N just doesn't seem to quite want to turn in where once there was grip. There ain't so much now, but he seems to be getting accustomed to it. The cornering's a little bit better, but I think that's the thing. They've had the first nearly half of this race in full dry conditions. And you know what? It's raining out the back of the circuit. Doesn't appear to be raining. They said it was coming from the pits, but I can't see that yet. Now we're about to have a pass for the lead, are we? We've got Marcel Marshevitz leading. We don't have Marcel Marshevitz leading because getting the toe down the back straight, Nicky Katzberg has probably worked those slow zones a little bit better, or the ins and outs of them. Just gets ahead, and of course, where's he coming to? To Tiergarten. What's up there? Marshall's cleaning the track. It's a slow zone. A code 60 there. But importantly for Fricadelli Racing, their car is in front. This will be the end of lap number 12. Tiny distance behind them is Andy Soucek. In the back of the image is a car that's very close, but that is at least a lap down. It's, yes, 1 lap down. It's Thomas Jaeger in the remaining car running in SPX, the brand new Mercedes GT2. I just wanted, that's in 17th place overall. I just wanted to see where treble 2 is. Of course, they had some trouble with that. J-Mo Hartling didn't get much of a run, and that is still in the pit garage for Schnitz Alarm Racing. Nick
Katzberg there did the absolute perfect pounce. Just got ahead, just ahead of the code 6. He used that entirely to his advantage. So he's got to maintain that. Soucek now, of course, in the front-engined Mercedes, right behind the mid-engined new 296 Fricadelli Ferrari, into that first sharp right, which is the same corner they use on all of our NLS races. And then, of course, you don't go through it. It's actually entirely barried off, so you can't go up there. You can't even use it as an escape road. So it's actually a flick right, flick left. So Ferrari back at the front, and of course we've now got the Falcon Motorsports Menzel Ericsson car sitting behind the Lamborghini coming up through Tiergarten that little bit now.
The Lamborghini may come into the pits this time around. This will be the end of his 12th lap. His first pit stop was after 5 laps. There have been slow zones. They may have enough fuel accordingly to go into the pits. Just waiting to see if he dives across.
I think he's done it already.
Yeah, he has. He's off the track.
Yeah.
Slight aside as they come back down to the first corner. Looking at...
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. You're quite right. Sorry, the car up ahead slightly confused me because it's a lap down. It's the number 50 Audi from Keep Vitesse. Little aside, the view of turn 1, where traditionally we go into the Mercedes arena, as you said, that's blocked off with a tyre wall. There was an occasion, only this morning, breakfast, we were talking about Damon Hill for one reason or another, and he unfortunately had not one but two extraordinary incidents when he was doing Formula 3 at Brands Hatch, turning into Surtees, and the driver in front of him, I think it might have been in practice or qualifying, turned hard left across his bows and went onto the Grand Prix loop when they were only using the Indy circuit. Damon has an enormous moment across the grass, collects it, and maybe a lap later he comes to the same point and turns through Surtees, going around the Indy circuit, and then another the same car that cut across his nose is now rejoining from the end of the Grand Prix loop right across his nose. So lightning can strike twice. And for Damon Hill, he must have thought, what is going on?
I always like to get to the bottom of an issue, and I've discovered it now. What threw us there was we were watching the number 33 Falcon Motorsport with the Lamborghini right in front of it, onboard camera. It then switched to the 44 car as it came out of Tiergold, which made it look like there was a gap in front. So we thought, so the Lamborghini's gone to the pit. They switched to the other Falcon car 2 places ahead. So
it's cruel.
It's mean. It's mean. Thank you, producers. You think you could catch us, but you've got to get up early to beat us.
Yeah.
Haven't we, Jonesy? Come on.
Like a minute before the race to beat us. So Nicky Gatzberg leading with that overtaking manoeuvre along the Döttinger to get the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari back in front of Marcel Marschowitz. May I point out, he worked that lap incredibly well. He was 6.8 seconds down at the start of the lap on Marschowitz, and the Schnitzelarm Racing driver didn't make as good a fist of it in and out of the slow zones. Got the Ferrari on his tail and was passed, so he lost 7.2 seconds. But importantly, as well as that, not just the time interval, but the margin. And that margin was second, becoming his property rather than the first he had at the start of the lap. Falcon Motorsports Porsches, the 911 GT3 Rs, looking very handy in these changeable conditions. Little flurry of rain at the far end of the circuit, dry on the start-finish straight, but certainly both of them finding their form. Martin Ragginger doing the passing manoeuvre on Hans-Stuck's son, Ferdinand Stuck, and Stuck is now about, potentially, to come under another passing challenge from the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, Joel Eriksson at the wheel, the Swede, right onto his tail. But of course, all the drivers know, still wave yellows when they get to the end of the Döttinger, still the clean-up taking place between Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. And for all the drivers, it's a point at the circuit where they're just so accustomed to taking huge speed through that left-hand kink and then coming up the rise into Tiergarten. Can't do that now. They've got to switch to a different part of their brain, run slowly. How slowly? 60 kilometers as fast as you're allowed to do it. Let's hope everybody keeps that code 60 symbol. How do they know that's the code? There's a sort of pinky mauve flag or board being held up with a diagonal white cross on it and a large 60 written in white, rounded by a white circle. And the marshals have done a fantastic job. Pretty much all the debris has been removed from the racing surface, from the circuit at that final sequence of corners. Took a few laps, but they also very cleverly use course vehicles to protect the marshals and as many flags as they possibly can. And of course, the ultimate sanction there is to have a code 60. That's the best you can do without having to throw the red flag to stop the race. Right, 2 hours and 7 minutes remain of this 4-hour second qualifying race here this weekend on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's been very, very interesting thus far, gauging the differing performance of the various manufacturers. And a lot of teams that showed great pace in qualifying and practice haven't shown that pace in the race. The BMWs, conversely, seem to be working the opposite way. They seem to be becoming stronger and stronger as we go on, which absolutely concurs with what Peter reckoned may be happening, because we've been watching the early season and reporting and commentating on the NLS races, the Langstracken Series races here, and they've been super, super strong in 2023 with the M4 GT3, and it looks as though they're staying strong today, working their way up the order from poor qualifying positions.
Joel Eriksson and the Falcon Porsche there conducting a very close diffuser examination of Ferdinand Stuck's Absport Lamborghini Huracan. I don't think you could get much closer without actually taking some DNA off that diffuser.
No, good phrase, but for Ferdinand, of course, he's had to work super hard by pitting ahead of the others. He had some faster drivers behind him by dint of pitting earlier, and he's done his best to keep them behind. He hasn't had a lap in this second quarter of the race without anybody sitting on his tail. He's really had to work, so he'll have been gaining a huge amount of experience. In the last couple of seasons, we've seen Ferdinand and his brother competing in a KTM Crossbow, so they've moved up a class. He's moved up a class into SP9, and I'd say he's doing a really, really good job. make Hans-Joachim, his father, his illustrious father, very proud indeed. And of course, I think the trio, the two sons and Hans-Joachim, raced together in the VW Sirocco Cup a handful of years ago, but both the sons have come on leaps and bounds since then, which is very good to report.
So 816 into the pits. This is from our, I'm thinking that's our TCR class, is it not? 816 it is indeed. It's the Shearer Automobile Cupra coming in for one of its pit stops, same as everybody else. In as fast as you possibly can and up to the line, stop it, but just don't go over that line. Just don't go to get that speeding penalty for just nudging across the line. It's just as important to them down in that class as anywhere else. And we saw that very early on in the race, that position, that four-way battle for virtually penultimate place. It was quite extraordinary. 55, 6, 7, 8, that area. It was just brilliant, and it's just as important to them.
It is, and it's great to see that, because quite often they don't get as much camera time as we would like, they would like, because inevitably it's natural to follow the order at the front of the race or in the top couple of classes. But again, it just reinforces how many people just get a huge amount of fun and pleasure and competition. Whatever car they race, doesn't have to be the fastest. As long as you've got people in your class you can race against, then it's always well worth waiting for. Who's going to pit this time around? Well, I'll tell you what, I think almost all of them are. They will have 13 laps on the board. It will be almost on the nose of halfway through this 4-hour qualifying race. Again, at the back half of the circuit, little dots of rain on the screen. And by the time the drivers get through towards the end of the lap and come along dotting her up, for now, it's not raining there. But looking at the cloud, it's broken cloud, dark grey cloud, light cloud, almost a bit of clear sky above the drivers. Just depends which way the cameras are pointing. The cameras on the onboard, providing the onboard footage, and as they come towards the end of the lap it seems to brighten up, but when facing the other way, heading out to the far end of the circuit through Kallenhardt, Exmüller, Bergwerk, that is where the dark clouds appear to be at their darkest.
Well, not a phrase you want to use in a motorsport term where it's facing the other way. it's well, that's suboptimal, is it?
Yes, it could lead to whatever the phrase at the moment is about the, what's the phrase for sudden retirement? An instant terminal deconstruction or whatever.
If it's an accident, yes, instant unexpected disassembly.
That's it, disassembly. Right, we do have some pit stops, and the pit callers are from 3rd and 4th places. It's Andy Soucek and Marcel Marshevitz. Actually, that's 2nd and 3rd places. Nicky Katzberg had just taken the lead from Marshevitz, and Soucek and Marshevitz come in. The number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes up onto the jacks. Driver change about to occur in that department. So a lot of the two-driver lineups working through the driver changes this time around. Slick tyres being brought out. We only saw those in the latter stages of the 2-hour qualifying race last night. So at the around they delayed that first pit stop. Slicks off this time rather than rain tyres off, or inters off last night, and slick tyres on. And Schnitzelarm, they're using the Goodyear option here. Full course green with 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. That is good news.
So almost half distance.
Yes, of course. So if they stop the race now, suddenly your element of BMW in the top 3 wouldn't exist. No, it was a win, wasn't it? That's what you were going to say. Half the length of the race. He's still on for Mercedes, Ferrari in the top 3, because we've got one leading the race. But Nicky Katzberg will come in next time around, the end of 14 laps. Don't talk too much about Manthey Racing. Michael Christensen took over to do this second 1-hour stint effectively. He's now moved up to 3rd overall. How far behind? He's about 17 seconds behind Adam Christodoulou, who's 2nd in the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes. Super solid weekend. And Christodoulou, he and teammate Danny Juncadella won last night's race. What chance they can make it a double today? Juncadella, the reigning Intercontinental GT Challenge champion, and much more besides. He's going to do the second half of the race. And in many ways, I think if you've got just a 2-driver lineup rather than a 3 or even 4-driver lineup, I think it's an advantage.
And to think in a month's time when we're doing the 24-hour race here, we're just a 12th of the way into that race, but 2 hours in. It's just doesn't bear thinking about, does it?
Well, you know, sometimes when you cycle through a commentary team, you may not be the start commentator, so you could easily be 2-3 hours into the race. You watch, and then you start your stint. But it is quite strange. You watch it in such a different way. You've got more of a chance to flick through the timing screens, look for information, and then you have to start talking, and then you have just a full stream of things happening and coming up to you. But Schnitzelarm Racing, just going to wait to see who's taken over from Marcel Marchewitz. But Marcel, you know, that car was there or thereabouts until the start of the second hour. Marcel put it into the lead by dint of possibly very good pit stop before and good in lap, but the car had been started by Marcel. He'd run the whole first half of the race. I want to see how many of their other drivers they can run, but only 2 maximum, clearly. Will it be Kenneth Haar? Will it be Colin Carasani, Dutch racer, who's moving up the order very quickly in GT racing, or Luca Sandro Treffs? Marcel Marchewitz now talking in the pits, being interviewed. He's all smiles. Yes, he just got mugged to get the lead by the Fricadelli Ferrari, but he's starting to run in exalted positions that certainly weren't within his remit a few years ago.
You just answered a question for me there, because I'd often wondered where you disappeared to during commentary. I now realise that you cycle through the commentary box. That's brilliant.
Oh, yes, I know. It's restricted places. I mean, of course, Nelson Piquet used to describe driving around Monaco like riding a bicycle around your sitting room. You try riding a bicycle around a commentary box. They're not big.
Unicycle, that's the answer.
Yeah. Which Formula 1 driver, former world champion, trained on a unicycle in his younger years?
Probably James Hunt.
He was a polymath, but it actually was somebody who wasn't so much of a polymath. But he went to circus school. His name, Mika Hakkinen. You're just looking at me aghast with horror. Fair enough.
That's normal.
So for the 2 cars that came in and made their pit stop, it's young German racer Luca Sandro Treffs, who's taken over from Marcel Marchewitz, the number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, and the 102 BMW that was brought in by Andy Soucek has been taken over by Jesse Krohn. It's good that he's put his name on the screen, because he wasn't on my entry lists, because the 3rd driver in that car was down as Jake Dennis, but Jake quite possibly racing at Tempelhof. I would have thought. Is he still doing Formula E, or have I got my wires crossed entirely? But Jesse Krohn is now in that 102 Walkenhorst BMW. And the good news for Walkenhorst, ahead of the pit stops, they came in behind the Schnitzelarm Mercedes, but just that little by dint of maybe being a second less in the pits, on the in the out, they're just in front, coming along past the VW Sirocco, and it's nose to tail between those 2 cars, but they're powering into the second half of this race. Nicky Katzberg still leading, and his margin over the second place car, both yet to pit, is 11 seconds. The car in second place, Adam Christodoulou. But we were impressed, Peter, by flashes of speed from Fricadelli Racing with this new for 2023 296 GT3. But it's been consistent, it's been constant, and that's why they're leading this race. It's not a flash in the pan.
It's not, and it augurs well for the 24-hour in a month's time, and I just hope that Racing One bring their version of this car along as well, so we have a couple of them out there abreast this new Ferrari. Just be wonderful to see them out there. And it's to be honest, I'm absolutely not wanting to tempt fate to say anything wrong right now, but even if the Ferrari stopped right now, it's covered itself in glory. It's not quite its debut, but it's only a couple of races in. We talked about the GT2 Mercedes Schnitzelarm that's had, I think it's about a turbo problem with the pump on that car. That's why it's in the garage still. The Door Aston, all this car doing this due diligence, testing them, running them, seeing what happens, evaluating it. The Ferrari, it's done a great job so far. If it can carry on where it is, it's brilliant, because it's going to win. Superb. But if it didn't, there's no shame lost. Just good to see another manufacturer out there, and nice to see, if I say a non-German, I don't mean that in a bad way, but it has been the hunting ground of BMW, Audi, Porsche, for so long. It's nice to see something a bit different there. The Lamborghini's going well until incidents, and Ferrari, it's great to see. Bit of variety.
No, we always in motor racing are Catholic in our taste. We love variety, but I would think for none of the drivers in that car would it be a bad thing. For Ferrari, hello, Ferrari right at the top of sports car racing all over again. 60 years away, effectively, from front running, well, not quite 60, but very close to that. But for Nicky Katzberg, fantastic Dutch racer. Hello, this is my calling card. I've put quite a few out there already. racing for Corvette, racing for all sorts of manufacturers, BMW for Rover Racing, and so much more. But here and now, he's doing a fabulous job. News from that interview with Marcel Marshevitz, just got a bit compromised at Arenberg, missed his braking point out there. And also confirmation, thank you very much, our producer, Rob. Yeah, Jake Dennis was correct. He is at Tempelhof competing for Andretti BMW team in Formula E. So again, these drivers sometimes don't know where to place them. They take, you know, you agree deals with teams, then championship dates move around and suddenly you get a clash. But Jake, you know, really enjoys his GT racing, so we'll see.
I think what's more revealing there is that Rob's still awake. I hadn't realised.
Yes. Well, he certainly hasn't made us a coffee recently.
Well, he hasn't. No, yeah, very.
Don't need the coffee today, though.
See what we did. We're a good team, aren't we, Bruce? Come on, that's what we did there. Yeah.
I hold him down and just accost him. Right, Nicky Katzberg in the Fricadelli Ferrari into the pits, and from second place, Adam Christodoulou. We knew with 14 laps being completed, they would need some juice. They're almost back. They're 5 minutes past the halfway point in this 4-hour qualifying race, and a few others will be coming in. Actually, about another 10 cars in SP9 need to report to the pits for their regular pit stops. And let's see which of the cars that pitted last time around will assume the lead of the race. Certainly one car that's been going very well. Connor De Filippi, the BMW Junior team, appears to be moving up the order. He got into the battle with the Falcon Motorsports Porsches and dispatched the pair of them. It's been a good weekend for the American. But now he too takes the run into the pits. The Manthey Racing Porsche, Michael Christensen, came in just ahead of him. So just bear in mind the 102 and 11 BMW and Mercedes for Walkenhorst and Schnitzeler made their second pit stop last time around. The order is being jumbled. It's box, box, box. The majority of the SP9 runners into the pits they come. Up on the jacks, time for a driver change. Connor De Filippi hops out. The 72 car did really well last night. Came up from starting from pit exit. So at the back of that 20 car bunch, Eric Johansson will be taking over from him. Pit stop all looks very standard indeed. And of course, the way they run the pit stops in the 24 hours is to not have it as those Michelin tyres are being fitted, that they have to rush in the pit stop. It's a very sensible sort of minimum pit stop time, keeps them all safe. It does amuse me that on the driver's door of the BMW Junior team car is a circuit map, but it's not so they can look at it as they go round, because they couldn't look down that much. It's when they've parked the car at the edge of the circuit, they can actually report roughly where they are.
No, you're completely wrong. For the first time ever, Jones, you're completely wrong. It is there so that the drivers can look down at the door and see what corner's coming up next. Do you not realise?
The man's a buffoon.
You're not the first to have said it, you won't be the last.
Mind you, that said, of course, you've got a tracker map up on one of your manifold screens around the desk here in the commentary box, and all the teams will have exactly that, and you cannot deal without one of those if you've got a car out around the Nordschleife. I mean, it's bad enough on shorter circuits. I remember many, many moons ago, like in Formula 3000 days, that dates me, doesn't it? Alan McNish went off somewhere around the back of Hockenheim, and then the team told him to walk back. He got lost in the forest in the infield. The Bears got him. It was the end of a great career. Stop sniggering at the back. Right, SPX.
Back to school days.
We've talked about it. Maybe not enough. These are very, very exciting. It's always an exciting class. It's the one for experimental cars. Cars that will be sort of fully homologated for the following season. And we really think the GT2 specification Mercedes, we've got two of them racing here. There's one racing on this first racing weekend for the new GT2 Mercedes down at Monza. Power cuts providing for that, because they've had all sorts of problems down the Italian home of motor racing this weekend.
Well, it's not so much power cut, I think they're hoping for power connected, aren't they, at some point? It's been more downtime than it has connected.
Across the whole region.
Yeah.
It's not just the circuit. The circuits apologise, but clearly it's beyond their remit.
So stop oil protesters again. Right,
bad news for, yeah, exactly, for the number 5 Audi. We're getting reports that it's had 2 punctures so far this race. The first was suffered by Frank Stippler, rear right, and now a rear left. Oh, dearie me. Just some days it's just not your day. Right, waiting for the stagger to unwind after the second of the 3 pit stops in this 4-hour race. but consistently in and out of the pits. When on the track, either first or second, it's the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari that just seems to be having such a good run. Earl Bamber's taken over, the Kiwi. Settling in. It's funny, isn't it? After so many years, you think Earl Bamber, you think Porsche. Now just having to get our head around him being out there in a Ferrari. Let's see if he can do as good a job as we've had from Nicky Katzberg, who really has driven an excellent run this weekend. Still cars coming in, and who just set the fastest lap of the race? We talk about car number 5. Frank Stippler's got back on board. 8 minutes 13.9. That's more like it. So this is the car from Shearer Sport PHX that suffered not 1 but 2 punctures, and he's just put in a lap. The veteran ring racer, clear by about 2.5 seconds over anybody else. Maybe he needed that encouragement, but unfortunately for them, it's dropped them to 14th place overall. God, oh, Bamber taking to the curbs and bouncing around those as he goes off the early part of the Nordschleife. Wanting to get up to speed. Nicky Katzberg out of the car. Say that, and suddenly on the screen there is the amiable Dutchman being interviewed by Emily Miller, and all smiles. That will be really, that was a really good run. First half of the race, and didn't put a wheel wrong. And also, he had bumper-to-bumper racing with rivals from other manufacturers and a chance to prove the 296, and he really did that.
But certainly did. You say bumper-to-bumper, it really was the case. But what a great showing for this car so far. And I'm going to stop because it's just fingers crossed. There's still 1 hour 49 minutes to go, and that's a long race by most people's standards. And there's just a bit of this one to go yet. Still, let's keep quiet. Let's see what happens. But it is great to see just a different make, if you like, I think, up there at the front. It's just so good to see. BMW fading a little bit. We've got a couple of pit stop things to change around, haven't we? Because we've got Ferrari, Mercedes, 2 Porsches, and BMW again now into 5th place. That's our junior team with Johansson at the wheel. So I want to say Stefan there. That's just in my mind. It's like you and Hans Stuck, isn't it? It's Stefan, Johansson, Stefan. No, there are others. No, Stefan. I'm sticking with it. I like it, and I'm sticking with it.
Frankly, I'm surprised it didn't go back to Stuck 1 from the Auto Union days. But really good for Fricadelli and for Ferrari to be at the top end. Fricadelli's such a popular local team, but Ferrari popular the world over for their racing. That's what's given them the image that's been so super strong. Enzo Ferrari certainly did something right in establishing his own mark after running all the Alfa Romeo racing programs back pre-war. And a legend in the sport who loved his cars, didn't always love his drivers as much, but then of course wins were everything. But to him, well, racing was his life. And latter days, you know, even when his young drivers didn't think he was watching, he'd just be at the side of the circuit at Modena, just checking things out. Now, one car we haven't talked about too much is a GT4 type of Mercedes that the Wahl brothers are competing in. That's Tobias and Florian. Their car looks immaculate. That's run for them by the Hout Racing team. Hubert Hout's works outfit and his outfit and his cars are always beautiful in their presentation. That one, you can tell the Wahl brothers are in it because run for them by Renger Racing for the Hout Racing team.
Yeah, but I think just judging by what it said on the helmet, I think Frank Bird just got into that.
Has he?
Yes.
He should be in the number 46. There's also run for the Hout Racing team, which is one of the 2 GT2 brand new Mercedes. Let's have a little look because he's desperate for any track time. Maybe he's saying, can I join the Wahl?
I'm going to say it's definitely his helmet. I'm not going mad. It's well, it says it on the side. So that's what completely threw me. I thought, hang on, that's in the wrong car.
Good work. Let's see if you're right. So we'll wait for that car to go back out onto the circuit. That's running in the SP10 class, which is equivalent to GT4. And Frank Bird, of course, was out in the first part of the race in another car from Team Hout Racing Team, the GT2 class. And in the Aston Martin run by Durr Motorsport. We've been talking about Darren Turner, who'd been sharing that with, or will be sharing that with, and was sharing that last night with Phil Dorr, but the younger brother, Ben Dorr, appears to be taking that one over. So again, a family enterprise. Good to see that. Vantage GT3, car number 69, still circulating in the race. It was 15th last time I checked, and it's 15th all over again.
So we've got...
It may well be that Darren doesn't actually, sorry, my fault there, doesn't even get to run in this race. Phil Dorr kicked it off. Darren doesn't need the experience as much as Ben Dorr does. So I would suggest that's Ben who's taking over from Phil. "15 laps on the board for the, oh no, the 21.
CP Racing.
CP Racing Mercedes just went too deep into the final corner, and for Charles Putman, I think he just missed the barriers on the outside. It was a messy end to the lap, and I tell you what, that was probably his in lap. You know, that happens so many times. A driver's done all the hard work, and they just sort of take their attention off a little bit. He's probably just thinking, right, must do this procedure coming into the pits, and just got a little too deep into the final corner. But seriously, as you go into Hohenrhein, the barriers seem to be right across the track. They are almost hard across the nose of the car in the right-hand part of the corner before the left, and he used all the meagre amount of area on the outside of the circuit there to get through. Martin Ragginger in from the lead of the race. He pitted a lap after most of his rivals, bar the Shearer Sport Audi, brought in by Kim Lewis Schramm. And we'll see who comes through next into the lead of the race, but it'll be those that made their second pit stop earlier will gain the advantage at this point. But then, of course, their final pit stop will be earlier than their rivals, where it'll be going the other way as the pendulum swings.
I think it's going to put the Fricadelli Porsche back to the front. Porsche? So it's being Porsche, Fricadelli Ferrari.
You just jump back to,
yeah, exactly. Yes, time. Yeah. I wish I could go back many years, but that's another story. I think it will be indeed our Ferrari.
Yeah, that was very, very close for Charles Putman. Just trying to see if he brought it into the pits after that. No, he continued on his way, so maybe next time around for him. But at this point in the circuit, you just get this sort of interregnum. You get the changing of drivers going out for their first flying lap or their first lap, getting the feel of the circuit. You never know what you expect to find underneath your tyres when you go out onto the circuit here. Would it be fully dry? Those drivers who've just been taking over a car will have seen, before they started, they will have seen that little flurry of rain. It now seems pretty much uniquely dry. Oh dear.
There's rain due again on the radar fairly shortly there.
Thank you very much. In a few minutes, but where? We only had the other flurry of rain at the back of the circuit. Now, did we give you an answer about Frank Bird? He started the number 46 GT2 Mercedes. That's now had teammate Elliot Earhart. What we need to do is check another car from Team HRT. It was the Mercedes number 89. And the name on the driver's column is blank. So maybe they expected to have either of the Vals. And they've got neither, and they've got Frank Bird. We'll keep an eye out. I think you've got a very good spot there. Martin Ragginger, who came in from the lead of the race, but I did pitting behind the rivals. That number 44, Falker Motorsport Mercedes Porsche. I'm getting the disease there. Back on the track with Timo Heinemann having taken over. They've been a very, very good lineup, that pair. And frustration from Martin Ragginger there, said he just couldn't get past the Lamborghini, and that was the Lamborghini we saw sitting across his nose for many laps with Ferdinand Stuck at the wheel.
Now, Joel Eriksson's at the wheel of what was the pole-sitting car, now running down in 9th position. That's our Falcon Motorsports Porsche, number 33 of the two, 33 and 44, the two Falcon cars. The 33 car, though, is subject to a time penalty for a breach of minimum pit stop. By 3 seconds.
That's the sister car, that's Joel Eriksson's car, and that is a big, big setback. We had penalties yesterday. It's only 3 seconds or thereabouts that we will get for transgression. Yellow flag at Exmuller, bottom of the timing screen. You get a flash of colour, which is very nice, but unfortunately it's not nice because it means a yellow flag on the approach and through Exmuller, halfway around the back of the lap. Now, one car that we bigged up, dreadful phrase, but I just accidentally used it.
It's out there now.
Only 13th place overall. it's the DTM Champions car. It's the number 40 Audi. That should be setting good pace. Haven't really worked out why they've not been there or thereabouts, but they've served the same number of pit stops as all their rivals. Number 2, but they're down in 13th place. I'm just trying to see what their best lap is. Is it competitive? Is it not? Let's just wind across the ginormous screen. 8 minutes 20, not that competitive. The best lap we've seen is an 8 minutes 13.8, so not come their way as yet, but that's now in the hands of Mike Rockenfeller, winner of everything, that has the number 24 attached. Le Mans, Nürburgring, and on his career goes.
I think we've got a code 60 here now at N&uuml for 84 entry is stopped at the side of the track there, which is GT Tire VW with Stefan Schreurs, Ulrich Schmitz, Robert Hinze and Andrea Sidorenko driving that. Obviously not all at once.
Well, you can't always be sure.
You never know. It's a 4-seat car.
Doubling up, work still going on in the pit lane, and it's the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche in the pits. Now with Patrick Pilet. Now that looks as though something untoward. So that's listed down in 10th place overall. Bear in mind this was a car right at the front end and on the podium yesterday. Qualified very well today. Started this race in 2nd position, finished 3rd in the 2-hour race. Down in 10th and tumbling down the order at the moment. So really unfortunate for Patrick Pilet. And that's in the pits for the 3rd time, which for most of these runners shouldn't happen for another 40 minutes or so. 4-hour race, 3 pit stops. They've served 3 with an hour and 40 minutes remaining. So repair work going on there. So Patrick Pilet will be feeling very frustrated indeed, because they've shown really good form. Matt Campbell's been a massive star in that car. We were waiting to see if it was Mathieu Jaminet or Patrick Kolb taking it through to the finish. I would suggest it'd probably be Patrick Kolb, of the Kolb variety, rather than the Pilet. To do that, and Patrick Kolb has just been caught in the pit lane. He hasn't got his helmet on. He's talking to the cameras, so he's going to explain what exactly is going on that Lion Speed car. But what, regardless of the outcome of this race for them, they've got to be pleased. They've shown really good form through a day and a half here so far at the ring.
Yeah, I can just confirm also that the Andrei Sidorenko at the 84 GT VW has got that car going in, albeit slowly. In fact, the race leader's just coming past him now as they come up to Kesselchen. He is returning that car to the pits, so that should, in theory, take away our code 60 up there, but it hasn't, unless there's any barrier damage. So we do still have the code 60 at N&uuml with no car there. So potentially some barrier damage, and it's been reduced, as I say, that to a green. The second half of N&uuml, the right-hand part, and the left going in is still a 120. So probably just a bit of debris or something on the track. The marshal's just tidying up and whatever. We'll see when the 84 Golf comes back to the pits as to what state it's in, but it's on its way back.
Good to hear. And again, Peter and I often talk about body language, and Patrick Kolb here is the sort of low energy version of the normal Patrick Kolb, because they've decided they've had to sort of flick to option C, which is we now treat this as a test towards well, the last test before they head to the actual 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So you know, it's very hard for a driver. They want to be out there racing. Something has occurred on the car, needs to be fixed, and now they're just going to use it to fine tune. But what they have is a very good base car there for Lion Speed by Car Collection. Their Porsche have been very competitive every time the cars are together out on the circuit, and the smile is there, but it's not a driver hopping from foot to foot knowing his time in the car is coming up.
Yeah, but it's a very calm smile. It's a knowing smile, isn't it, of we're confident, we're comfortable with what we're doing and where we are, and going into the fabled 24-hour in at the end of June for us, of course. End of June, I did it. You did it yesterday, end of May.
Yeah, you're allowed to do it on Saturday.
1-1.
Yes. I thought you were doing that just to tease me, just to refresh people's memory that I was going to be going to the Eiffel a month late. But since we're travelling out, I would presume together to that event, we better make sure we get the start date right.
Well, exactly. Let's get that together at the right time. But you did break the golden rule of broadcasting a little bit earlier on when you swore. Again. When you swore on air, you used the word understeer. How dare you?
Filth.
Unbelievable. There's no place for such language in the commentary box.
I apologise to all and sundry for such shocking language. I'd just like to apologise on behalf of the broadcaster. I am the broadcaster. Right, let's carry on. Right, leading the race, the number 44, Tim Heinemann, Falco Motorsport Porsche, but not really, because that is in the lead on the timing screens by dint of serving its second pit stop after all of its rivals, obviously now getting back up to full racing speed. One more scheduled pit stop for all the runners in the field. Anybody making an unscheduled pit stop will go back. But one person we've not even talked about so far this weekend, Alexander Sims, the number 16 Audi. First half of this race from Shira Sport PHX belonged to his teammate Kim Lewis-Schramm. Alexander Sims, still getting used to him, driving for a different manufacturer, for an Audi this time around. But Earl Bamber ought to be the race leader, surely coming through as the stagger unwinds. Those two cars that came in late for their pit stops, 44 and 16, the Falco Motorsport Porsche and the Shira Sport PHX. Audi now in the hands of Alexander Sims, but it should be the Fricadelli Ferrari, as you predicted, Snowy, retaking the lead of the race. It crosses the start-finish line. Hey presto, Earl Bamber at the top of the pile, but I think he's got a really quite a chunky lead. Next car just coming into view now. Looks blank of snout as it comes down. There's a BMW in the background. There's Mercedes. So the Get Speed Mercedes, Danny Juncadere, comes through in second place. He's just a third of a second of the car that has its headlights flashing. The 102 BMW. BMW stuck at the front end, Snowy. Right, what have we got left? An hour and 35 minutes. Can it stay there? Can it move up the order? Some very, very tight racing behind. The two Falco Motorsport Porsches have got two rivals with them. They've got the BMW Junior Team M4 GT3, Jesse Krohn aboard that. Sorry, no, he's in the 102. The BMW Junior Team car, it's Johansson on board, but really close racing. Four cars bookended by the Falco Motorsport Porsches. And yet again, that Lamborghini from App Sportsline in the mix as well, coming across the line to take effectively 6th, 7th and 8th positions, and 9th as well, just for good measure.
So pretty good, isn't it? That 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, we can have some of that.
They are nose to tail. That's 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. A few seconds ahead of them, in fact quite a lot of seconds, 28 seconds ahead of them. Frederick Makovici, 5th in the Manthey Porsche, ahead of him by 3 seconds almost on the button. Luca Sandro Treffs, he's 4th in the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. He took over from Marcel Marshowitz. He in turn is 11 seconds or thereabouts behind Jesse Krohn. The last of the podium positions at the moment, Danny Juncadere, just a third of a second ahead of him, and we have overtaking going on out on the circuit, and it's the recovering and increasingly impressive App Sportsline Lamborghini. That's Kelvin van der Linde. He was off the track in his first stint. He very nearly collected the barriers, but what he has done, he's moved ahead of Eric Johansson up into 7th place. So great racing today. Really, really enjoying this.
Well, we said it was going to be a corker. You described yesterday's race as an absolute cracker, and boy, was it ever. I think changed position there, just seeing a little bit of a replay for us. I think it was a couple of change positions there. I think the Lamborghini got the job done as well. Yes, so one Falcon Porsche benefits, one Falcon Porsche loses out.
Certainly the case, and we're not complaining here at all, because the Nürburgring is spectacular in any form, in any weather, but it looks absolutely at the best when you get the SP9 class cars duking it out. What they have this weekend is a lot more track space than they have come in the 24 hours, and certainly much, much more than they have in the NLS. We started this race with 61 cars. Magically, like yesterday, it went up one with the late starting car, went up to 62. Nice sense. I'm trying to work it out how many are not still going. We know that Schnitzelarm BMW was parked up. That was a Sander-driven car, 244. But I think we've still got about 55, 56 runners from the 62 starters. So it's good. But the really good news is for Fricadelli Racing Team, Klaus Aberland's team. They've been a Porsche team for so many years. They opted to run a Ferrari this year. And that famous white and red race livery on the brand new 296 GT3 Ferrari is 13.5 seconds the good over Danny Juncadere. Expect, I would say, Juncadere to start closing in. He's certainly far more conversant and accustomed to the Mercedes AMGs, had so many years of success in that than Earl Bamber is with the new 296 Ferrari. But Earl, the Kiwi, is leading the Spaniard.
Well, it's always a risk changing a brand that you've been not just synonymous with, but of course all the experience and the data. We've talked about this frequently throughout this weekend of these different qualifying sessions and races, Bruce, of the data collection, whether you're almost irrespective of where you're performing on track, it's all data collection for the team, every aspect of it. We always focus on the drivers. Of course, they're just the bits that do the glamour at the front. They're the headline event, if you like, or the headline bit. But of course, there's so much more going on behind. And switching a brand that you're so comfortable with, and not just synonymous, but you've done so much with, Frickadelli, Porsche, just always been. I've even called it that mistake today. You've got to learn a whole new setup, a whole new way of doing things, how a car works, how the culture of that car is. Certainly Italian design, etc. It's going to be built and done in a different way. Whilst it's going to be a GT3 car, it's going to be different to the Porsche way of doing things, which you've just come embedded with. And it's very, very brave, is the point I'm trying to make, of changing to a manufacturer in such a high-profile series. But it also proves all those manufacturers are all trying to achieve exactly the same thing, beating all the others, producing a better product. That's what they're trying to do.
But that's motor racing.
Yeah.
You can carry. We all admire people being loyal, but you've got to look at the lie of the land. And when a new model comes in, is it going to be good straight away? Is it going to be the second year you might move across and try it?
Yeah.
You know, it's ifs and buts and maybes. So I've just seen such a funny tweet.
It's not to do with Formula E, is it?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen this. I wasn't sure what to comment. Bruce, go ahead.
From someone who should remain nameless. His name's Martin Haber. Track invasion, Formula E in Berlin, protesting about the lack of noise. Martin, you are old school through and through. How funny was that? There we were.
I know.
Too much time in his hands, I feel.
Climate protester on the track of Formula E. Can you make it up?
Oh no, I didn't know it was associated.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was the case.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh gosh, give me straight.
Yes. It's official. The world's gone crazy.
Right. It's
You
not
didn't need
crazy
validation?
here, though. It's not crazy at the Nürburgring. The Nordschleife providing great racing as ever. Earl Bamber leading in a Ferrari. That's news to the Frickadelli racing team. It's a delight to them. Oh dear, we've got a Seat dropping a little bit of fluid as it starts around the Grand Prix loop. It's the Cupra TCR. Sorry, it's a Cupra, not a Seat. Schlappy, Epp and Yearly in 53rd position overall. Just coming out of the pits. And the driver of 816 is Stefan Epp, one of the two German drivers, along with their Swiss teammate Matthias Schlappy. Let's hope that liquid drop is something at which it's desisted. Down to the Dunlop hairpin it goes, and yeah, maybe my wish has been granted, because the last thing we need is a slippery surface out there on the track. Just keep it, had a little flick down the timing screens to see if the Walkenhorst 100 BMW had been repaired yet. That would have been a miracle. Big body damage, front right corner after impact with an unfortunate Porsche Cayman, Joel Lebert, who'd rejoined the circuit at Tiergarten and left him nowhere to go.
Just look at that 816 Shearer Cupra. We say that fluid or steam or whatever it was exactly coming out the right rear there. It's an overflow pipe that's coming out of the bodywork at the back there. It's obviously built that. I'm just not sure what that would be for, unless it's an overfill of something. Unless it's got an oil tank in the back or something. That would put liquid out. It's a slightly odd scenario. I'm not really sure what that's about. It has stopped. It's literally after it's left the pits. It stopped. Not really sure.
No, I wasn't too sure either. So I minimised what I said about it, other than something's leaking out the back, which is sort of layman's terms. But
well, that's what you do. You throw it to me to try and explain it, and that's my job. Make you look good.
anything one can do in this career that makes us laugh. And
well, indeed.
much. We do enjoy it, and that's key. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast on the Radio Show Limited, and we truly appreciate all the listeners from all around the world. That's something that always makes me smile when I think about what we're doing. That while it might be early morning to us, to someone else it's late at night, and it does astonish me how some people are super sparky, and they're sending lots of tweets into us on RSL_studio. At all times you think, how are you that sharp at 4 o'clock in the morning your time in Australia or Indonesia, or delete as applicable? But I am full of admiration of your application and your passion for motor racing. Of course, motor racing should be driven by passion. And it absolutely is, because an awful lot of it doesn't make full sense if you look at all the finances that go with it. But we, thank everybody who's out there supporting us and just following the races. Right, a very good battle out there on the circuit between the Manthey Porsche, pushing on all the time, working its way. That's Fred Makoviecki now all over the tail of the Schnitzelam Mercedes. Battle for 4th place. Lucy Treffs at the wheel of the 4th place car, but certainly in terms of experience, Fred Makoviecki has at least a decade on him.
Right, and just from one of our professional listeners there, of course, an update there. I was trying to work out what was going on with that. The Cupra, of course, is the most obvious thing in the world. So thank you to Time Certain Clock. It might just be excess fuel. It's overfilled, just a little overflow pipe at the back there, which is where the tank would be at the back of the car. It's just getting rid of that extra bit. If it hasn't sealed exactly correctly, it did stop very quickly. So I'm sure you're right. So thank you very much, and thank you for being in Australia and being wide awake for us.
Yeah, that's just to prove the point.
Exactly right on. It's almost like we made that up, but that's exactly what happened real time.
We try not to make things up. It was half a moment I was worried that Peter's eyes were going, because he thought Frank Bird was climbing aboard the number 89 Mercedes. It wasn't. Spot on. So it's not just the Vaal brothers running in the Vaal-sponsored Mercedes, the Team Howe racing team, but Frank Bird has tried not one but 2 cars this weekend. He kicked off this race in the GT2 Mercedes.
That's twice I've been right in one race. Unbelievable. Go for the hat trick. Let's go on. There's an hour and 24 to do it still. Rob, help me. Back me up here. Oh, Rob's under the table. Sorry.
I need Rob on this side of the table, please.
Back to school again.
Back to school, yeah. I've just managed to flick off a screen, which wasn't the world's most intelligent thing to do. He would, of course, flick it the right way. Looking increasingly good for the Fricadelli.
Jones demonstrating his digital dexterity once again. Yes, indeed, looking increasingly good for the Fricadelli Ferrari. Look what's in 2nd place now.
I can't yet. No, I can.
Okay, yes, you can. It's there. See those little things there? There's figures and numbers and the letters. Put the letters in the right order. There's 3 in there. It says BMW. Okay.
Very good. Bruce's motor work. My father made me a little.
Oh, don't go there. Don't go there.
When I was a youngster, and that's what was written on the side.
Oh, bless. Before you were packed off to prep school.
Put it in a cupboard.
Did you take it with you?
Absolutely not. I just love the sight of the Nürburgring through the twisters. SP9 cars, 4 of them in a row, separated by half a second each. The left, the right, just fantastic. So 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, very close indeed. But Tim Heinemann has moved up to 6th in the number 44 Falker Motorsports Porsche. Kelvin van der Linde working his way through the pack and falling back a little bit again. Now he's got Eric Johansson trying to catch him, but those orders sitting down because Johansson's very busy with fellow Swede Joel Eriksson in the 2nd of those Falker Motorsport Porsches, in 9th, right on the tail of the BMW Junior Team M4 GT3. But Peter would like to point out and do what we call reiterating again and again. His top BMW is in 2nd overall, but it's no good. It has to win or not at all to make Peter thrice right in a day. But for now, the Fricadelli Racing Team Ferrari is breaking his heart. It was 13 seconds clear. It's now 16.25 seconds the good. Earl Bamber pressing on. And this performance is really going to put the cat among the pigeons, because that was a car that new for the 2023 season, and it often takes a good season, as we saw with the BMW M4, to get up to the ultimate pace for teams to understand the new offering. And all the manufacturers sort of go in a cycle to bring in the new GT3 car. GT3 has been such a global success, but the new kid on the block, yes, you have Evo and Evo 2 models of other iterations from other manufacturers, but this new Ferrari is something clearly very special indeed, and the Fricadelli Racing Team, they should be really proud. They got it dialed in perfectly for these weather conditions, these temperatures here on the Nordschleife at the Nürburgring. One thing we haven't done for quite some while is talk too much about who's leading Cup 2. They're the next best placed car and class underneath SP9. Huber Motorsport. Tom Kiefer led early in the race, but it's now in terms of Hans Wehrmann to take the lead in that class, and they are circulating in 16th overall. What sort of pace are they managing relative to the fastest cars? They are 20 seconds and slightly more down around the course of a lap. They've got their own battle. And then behind them, the two K Kramer racing entries, 184 and 161, are second and third in that Cup 2 class for. And K Kramer racing 184 in the hands of, I was going to say Guido Naumann. He's not in that car. Naumann's in the car. Yeah, he is in that car. Sorry, 161. Again, I can't identify. We had Alexei Veromenko. We've got someone listed as just SELV in capital letters at the wheel of that one. Try and get to the foot of that. You're looking perplexed and puzzled, but at the same time.
Well, I am, and that's quite a normal state. It's just wind. But I'm just getting reports on penalties, and I want to be very careful what we say here. This is, has come up 3 minutes ago, but car 21, which is the CP Racing Mercedes, the All-American lineup, has got a penalty for a stop of 5 minutes. Code 6 breach plus driver disqualified and loses N-ring permit, which would be pretty draconian. Thank you. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. Ahead of the 24, and I think it was Charles Espinal at the wheel of that.
No, I think the one who had the avoidance was Charles Putnam, because it started off with
CP, yeah.
CP Racing Shane Lewis. Hold on, let's double pack.
Yeah, Shane Lewis.
Charles Putnam. And at the moment it's Charles Espinal. We don't know, this has just been issued, but I wouldn't want any driver in this field to lose their permit. I also, for CP Racing, such staunch supporters, to lose it any time would be dreadful, but to lose it ahead of the Nürburgring 24 hours, that would be the cruelest stroke imaginable. So we'll keep an eye out on that, and fingers crossed that's not quite the case, but that's certainly a message we're seeing on the screens.
Yeah, I was going to try and get that verified as to with race control, how that works. Because you said that would just be a cruel. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't then do the 24-hour, because there's such a tight-knit bunch, the four of them. They go racing together everywhere, in anything, karts, etc., but especially that Mercedes.
Looking for better news to counterbalance potentially really bad news. Let's go down through the classes a little more. TCR, I think we've only got 4 cars running in that class. Manuel Lauk is leading that. He's 24th overall, but that's one place behind the car that's leading SP10. And that's KCMG. Their entry is car number 47. It's a Toyota Supra, and Australian racer Josh Burton at the wheel of that. He's been sharing that with Eduardo Liberati, who started the race. Again, with the 2-driver lineup, they're doing a sort of 50-50 split. The first 2 hours to the start driver, and the second driver finishes the race. Who's going to finish the race in the race-leading Fricadelli Ferrari? He's just about to put 18 laps on the board. Earl Bamber crosses the line. Let's have a little lap. We're running full green around the circuit. Last lap, best lap was 8 minutes 16.1. That last lap, a second slower, 8 minutes 17.1. So good pace from Earl Bamber. Turn around, and we're going to have 2 cars probably very close together coming across the line. It should be 102 in second place. Jesse Krohn is doing it. He's got plenty of company. He's got Danny Juncadella just 0.6 of a second behind, and close. The gain for the driver in third place, the Spaniard Juncadella, was only 0.2 of a second. So Jesse Krohn putting up a very good run here. He's sort of doing more and more rounds in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and the proof of that, the benefit of that is clear to be seen. Driving really well, but plenty of pressure from Danny Juncadella.
The car, of course, that this car won yesterday, despite absorbing that 30-second penalty for what we thought was, I wouldn't call it a jump start. I'd just say it was a little bit eager. It's a bit keen. The officials regarded it as a jump start because we haven't really got a different phrase, but it was touch and go. I mean, I spotted it straight away, and we said, didn't we, as you said, the counter, as so often works, of did they just get a little bit of a better run? They are pace cars peeled in. It's the leading car. You get to go to the line. You can't overtake until you get to the line. The fact, unless there's an absolute speed regulation until crossing the line, unless you've broken that, it's really up to the rest of the field to keep up. We spotted Cisrani that didn't really keep up, so the other cars couldn't overtake that. So there's always greater depth. There's always mitigating circumstances.
But it magnified the start.
Yes.
Of the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes, and Danny Juncadella was driving that. But at the end of the lap, however good his start was, he was 11.2 seconds clear. So clearly he was right on top of the situation. And Colin Carasani way short. of experience in comparison, and he sort of then got enveloped into the pack. But we never thought, even in a 4-hour race, you could absorb a 30-second advantage. But somehow they did. I was convinced that they'd be down outside the top 3 when that lone pit stop was served in the halfway point in the 2-hour race. And yet they both clearly drove really well. Adam Christodoulou bringing that clear at the end. But what was the margin between the top 3 cars? 3.1 seconds at the end of 2 hours of racing.
And that's the credit to it, isn't it? I mean, I felt the penalty was far worse than the crime. But put that aside, it's done. This is what we've said so many times about motor racing. People suck it up, move on. It's done. We've got it. There's no point complaining about it. It's happened. So what do we do about it? And that's what I love about motor racing, especially places like this. They adapt. It's happened, it's done. There's no point in arguing, it's there. The official's decision is final. Referee's word, race director's word is final. Right, let's move on. What do we do? They find a way. And to turn that round and bring back a 30-second deficit and still win, it's stupendous. And they're not looking too shabby today, are they?
Certainly not. Certainly sitting at the sharp end of the field in 3rd place. Will it become 2nd? If it's not for want of trying, pushing, but Jesse Krohn doing a great job in that black BMW M4 GT3 with the Advan and Yokohama sponsorship on that. And for Walkenhorst Motorsport, they'd like to stay at the upper end of the field because clearly one of the sister cars very battered indeed. Let's have a little scroll down the timing screens. It's the number 100 still in the pit garage being repaired. The answer to that is yes. This is the one in which Henry Walkenhorst was left with a choice of hitting the barriers or just clipping a Porsche Cayman that had spun at the entrance to Tiergarten and then rejoined and just pulled right across the track in front of him. Really unlucky for Henry Walkenhorst.
So we're not quite at our final hour, 1 hour 14 and 28 seconds to go and counting. Ferrari, BMW, 2 Mercedes, 2 Porsches, Lamborghini, Porsche, Audi, BMW in the top 10. That's how it looks for the moment. But there's an awful lot of track time to go still. Another hour and 14 minutes. The weather has, at the moment, held off. Will it, won't it? Yes, exactly. Yes, on cue to enter stage left.
6th place isn't where you always look to see what's happening, but Tim Heinemann for Falcon Motorsport has just suddenly put in the fastest lap anyone has done recently by a margin of about 2 seconds, just lapped in the 8-minute 14s. He's got a margin to find. He's got 14 seconds to find to catch Fred Maciavicchi. But if you have a few more laps like that, 6th place could become 5th. Falcon Motorsport didn't really shine in the early stages of qualifying, but they seem to have really hooked it up in the races. But it has been up and down, and we saw both of their cars fighting in that battle, 6th, 7th and 8th and 9th. With Tim Heinemann having got up into that 6th place, he's gradually dropping the Lamborghini from Ab Sportsline. I thought he might be passed by it. Certainly Kelvin van der Linde moved up through that group, got into 2nd in that group, therefore 7th overall, but he's just over 9 seconds down as Heinemann is pulling clear. So Heinemann really has been impressing this weekend in that number 44 car from Falcon Motorsport. They started down in 10th. The fact they're running in 6th shows progress has been made by them. And again, just checking if anybody else is banging in quick laps. No, the best of the rest are doing 8-minute 16s. That really was a good lap from Tim Heinemann, so that gap should be coming down. As I say that, he suddenly loses 5 seconds in one timing sector to Fred Maciavicchi. I'm fairly sure we're running full green. Yes, we are. Well, we'll wait and see if there's a problem there for Tim Heinemann. Maybe there's been a moment. We'll gauge that. No, it's now dotted back to what it was. Yeah, 14 seconds.
So running repairs to, I think it's the rear wing here because it's the car 150. That's the it's the transponder. It's the rear side window with the transponder is the case having to cable tie. You can't finish a race without a cable tie. Somebody's got to do it. Cable tie and gaffer tape is what we need. It's on the Porsche 150.
Yeah, it's that bright green, lime green with blue contrasts of Krone Racing and Israel Racing combination. Tracy Krone and Nicholas Johansson, so the American oil man and the Swedish racer that have been racing together for longer. If I say it's 20 years, it's very much 20 years. It may be more, but clearly a great partnership. Cars always superb presentation. RPM Racing running their car in the Cup 2 class, 911 GT3s, and exits the pits. But yes, again, as you say, cable ties. If you forget the cable ties, you're asking for trouble. Niklas Jonsson, Swedish driver, I think is the driver who's come out. I didn't see a driver change there. We only caught that rear window being popped back into position and then sorted out.
Right, some of those penalties that came in, we mentioned a little bit earlier, or I did mention a few minutes ago, for breaches of code 60s, and a little bit more meat on the bones now. The 21 car, CP Racing, has definitely got 2 penalty points. May not have ring permit removed for the driver at the time, but it's 2 penalty points because speeding at 124k in a code 60. Number 50 has managed to exceed that, and that's the Equipe Vitesse Audi R8 from SB9 category still. That's managed to do 152k in a code 60, and the third and final one for these breaches is 242, which is Adrenaline Motorsports M240i. You can guess which class that's in, managing a mere 98k. I say I shouldn't jest, but in those figures there, that's quite low compared to speed. But even that's not the point. So that seems. I'm surprised with the experience of CP there that's happened to be virtually double the speed. You're coming down to a 120 there, so maybe they just misread and thought it was a 120 and gone slightly over that, as opposed to just breaking it into a 60. But
right, while you were talking through that, yeah, I mean, you expect a few K here and there, and it's not good. I mean, there should be a button to get it down, ham it down to 60, but maybe something untoward has occurred. Right. A car that featured very strongly yesterday, finished up on the podium, but today has had 2 punctures, and now they're treating it as a test session. Of which car do I speak? I speak of the Lion Speed by Car Collection Porsche, listed as 14th place, Mathieu Jaminet now at the wheel of that. So yes, clearly way down from where you'd expect to find them. And it just hasn't run. And in fact, as yet, their best lap, 8 minutes 16.4, nearly 16.5 seconds, the best lap of the race, 8 minutes 13.9, so some way off. And that's also an Audi. That was Frank Stippler in one of the sister cars. Sorry, not the sister car, one from Shearer Sport PHX, and that's in the pits at the moment. So that's it's been difficult. In fact, that's the one that had the 2 punctures. Apologise, I've managed to mix a couple of my Audis up there, but clearly things haven't been running totally smoothly for Lion Speed. But they've seen they've got the speed. They just had to set back in this race. How is this going to unfold? Will the traffic be kind to the car in second place? The 102 BMW driven by Jesse Krohn. It certainly was as they went out onto the Nordschleife. He's gained a bit more of an advantage over Danny Juncadea in the third place Get Speed Mercedes. That's number 2. 2 largely back cars. The Walkenhorst car is black of nose and red of tail, but the Lamborghini is, the black Get Speed Mercedes is black from front to back. The other car that's of that race colour disposition is the car in 7th place overall, the Abs Sportsline or Lamborghini, and for quite some while early in the race those 2 cars were running together. Now just looking to see, have we got warning flags? Black flag being waved for a number of drivers at the moment, as Peter just reported.
yeah, I've just seen the I think it'll be a post-race one, this on, certainly on the 21 is a car that intrigues me at the moment, the CP Racing Mercedes entry of, I've certainly seen the official bulletin, but it just lists the drivers in that car as opposed to who receives the penalty. But it is official, they do most certainly have one of them, at least, has their licence removed, or the permit removed.
Well, that's very, very sad news, and if I suggest if we've had those speeds, that was 124 through a 60. Whoever was at the wheel of the number 50 Audi will also, because they did an even greater speed, 152 through a 60. And drivers of that car, Michael Heinrich, started off Arne Klaas and Christian Bollrat. So we don't know which of those picked it up at the moment. It's Arne Klaasen back aboard that.
Well, it was, I can tell you on that one, it was Borath, Christian Borath aboard the number 50 R8 at the time. But we're not the officials, it's not our position to say. I can't tell you who was aboard the 21 Mercedes. You think it was Charles Putton, don't you?
We think. Unless they were very quick, in Charles Espinal was the third driver in, but certainly the announcement was way too late for Shane Lewis in terms of he kicked that car off and he was long out of the car by the time the penalty was served. He did the start of the race. I want to see what's happening at the front of the field. Is it still Fricadelli Racing Team? Yes, it is. They're Ferrari Volbamba. What is his margin after 19 laps? It's a good one. 16.2 seconds over Jesse Krohn. Krohn's busy though because he's got Danny Juncadella in the Get Speed Mercedes all over his tail. Concentrating, and then back to fourth place. It's 25 seconds to the second of the Mercedes. That's number 11 from Schnitzelarm Racing. And Lucasandro Treff's young racer has got just 0.7 of a second advantage over Fred Machiavicchi in the best of the Porsches in fourth overall. Perhaps if there's a story in this race, it's the fact that the Porsches had looked so strong. We had them second and third last night. At one stage, I think 5 of the top 6 runners in the 2-hour race were in Porsches. At the moment, they're sitting in 5th, 6th, 8th, and the next two is Romain Dumas just entering the pits at 13th and 14th. Their form has fallen away somewhat.
It has, but you never know. We've got it's slightly alarming there. The timing screen I'm looking at, it said 4 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. Of course, it's an hour and 4 minutes and 44 seconds. So hopefully our timing screen doesn't disappear in 4 minutes and 35, 34, 33 seconds. But there's an hour to go, and it's you've got to be careful not to get ahead of yourself of what looks like is going to happen. So far, it's suiting my narrative, but that doesn't mean to say it's right. It was based on some experience, but it's looking good for Ferrari. I almost wish I hadn't said that now. And the BMWs are doing well too.
Yeah, but you know what? Within that, the good thing about the Ferrari is that it's sort of taken the median run. If after the first pit stops we had cars coming in after 5 laps, they were in that main group, the median group, after 6. And then a handful, 3 of them in the SP9 class came in after 7. And really, when your second pit stop is served, it's in the same association as it was first time around. They're the middle group, and they're leading this race by 16 seconds. And I don't think it's anybody else can claim whether starting earlier or making their first pit stop earlier or later, they will have an advantage to topple that Fricadelli Racing Ferrari. Let us see. And as we've seen many a time, a little bit of weather can blow in here. You can get a slow zone thrown that hits you and doesn't affect the car who's chasing or a car that you're chasing. And advantages can change very quickly indeed. But for now, as the light is getting a little bit grayer, it's Ferrari leading the way. Margin after 19 laps, 16.2 seconds. Slight closing of that gap. It was slightly larger, but we're dealing maybe half a second the previous time around. So Jesse Krohn doing a good job, but he's very, very busy in the office because he's got Danny Juncadella in the Get Speed Mercedes all over his tail. Ben Deur on board the Deur Motorsport Aston Martin, running in 14th place overall. He's closed the margin to the Huber Motorsport Porsche, but that has just reported the pits. Romain Dumas brought that in for pit stop number 3, whereas the Aston Martin, of course, has to serve that. Well, let's see if Darren Turner gets a run in that today, but it's been the 2 brothers, Phil and Ben Deur, from the family that runs the team, owns the team, the name above the garage door.
I see what you did there.
Oh, so I didn't mean to.
Above the garage door. Brilliant. It's funny, I bet you're on fire today, Jones.
Oh, what a low bar.
Somebody mentioned the bar.
So, what is going to unfold? The final round of pit stops coming up very soon indeed. It's a 4-hour race. Had a 2-hour race yesterday, but it's 4 hours today. The third and final pit stop for the drivers who are running without problems on their cars coming up any time soon. In fact, yep, the second and third place cars follow Earl Bamber through. The gap was 16.2 seconds as the car Jesse Cronin comes through. 14.6. The gap is coming down. Danny Juncadella in third place, just half a second further back. Lights flashing, coming alongside one of the Hyundai Elantra Ns in the TCR class, and it's obstructed. Poor old Danny Juncadella. The 830 had to go somewhere, but it was the very short run between turn 1 and turn 2 where the cars have to snap through an opening in the barriers. The 830 right across the nose. That's the one driven very well by Manuel Lauk and Mark Basseng. Had to have somewhere to go, but unfortunately for Danny Juncadella, it was right across the nose of his car. It's Manuel Lauk at the wheel. Can't blame him there. It's such a short run from turn 1 to turn 2. But for Danny Juncadella, he'll have to work it out all over again. He was half a second down at the start-finish line. He's maybe a second back, cost him half a second. Through the Dunlop Carer, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, then the climb up towards and through the Michael Schumacher S, and then crest the hill, and then start dropping a little bit, run behind the paddock into the kink at the foot of the climb, and then up to the Vidal chicane, and then on to what follows next, which is the magnificence of the Nordschleife.
CP Racing's day doesn't get any better. Unfortunately, they've had that slight exertion off the track. They've had excursion, my apologies, off the track, I knew what I meant. They've then had that penalty for breaking or breach of the code 6, and they've now just got another penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Doesn't say how long that was though, but it's just not their day. As you say, some days it just doesn't work out.
No, it really doesn't. And this is a team that's been very, very loyal to this any long-distance racing around the Nürburgring in particular. It's their absolute favourite, and they have crossed the Atlantic many a time to come and play. Which one of the front runners is going to blink? It's not a case of blink first. Their pit stops are all timed and planned, but the final one for all of them will be coming up very, very soon indeed. Earl Bamber, the lead was 16 and a bit seconds, then it went down to 14, but he'll be probably coming in next time around, so not too much to worry. And then the question is, David Pittard, will he get a go, or will they simply split today's race between Nicky Katzberg, who did the first part of the race, and Earl, who's done hour number 3, who's going to go into hour number 4? So Mathieu Jaminet in the pits. One has to say, sadly for them, again, that's pit stop number 5 for line speed by car collection. We heard from Patrick Kolb saying it's going to fast become a test session, and that's precisely what has become of that. This is the car that finished on the podium last night when Matt Campbell shared it with Mathieu Jaminet. But today we've had Patrick Pilet in the car as well, and certainly Patrick Kolb in the pit garage. Maybe they give Patrick Kolb a run to the finish, we will see. But at the moment, Mathieu Jaminet brought that in. Just looking for any sudden pace towards the end of this stint. In fact, it's coming from Alexander Sims. He's the fastest of all the runners, I think, in the top class at the moment as they approach the pit stops. But his Audi from Shearer Sport PHX down in 9th position, but respectable Brit pressing on. And it's good to see him finding another manufacturer with which to shine. Stepped down from Formula E after many, many years in that category, and it's good to see him flourishing again. I think really finding his true métier, which is in GT and sports car racing. I like to find good news wherever possible, and I've found some for CP Racing. You've had all these announcements recently about the problems they're having, but Charles Espinaut has just set his fastest lap of the race. There we are. I found something. Look hard enough on the timing screen, and hopefully you can reward the service they've done.
But isn't that proof of a racer's response? Despite that, in the face of adversity, go out there, turn it round. Silver Cloud, brilliant job.
Looking keenly when the cars fighting over in second and third, halfway around the lap. Is there going to be any moisture? Yes, there is. Sudden flick of the windscreen wiper for Danny Juncadella, so he's getting a little bit something on his screen. That's the point where it was raining for what? All of about 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes at the most, just before the second round of pit stops. That's the point that the team managers start to twitch. Oh, should we get the wet tyres out? And of course, when you're racing on a circuit with a lap that's 25 kilometres, the consequences of deciding it's not going to rain, let your driver, if he's got enough fuel, go on for a further lap and then finding a downpour. Oh my word. And with a lap time of the fastest lap in the race, 8 minutes 13 or so, it's a long, long lap, and a lot of rain can fall at the time.
Yeah, just confirmation, just going back to that very quickly, it was Charles Putnam in that CP Racing car at the time. Racing, I say CP Racing car, the team's called CP Racing. When you say Shearer Sport car, it sounds logical. When you say CP Racing car, it sounds like you're saying racing car. It sounds childish, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
Go with it.
Yes, go with it. It's there. It's out there now. It's got legs. It's running around. But it was Charles Putnam at the wheel of that, unfortunately. So hopefully that can be resolved before the 24 hour, because I wouldn't want to see that that team not taking part. And certainly here, of all people, it's eponymous. It's named after him. You know, Charles Putnam is the CP of CP Racing car.
Yeah, well, if it's something that has happened, he will be absolutely kicking himself, because as Peter reported, there were fairly major transgressions for a code 60, not by a percentage or two. It was a whole lot more.
It's double. It's 3 of them at the same time. It's just not like them at all. Quite often these code 6s are preceded by a code 120. So you reduce speed to that. It was a 124, and I'm not just trying to find a way out of it. I'm not being a lawyer on this. I'm not nearly clever enough. But I'm just wondering if they've just slightly misread the 120 to 60, or it's come a bit suddenly, and they're slowing down to that bit, and they've just got that wrong bit at the wrong time, because it's just not like them at all, and they're so straight down the line, those guys at that team. They do it properly, do it right, do it within the rules. Yes, it's competition, but all in exactly the right and professional way. So that's it almost couldn't happen to a nicer team on the grid, to be honest.
No, exactly so. Right, the third and final round of pit stops. Surely this time around the cars will be a calling advantage for our race leader, Earl Bamber, in the Fricadelli Racing Team Ferrari. Was down to 14.6 seconds last time around, and now some of the Cup 2 Porsches are sitting in the pit lane. But will Earl Bamber come in this time or next time around? Will he come in after 21 or 22 laps? And there were periods with slow zones, of which we were just speaking, which might have bought them a little bit of extra fuel. But I would think they should be coming in, as I say, this or next time around. And looking at the sectors around the lap, is he... he's actually not losing any more time to the chasing 102 Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW. That is working very hard in the hands of Jesse Krohn, with Danny Juncadea, best of the Mercedes driver. Car number 2 from Get Speed in 3rd position overall. And again, up above the pits, grey skies and dark clouds. But will there be rain between now and the end of the race? An hour potentially could wait for them. Oh, we're getting a move. The Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW is being challenged and is on the outside of the circuit as they go through the kinks before Tiergarten. Oh, right across the nose. The move nearly worked for Danny Juncadea. We might start talking about side drafting. He promised to give us an answer about that earlier in the race, but that was side by side. And by dint of keeping his footing, was on the correct side of the track, and then diving into the pits. Walk and Horse, but not Juncadea. So Juncadea goes on to lap 22. And Jesse Krohn dives into the pits. And the Ferrari, by the way, in the race lead, yeah, as those two fought behind him, he clawed back more than 4 seconds. Now, Earl Bamber, 18.7 seconds to good over Danny Juncadea. That was very, very close going to Tiergarten, though. Thought it was worth a go. And even though he was coming into the pits, Jesse Krohn wasn't prepared to cede position at all. Really tough on his entry to the Tiergarten. Did not offer up second place. Now his car, the 102 BMW, at a stop in the pit lane. A fresh set of Yokohama rubber being put on. Double check. Yes, a set of shiny slicks coming off, or slicks coming off and shiny slicks going on. They've not been thrown by that little flurry, tiny flurry of small shower out at the back of the circuit. They've decided slicks are the way to go. That's what we're sticking with. Maybe in 8 minutes time, when the next cars come in from that lead group, we'll find there is some proper rain for them, or perhaps it's simply blown by. Again, the team chiefs have to keep an eye on their weather apps. Also in the pits, the Schnitzelam number 11 Mercedes. That's Lucasandro Treffs, and Kelvin van der Linde has brought in the AB Sports line Lamborghini, which I think he'll probably hand back to Ferdinand Stuck. 102 Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW put up on the dolly jacks. Is that just to spin its nose round for pit exit? Or be wheeled back into the garage? They're still trying to push it round. Don't worry, it's only to push it around. It's always a moment at which you think, over the years, Peter, you look at Donald Jackson go back into the garage, but here you have to remember so many cars in the pit lane, they need to make space for them, so there is this stipulation, they need to be turned around to face diagonally from in front of their pit garage toward pit's exit. So good job from the crew there.
Okay, so the 21 CP Racing Mercedes has that penalty for speeding was 65.2k in the pit lane. So it's a 30-second time penalty. And also a new penalty for 78, which is our Pro Sport Racing Aston. Unfortunately, Guido Dumouriez with a pit stop 1 second short. So, no, sorry, hang on, maybe this again. 32-second penalty plus a second. Yeah, so it's a second short. So they've got to have a 32-second penalty added.
Wow, small margins. Twitchy trigger finger there. On the 102 BMW coming back out onto the circuit. So Jesse Crone will take this through to the end of the race, but double check, because many a time we've been caught out. You get the signal that it's a driver remaining on board, and then it gets the first timing sector, and suddenly another name appears. But this is the car that Jens Klingmann kicked off. Andy Soucek did the second stint. Jesse Crone the third, maybe now the fourth. I didn't see a driver change in the pit lane there. And the Finn probably to take it through to the finish. Again, keeping an eye, surely the lap before the cars come into the pits, the vast majority of the front-running crews have only served 2 pit stops. 3 need to be done in this 4-hour race. And is there any gain? No, it's again looking as though Earl Bamber's got most of the answers. 1 sec to Danny Juncadere, gained about half a second on him, but it's still going to be a sizable margin for whoever takes the Fricadelli Ferrari through the final one. It's almost going to be, by the time the car gets back to the pits, only 45 minutes, this 4-hour race. Car was started by Nicky Katzberg, then Earl Bamber. Will David Pittard get a go? But whoever does could be heading to the first victory for the 296 GT3. They've had a class win here last time out. They won the Pro-Am class, 296 GT3, but an outright win. Well, Klaus Abelin will be beside himself. He's the team boss, the owner that's made it all happen.
Well, let's keep our powder dry for another 49 minutes. We're not quite there yet. Well, there's some satisfaction in being potentially right, he said very quietly.
Ladies and gentlemen, he just won't let it go.
It's the competitive bit in me. I might be old, but it's still there.
So, will conditions stay through to the end of the race? Just taking a look at the sky wherever possible, wherever a camera angle will show it, on board or a static camera around the circuit. Not static, sorry, not from a camera position. It's just a grey afternoon. It's not sort of the spring weather where you gamble past the daffodils. It's waiting for summer sort of weather.
Yeah, I was just looking at the basic weather sort of app I've got here. Just a very quick update on that. But it's not saying the rain's going to come in. There's an increasing chance of it latter part of the day. That increases from 20% this morning at race start at 11 o'clock-ish, weather-wise, to 55% chance between 2 and 5, bearing in mind that we're at 4 o'clock now, 10 past 4. And of course it then increases to 90% chance by 5 o'clock, which is almost exactly at the race end. So it could almost be, wouldn't that be tantalising, just the last lap or last 20 minutes, the last 2 laps of just a little bit of rain. Just you sure about your tyre choices now, boys? You know, just you've always said that we can go through every little bit of layer of this, the complexities of an NLS or any race on the Nordschleife, and it's cars, it's tyres, it's strategies, it's drivers, it's pro-ams, it's abilities, experience, etc. But what will always catch you out in the end is the Nürburgring. It might just suddenly go, you've had it too easy. Come on.
It's not benign.
No.
It must be said.
And it might only rain at one spot. It might not rain at all. It may be a deluge. Who knows? The only way to find out is stay tuned.
Yes. Let's hope we can spot it as and when it comes. But yeah,
let's hope after all that build-up, I hope we don't miss it.
Could be wet on or under the podium. Let's wait and find out. But certainly for Earl Bamber and the Fricadelli Racing Team crew, surely coming to make their 3rd planned pit stop sitting on a margin of, at the start of the lap, 18.7 seconds over Danny Juncadella, who moved up from challenging to second place to being in second place in the Get Speed Mercedes when the 102 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW was brought in by Jesse Crone, put out onto the track again by Jesse Crone, so he's doing the final stint of the race, doing the second half of this 4-hour qualifying race for Walkenhorst Motorsport. Started by Jens Klingman, Andy Soucek second. That's the first hour, the second hour, and Jesse Crone, the Finn, to do hours 3 and hour 4. We are green the whole way around the circuit, and cast your mind back if you were with us from the early stages or the start of this race. The first 24 minutes, full green, and then we had a long, long time where yellow flags and slow zones were dotted around the circuit, and Earl Bamber coming towards the end of lap 22. No car in sight. Long, long camera amber looking back. There are some headlights in the background. Is it close enough to be the driver in second place? Again, waiting to see if that's going to be the case. The driver in second place, of course, is Danny Juncadella in that Get Speed Mercedes. Through the final couple of corners goes the red-white Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, diving into the pit lane, waiting to the last second to get down to the pit entry speed. Not everybody's managed that. There have been certainly time penalties for those who've transgressed. And the Fricadelli Ferrari comes to a stop. A fresh set of Michelin slicks awaiting, and a new driver coming on board. So presumably that would be David Pittard. Nicky Katzberg did the first half of the race. Good stint from Earl Bamber there. So again, none of these drivers with a lot of experience of the 296 GT3 Ferrari, new for 2023, but it seems to have settled in frighteningly quickly as far as the rivals are concerned.
The physique certainly looked tall enough to be Pittard going into that car, and I think that is indeed his helmet design.
And again, don't think these races are simply for this weekend. We're building towards the 24 hours of Nürburgring in a month's time, and a top finish here helps you get out into top qualifying when we get to the 24 hours. That's what the teams are all aiming for, as well as getting a handle on their cars and how they've been behaving. And certainly a person who should be very, very pleased is Klaus Abelin, boss of the Fricadelli Racing Team, hoping to get an interview with him coming up very soon indeed. Don't forget, Fricadelli Racing moved across Ferrari this year, and who's helping them run their cars? Well, of course, Rinaldi Racing, which is Germany's lead Ferrari racing team, has been for a long time. You need that expertise. Again, you were talking about move to different manufacturers, and you just get slightly different ways of working. And while those front runners are in and the Ferraris just changed hands, that's precisely what Fricadelli Racing and Klaus Abelin wanted of their first year with the Ferrari.
Yeah, not just that, the different ways of working as well, but different types of cars. So, you know, Fricadelli have gone from Porsche to Ferrari. It's still a mid-engine car, so the dynamic in that sense is there's parity. But people like Pittard have come from largely BMW front engine, suddenly going to a mid-engine car. It's very different. It has different nuances, which to most people is, well, what's the difference? A car's a car. No, because when we're pushing this hard, looking for every last thousandth, everything counts. It'll suddenly do things that you don't know or don't understand. If you don't understand how the thing works, it can catch you. A mid-engine car will rotate into a corner in a totally different way to a front-engine car, and you've got to learn to adapt to that in its different circumstances. And you say all the permutations are just suddenly completely different. It's almost like one of those kaleidoscopes. You just throw it all in, twist it, and see what you get, and hopefully get a nice image at the end.
Hold that thought. That's magnificent. Ferrari back on track, waiting to confirm that it's not David Pittard having a go. It's Felipe Fernandez-Laza. I noticed his name was on the screen. It wasn't on my initial entry list, but David drove it yesterday. And again, it's about all of them gaining racing experience. And Felipe Fernandez has been such a long-time runner for the Fricadelli Racing Team, quite often alongside Klaus Abelin, the team boss, and he's the driver going out to do the third stint. And will it be a winning stint? So when everybody served their final pit stops, let's see how close the number 2 Mercedes will get when they come back around, because it came in second place, 17 and a bit seconds behind, but don't forget, of course, we're waiting to see where the cars that pitted last time around will be. But it's the run to the finish, and starting with a 17-second advantage or thereabouts is very good news for the Fricadelli Racing team. Cars still coming in and coming out of the pit lane. Dry, cloudy, little flurries of rain, but they do seem to have held off for now. Happy man in the pit lane, definitely a smile on his face. Klaus Abelin, the team owner of Fricadelli Racing, he would be delighted if they were leading this race in a Porsche in previous years, but they've moved on, as Peter and I have been talking about, to Ferraris this year. And Klaus doesn't look as though he can sort of believe it's happening. A sort of wry smile on his face, but a lot of excitement. And this final hour, but luckily for him, this final 40 minutes, should have his car at the front of the field. And again, sharing it across 3 drivers, that's very good news. They'll be starting the 24 hours to bring probably with 4 drivers in their lineup, and they all need experience this 296.
Yeah, it's got to be, for Klaus Abelin, team owner here, it's got to be cautiously mixed emotions, hasn't it? Because part of you is, the car's leading. As I said an hour or so ago, if it stops now, if it has a puncture or a wire drops off it, as in something simple, you've got to be happy with. But enjoy the journey, my friend, because that's where the car is. But also that little bit now, and the tension ramps up now because we've got 40 minutes to go. It's like, could this really happen at this point? Do you allow yourself to sort of start to believe it or not? Or it's like, will those commentators shut up about it? It's 40 minutes to go. We'll celebrate if and when it crosses the line.
After yesterday's race, they'd shown great pace, but it was Mercedes, Porsche.
Yeah.
They started 4th today after top qualifying. Before this weekend, they'd have been happy leaving with a competitive car. But when that opportunity is dangled like a carrot in front of you, Klaus is trying to suppress that thought in his mind. But yeah, this would be a real feather in their cap, and maybe give them some extra momentum, if there is such a thing, to carry into the 24 hours. But Klaus at the moment is containing himself, but there is a little smile around those eyes. So
and
he would deserve it.
And rightly so. He's earned it to this point. Absolutely so. Yeah, you've said so many times, and you're absolutely spot on with it, Bruce. But body language is everything. Just a smirk there, the raised eyebrows of we'll see. As in, I hope so, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's not wanting to make a firm answer, but
no, the Rubenesque lady's not singing just yet, is she?
No, indeed. But there's so much for the team to learn, and Klaus in particular thinks the aero package on that car is working very, very well for them. And certainly, if you've got something that will handle, it just makes the world of difference for your tyre life as well, Peter, from your racing career. Waiting to see what the gap is between 30, Fricadelli Ferrari, and number 2, the Danny Juncadella driven Mercedes from Team Get Speed, which was the winner of yesterday's races next time around. Around this outlap, by dint of being in the previous session, whereas Fernandez Laza has just taken over. Great gobbets of time have been gained in various sections by Danny Juncadella.
Now, I saw you looking at me a minute ago when I took a screenshot on my phone of the television screen in front of us. Like, why are you doing that? What I've done is I've taken a little screenshot of the standings with the Ferrari at the top of it there, and I've just sent it to Jody Fannin in Monza because he drives the Racing One Ferrari and he's not here this weekend, with 3 laughing emojis.
I have to work with these cruel people.
Well, he's got nothing else to do there. He's got no power, has he? He's looking after Janetta's out there. So I will await the response, and it may not be broadcastable.
One suggests you don't deserve a broadcastable answer with that sort of harrying.
Quite right.
Drivers going about their job. But right, the gap is definitely coming down between Felipe Fernandez Laza. Don't forget, Danny Juncadella knows Mercedes AMG supremely well. Huge success, reigning Intercontinental GT champion, and he's had a cracking year. Largely racing with Raffaele Marciello and Jules Gounon right at the top of the Mercedes ladder, but he's got a new challenge. It's hunting down a Ferrari, and that's precisely what the Spaniard's doing. What remains on the clock? 37.25 minutes of this 4-hour race.
The tension has got to be building. Klaus Abelin still being interviewed, as you've said there, Bruce, for various comments of working with Rinaldi and a little bit of things to fix on the Ferrari yet. As we said about the Schnitzelarm GT2 Mercedes, it's a new car, and we saw it with Door Motorsport as well with the Darren Turner driving that car of just a vibration. You know, it's not a problem, and in fact, this proves it's a testing ground. It's what it's all about. There is a vibration. You said yet again about that body language. Darren Turner, you know, so experienced, 3-time multiple winner of Le Mans class for Aston Martin, works driver, knows things inside out. Just not phased, nice and calm. Just yeah, okay, yeah. There's a vibration. Let's have a look. We know what it is. Let's sort it out. You're doing, I'm going to say das Flippenflappen, as in you have the wipers, they're not Wippermans, they're wipers, aren't they?
Going through Hohenrhein, and Rhein is the word. The number 44 Porsche diving into the pits from 3rd place. This is a car that hadn't served its final pit stop. It was one of 2 cars that waited a lap after all the others to make pit stop number 2. And Tim Heinemann brings it in, but the windscreen wipers were on. Those that have already pitted made their 3rd and final pit stop. Will that have been their final pit stop? Will they have to come again? Will they require full rain tyres? At the moment, no. They're spits of rain. We've only seen them close to the start-finish line. Cars coming along the Dottinger Höhe putting their windscreen wipers on. And famously around the Nordschleife, most of the rest of the circuit could be dry, but I can't guarantee that. We have to wait and see some cars going around the back of the circuit. What tyres are being brought out for the Falken Motorsport 44? Well, they're Falken, quite clearly. They're also slicks. Yeah.
Which is, well, from the rain coming in there, they obviously have a little bit of better radar than I have in my basic app. Can't afford any more than that and their systems they've got. So let's hope a little bit more accurate. I suspect Falken probably know what they're doing more than I am in terms of predicting the rain. I am Michael Fish, I am not.
Michael Fish famously was a British weather forecaster who someone's just phoned in the reports of a storm, and I think the biggest storm in British history then swept through.
October 87, yes. We were mere nipper. We were in short trousers still, Bruce.
Not quite. Not quite. And 2 trees fell in my street, one either side of my car, which was a company car. I'd have been quite happy if it had landed thereupon, but I... Upgrade, or probably in our case, downgrade. But so...
Well, true.
The number 16 Audi also in the pit lane, the Shearer Sport Audi driven in by Alexander Sims. He will presumably do the rest of the race. But while he's in the pits, the Fricadelli Ferrari goes through. Felipe Fernandez, Lazar at the wheel. The gap to the chasing Danny Juncadella has come down to just 10.5 seconds. He's taken a great chunk of time out. You can see that happening around the course of the lap. He gained 6.5 seconds. It was slightly more than that, just looking at their lap times. But anyhow, Fricadelli Ferrari, effective race leader. He's coming up along behind one of the K. Kramer Racing Cup 2 Porsches that is slightly across his nose at the Dunlop hairpin. Ferrari's going to have to go around the outside. Is there any outside to go to? Just about. Now the Porsche driver has seen him, brakes a little early for the Schumacher S and lets him through. But there we are. A 1/10 of a second lost, 2/10 of a second, just through the course of one corner. But what can happen to our race leader in the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari could easily happen to Danny Juncadella, but he's got more racing experience than Felipe Fernandez Laza, the driver at the wheel of the Ferrari at the moment. And the track through the Grand Prix loop, though, there was a little spit of rain just coming onto the start-finish straight as they go 200-300 metres away, where they turn onto the Nordschleife. The windscreen wipers are still. The rain isn't falling there. Oh, it's toying with the crews, toying with them, but I think they're probably fine on their slicks. But just that little seed of doubt, just the team chief saying, there's rain, and the driver wants to know exactly where the rain is and how much and for how long. But it's just a little something that could yet have a role to play. It's always a tool in the toy box of the race director. Of course, they don't direct it, but and bring it on. But how many races at Nürburgring has been the threat of rain, which is every bit as damaging as actual rain itself? Which way do you jump? So once the number 44 Falken Motorsport Porsche with Tim Heinemann at the wheel after the 3rd and final pit stop, and Alexander Sims in the number 16 Shearer Sport PHX Audi drop back into position as the final 2 cars from the top class to serve their 3rd and final pit stop, we will see the order. But it should be the Ferrari leading surely, the Fricadelli Racing Team 296 GT3, a car that's had its problems. The number 5 Audi goes across the start-finish line, 2 punctures for them. They certainly got up as high as 2nd place in the hands of Frank Stippler, but for Vincent Kolb it's a case of damage limitation, get the experience on the track. He's a regular competitor in the Nordschleife series, so He doesn't need the experience as much as everyone else, but it just keeps drivers trim.
Well, you very kindly suggested earlier that you heard it here first. So you just heard Peter transgressing from driver to team owner stroke principal. And I must have taken it on quite generally, because I'm feeling exactly what Klaus Abelen must be at the moment now, because I'm sitting there thinking, looking at the clock, thinking it's 31 minutes to go and my car's still leading. It's not my car, it's Klaus Abelen's car, but I feel it, I've taken it on.
Peter's very good at the caring and the sharing, and that's
absolutely
very admirable.
It's always been my weakness.
It's beyond the ken and the help of Klaus Abelen. All he can do is stand and watch. Of course, the one he wants to win is in a month's time. It's the 24 hours of Nürburgring, and he wouldn't have expected to have a real shot at that. Would have had hopes with the new car, but this weekend, through 2 qualifying races, it's proved very, very handy indeed, and that is excellent news for Klaus and his squad for Fricadelli Racing. Yesterday at the finish, his Ferrari was in 5th. If they can morph that in a race that's twice as long into victory, that will be a real accolade for them. Again, I just want to have a little look at the timing sector differences. Well, Felipe Fernandez-Laza is fighting back. He was a little slow on his out lap, but actually on this lap it may be traffic, but Danny Juncadella in a couple of sectors has lost an entire second. So having brought it from 19 seconds or so, or was it 17 seconds, down to 10 and a bit, should be going out again. But as you know, around the Nordschleife, particularly at this late stage in the race, a little bit of caution is a good thing when going past back markers, and you can just as easily try and gain a 1/10 of a second and lose the entire race. Better to sometimes just be sure the driver in front in, say, a TCR class car or one of the production series cars just knows you're there. Don't take too much of a risk.
Well, sorry, yes, Bruce. So that Ferrari is, say, in the hands of Fernandez-Laza, currently at Klostertal. That super fast run, up to the Caracciola Carousel, and it is super quick up there. Certainly in one of these current GT3 cars, we saw Frank Stippler there just totally unfazed by that super fast section of the circuit, and there was a great bit of onboard where suddenly Frank Stippler's number 5 Audi appeared alongside and just, well, you're going fast, I'm going faster, I'm coming past you. Simple as that. This is, yes, natürlich, as they say, of course, in German, and that's it.
Right, I want you all to remember a number, 10.7 seconds. That's the gap between Felipe Fernandez-Laza and Danny Juncadella. Danny gained 6.5 seconds on the previous lap, but that story hasn't continued. Around this lap, perhaps with little spots of rain that Fernandez-Laza is happy to race through, to chase through. He's pulled clear big time from Danny Juncadella. Every single timing sector I look at is advantage Ferrari, not advantage Mercedes. There I was thinking the story was going to be the chase for the victory of the race, with Felipe Fernandez-Laza trying to protect his lead, defend his lead in the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, and Danny Juncadella, steely-eyed Spaniard, closing in at the black, gets speed Mercedes. Not the case. Happened for one lap. This lap is something untoward with Juncadella's get speed Mercedes. I don't know. Waiting for timing sector 6. In the previous sector, he lost 1.7 seconds in sector 5 of the 9 sector lap. So things going very right for the Ferrari in these conditions, and not so right for Danny Juncadella in the second place Mercedes. The car from Team Get Speed. What's his advantage? Oh, he's got a huge advantage over the Manthey Porsche that should be 3rd overall. That's Manthey Racing, Fred Machiavicchi. Tidy advantage, 37 seconds in the Spaniard's advantage there. Will we be green through the final? Not even half an hour anymore, 27.5 minutes. Certainly this is the run into the flag, these next few laps. Absolutely, drivers praying there'd be no further flurries of rain, because I think every single one of them went back out for this final stint on slick tyres. Certainly nowhere near enough rain. Just little flurries at the back, but flurries here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife can change very quickly into proper rainstorms. Just going to charge down through the classes, gather my thoughts. SPX, it's being led by Jörg Wiebahn, who's joined the crew. Elia Earhart, it was started by Frank Bird. Elia Earhart drove that number 46 team, Hout Racing team. Mercedes, that's car number 46. Jörg Wiebahn joined the crew to be the third runner in that. A lot of chopping and changing, drivers getting to experience this brand new GT2 racer. Great figure we were given. We were told it has in full racing trim without any interruptions over 700 horsepower. Balance of performance here offered them a mere 616 horsepower in a car that's rather lighter than your road car. Fabulous.
And slightly more planted.
Yes, one hopes.
And the advantage of no tread on the tyres. Slicks.
Bonnet on the CP Racing Mercedes looks, unless it's the colour scheme, let's double check as it comes into Tiergarten.
Yeah, it's loose.
It's loose, or it's up on the left-hand side from the driver's point of view. That will be a little bit concerning, one presumes. I don't know how long it's been up there in front of Charles Espen now. I don't think he really fancies.
I wonder if that's a result of when it ran wide. I wonder if it did just kiss the barrier there and just enough to not put the steering out or geometry or anything, but just to move the bodywork, because the bottom left catch, the front left catch of that bonnet would be down in there. So I just wonder if it just moved that enough, and that would almost automatically give it a penalty to come in. Well, not a penalty, an advisory to come in.
They needed to come in anyhow,
Yeah.
because they were
Fine.
serving their final pit stop very late indeed. In the background of the shot is one of the Shearer Sport PHX Audis turns into turn 1 and immediately into turn 2. In the background, Charles Espen now reports to the pits, and hopefully they can just take that bonnet down or form some form of fixing.
It's always the best way. I love it. Spend €500,000 on a car and take the bonnet down. Brilliant. Never pay sticker price. That's what they say.
Yeah. 25 minutes remain. Still little flurries of rain, but not enough to really count. Again, easy to say from the commentary box, but the order stagger has unwound, and it's after 24 laps. It's the Fricadelli Racing Team Ferrari. In the end, the margin didn't go out by as much as I thought, but he gained 3 and a bit seconds to get himself 13.9 seconds clear of Danny Juncadella. Maybe these slightly changeable conditions, the Ferrari is a little friendlier, but then back to third place. Now after those final pit stops, by dint of running longer and pitting later, the number 44 and 16, one of the Falker Motorsports Porsches with Tim Heinemann, who's driven really well this weekend, and Alexander Sims in the 16 Shearer Sport PHX Audi, make it 4 manufacturers in the top 4 positions in the final stages of this 4-hour qualifying race. It's Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi. 5th place, just 7 seconds down on Alexander Sims, is the Manthey Racing Porsche, the Grello Porsche, Fred Machiavicchi at the wheel. And the top BMW in the race, alas for Peter, is not in the race lead, but Jesse Krohn down in 6th place overall, almost exactly a minute down on the race lead.
Yeah, it's just faded, hasn't it? The BMW, I said they'd come a bit stronger. They did. I was right in that, but they just haven't carried it through to the end, unfortunately, at the moment. You say, it just hasn't really happened. It's not really been BMW's day, I've got to say.
No.
Weekend, actually.
Flashes of speed, but not what you'd have expected after their very strong form through the opening 3 rounds of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. The car was good last year, but seems to be a whole lot better in 2023. There are going to be questions that need answering. Why were they not quite on the ultimate pace here? Or maybe, quite simply, Ferrari, in this new form with the 296 GT3, have found a new ultimate pace, have raised the bar, have set a new standard. First point on the lap, first 2, second, third, right through 4 sectors, and 13.9 seconds is probably coming down a little bit, and it's going to have to if Danny Juncadella has any sniff of making it 2 wins from 2. Victory in yesterday afternoon's race that went into the evening, showing with Adam Christensen. Adam did the first half of this 4-hour race, and Danny is completing the second 2-hour section, but he's 13 and a bit seconds down. As the clock continues to fall, the numbers get smaller on the top right-hand side of the screen, which tells you the countdown clock to the end of the race. It says 22 minutes and 22 seconds, but certainly the margin by which it needs to come down is 4.5, maybe 5 seconds a lap if Danny Juncadella is going to get onto the tail of Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Looking good at the moment for Fricadelli Racing and their Ferrari. You
did remind me there of the legendary Australian cricket commentator Richie Benno of 22 and 22 seconds. You have to follow that to know what that means, but
I haven't a clue.
yes, you do. 12th man, still the 12th man.
You're talking code, man.
Yeah. I know. The problem is I can't decipher it.
The code, but not of the Enigma variety. So Felipe Fernandez-Laza, what a good second lap he did. He did his out lap where he was being caught quite easily by N&uuml there. He responded. The gap went the other way. And now as he pounds around lap 25 in this race with not a lot of time left, the gap is coming down all over again. Maybe there was just a little flurry around the back of the circuit. We know little bits of rain have been falling out there, and the Ferrari just seemed a little happier under those conditions. But yeah, the gap is starting to come down again, but I would warrant it needs to come down by an awful lot in every sector. If it gets speed, Mercedes are going to get close enough to take a tilt at the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari and scupper the dream of team owner Klaus Abelin.
Don't speak of such evil things, Jones, with 20 minutes to go.
Which other
supposed to pour sauce over these meatballs, not hot water.
Yeah, see what you did. See what you did. Right, couple two.
I'm glad you did, because I didn't quite understand it.
Always a competitive class. K Kramer Racing have now moved into the lead. I'm just double checking everybody. No, that owes us a pit stop. It will go back to Huber Motorsport that who'd been running so well ahead of the two K Kramer cars. Quick double take. I thought, how has that been reversed? But by dint of the class being led by a car that hasn't served its third pit stop, that's 184. So surely Hans Wehrmann will be able to come through to the finish to take victory in the Cup 2 class. SP10, Josh Burden, it's been KCMG in their Toyota Supra by some margin for quite a way. So looking as though that could come good for them this weekend. And again, I just want to double check if anybody else is starting to find some great pace in slightly tricky late race conditions. Some of the crews setting actually very good laps, but they're down towards the tail of the top 10. In 9th place overall, Timo Scheider in the DTM Champions car, and Kelvin van der Linde have just set their car's fastest laps, and they're very, very close to the fastest lap of the race. So conditions clearly absolutely fine, but for them, the races haven't been clean because they're 9th and 10th overall. That's the number 40 Team Shearer PHX Audi. That's Timo Scheider and Kelvin van der Linde, who's been alternating with Ferdinand Stuck, taking over that number 27 Sportsline Lamborghini Huracan. Laps unfolding towards the end of the race. Drivers gaining as much experience as they possibly can ahead of the 24 hours of Nürburgring. They've had a lot of track time this weekend, and of course for some of the cars, they might not be brand new cars per se in terms of that car being launched, but some of them, like the Aston Martin Vantage for Door Motorsport, is new to the team, and that's the car that's been working through their list of problems and things they need to fix. There was a vibration, wasn't there, yesterday, which was reported to us, and that has been worked on. Darren Turner hasn't had a stint in the race today, and yes, he is. He's doing the final stint, just double checking, and there he is. So Phil Dorr, Ben Dorr, and then Darren Turner in that AMG. Sorry, what am I talking about? AMR Aston Martin for Door Motorsport, 14th overall at the moment.
It's not inaccurate actually.
No, I know.
But I tell you what's just caught my eye, which is I had to look at it twice, and then you forget, and even though we cover it all the time, we talk about so many classes in this race. Just looking at the one of the Hyundai's going around, I think it was 525 i30Ns, and I was looking at it thinking, why hasn't it got a rear wing? Because it's a production class car, it won't have, but you're so used to that, even on the GT4 cars, and they've got little bits on them, there's still a smaller wing, and it suddenly looked like exactly what it is, a four-door saloon car. But we forget, this series, it covers all those cars. You have them all out there. We have top category GT3 FIA compliant cars, SB9, right down to production class cars.
How many fingers am I holding up? 3. That's the number of laps we have left, yes, because we've got 17
thank goodness it wasn't a lap later.
And 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and the first two cars have gone through to start lap number 26. The gap has come down to 10.8 seconds, 3.5 seconds. No, 3 seconds on the nose gained by N&uuml. As I say, 3 more laps. He needs to increase that pace, but the rain is starting to fall a little more. Caught on the windscreen of the number 33 Porsche, one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport cars, Nico Menzel, as he turns in through Tiergarten. The windscreen wipers are on. As he exits Hohenrhein onto the start-finish straight, they go off. It's these little flurries just to put a seed of doubt in the mind of every single driver still out there. Down the start-finish straight, that 33 Porsche windscreen wiper on intermittent. It's on, it's off.
He's just knocked the switch.
Twice.
He's going through the Tiergarten. He's steering. He's just caught the switch. That's all it is.
But it's because it's not raining as he turns through turns 1 and 2.
It's got nothing to do with the rain.
Oh, there you go.
Just ergonomics of the dashboard of the Porsche.
So the gap's coming down, but not quite at the rate that is required for N&uuml even to get on the tail of Felipe Fernandez-Laza. However, conditions changing, little flurries of rain. Windscreen wiper still going on that 33 Porsche, so clearly continually to accidentally hit the switch there, Mr. Snowden.
I know. It's just what drivers do. They're not as they're portrayed.
And again, some of the drivers setting their fastest laps in the race. The driver down in the best of the BMWs, that's in 6th position. Jesse Krohn sets the fastest lap for that car, so still finding form. But the race all but done with 15.5 minutes out of the 4-hour race duration still running. Cars down the pit lane are using intermittent windscreen wiper settings. Everybody, not just those that think they've got water on their screen.
No, it's quite notable, isn't it? Those 2 cars coming down the pit straight there, both, you say, exactly on intermittent wipe every few seconds. So there must be sufficient there to do it. We did say, didn't we, that it would, the weather forecast, like it's 4:45. I said 5 o'clock was the time it was due to increase its probability to 90%. Not necessarily come in, I'm not got a radar there, but just, wouldn't that just be amazing, the last few minutes? I did say last couple of laps might be a possibility. 20 minutes, well, we're 5 minutes into that window. 14, literally just turned, 15 minutes to go.
Drivers are looking at a circuit that they've got a little bit of moisture on their screen, but the track still looks dry, as it would at this second. But just going down to the Dunlop Carer through effectively turn 6, the nose of one of the BMWs, I think in the 240i class, went very much snapped to driver's left as he was trying to turn to the right. So it's slipperier than the drivers might think they're seeing. But also, whenever he goes to this mixed conditions, we heard from Klaus Abelen that they've got a very good aero package on that Fricadelli Ferrari. As soon as conditions get a little bit wetter, it pulls away again. N&uuml in the first half of this lap has lost out in every single one of the timing sectors. In sector 3, he lost 1.5 seconds. This is a driver. He gained 6.5 seconds. He lost 3.5 seconds. He gained 3 seconds, and now it's going the other way again, which is very good news for Fricadelli Racing Team with their Ferrari. Again, it could be, of course, he just hit traffic in each and every one of those sectors, but I tend not to think that's the case. You'll certainly get them in some of the sectors, but not every single sector as they go through. And sector 4, he's lost another ½ second, waiting for sector 5 to be completed. Wait about 10 seconds. It's being completed by the Fricadelli Ferrari. Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Sector 5 about to be completed by the driver, giving chase, but gaining and then losing. That's N&uuml. Oh, he's just gained 0.2 of a second, but he lost far more than that early in the lap. So still looking advantage Fricadelli. And still at this late stage in this 4-hour qualifying race, punishment is being issued for ignoring a code 60. So lots of 2 penalty points for the crew of the 523. That's one of the cars that started the race from towards the back of the pack, because naturally that's the car's natural performance. That's running the VT2 4-wheel drive class at BMW 330i. It's from Sorg Rennsport, so penalties still being issued, and they're very strict, and you cannot have a race run at the Nürburgring and not be strict, because the ramifications of drivers not heeding those around them and exceeding limits when limits have been put in normally for an incident to be cleared up can be very huge indeed. So absolutely right, the penalties can be so tough.
Yeah, it's all part of the discipline, isn't it, of this organisation, how it's run so well, and this is why we're able to run such a complex event or series of events on what is frankly a ridiculous circuit in terms of if you proposed it now, it just never would happen, never be allowed to be built. But it's wonderful that it does and it exists, and in some ways it's almost double jeopardy, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife part, because it's the most complex set of racing in terms of just class structure, speed differentials, experience, etc. Then they don't put it on somewhere flat and simple like Silverstone, no disrespect, but Silverstone's pretty flat, it's a pretty simple circuit in terms of layout. No, we then choose to put it on the craziest circuit imaginable. But what do? We have a structure, an infrastructure that makes that all work, because we all have to go through it. And we've said it many a time before, this ring permit, I mentioned it a few times now. You can be in any other formula of racing, be it Formula One or Le Mans, etc., and never experience this. You can't just come and jump in and do this. No matter who you are, what your experience is, etc. It doesn't count for anything other than hopefully you don't stick the car on the wall in the first bit, but you're not going to get your permit then. You've still got to come and do this discipline. Which is absolutely, and as it should be, which is why they're so strict on things like those Code 60s, any breaches of them, whether it be accidental or not. They don't just turn a blind eye and say, yeah, okay, we'll let it go this time. Because, as you say, the consequences are unimaginable to the pace some of these cars are doing and the closing speeds. So good for them. It's a great series on an amazing circuit. But I think the absolute winners here every time are the organisers to get this to work for us. It's brilliant. And we get the pleasure to talk about it.
Yeah, it's beyond complex. Right. What's also complex is when a yellow flag should be turned to a code 60. Ex-Müller has been upgraded there. Haven't worked out who or what or why out there, but it's late stage in the race. What has happened, though, that happened after the front two cars went charging through, so he's not going to catch out either of them. But at every single timing sector around the lap, Danny Junkerdeas, number 2, Get Speed Mercedes, is losing great chunks of time to the Ferrari that's leading. 10 minutes remain until the checkered flag could be flown. It's going to be the lap they're on, the one they're about to go on to, and the one after that. By dint of about a minute, they will get that extra lap. And while that might have a while ago been thought as something that would benefit the chasing Danny Junkerdeas, at the moment it just means the margin between first and second, unless something really untoward's occurred, is going to continue to go out. What is the lap speed at the moment? The race leader, 8 minutes 23.98, let's call it 8 minutes 24 for the Ferrari. That would be awful and slow, but conditions are getting harder and harder, and even with that time, which is about 7 seconds off a lateral pace as the Ferrari gets sideways between turns 1 and 2, that transition where they have to flick from right to left, the Ferrari hot in mouth moment. This is the start, surely the penultimate lap. It certainly is. 9 minutes and 10 seconds remain, and Danny Junkerdeas is now 18.7 seconds in the rear. His lap time a whisker under 8 seconds slower as the conditions become tricky. The windscreen wipers, even on the Grand Prix loop, have gone from intermittent to full usage on the Ferrari for Ficcardelli Racing. Giving chase, raindrops on the windscreen. Oh yes, this is far harder than we've had at any point in the race. It's still relatively light rain, but no longer intermittent setting. For most of the runners, it's going to be full sweep of the blades. And that's certainly the case for the first 2 runners in the field.
Just watching the Ferrari pulling up into the first corner there, the right-hand, the tight right-hander that starts the Nordschleife lot will go on to it doesn't start the Nordschleife, so it starts the Nürburgring bit, as in going on to the Grand Prix circuit. Just before you said about twitching there, it was struggling to pull up straight under braking, which I think would have been a definite Code Brown moment in sitting inside the cockpit of that car. Don't forget these cars are equipped with ABS and traction control and all of these. It's all variable, often sort of 10, 12 settings, and they'll be sitting there adjusting that all the way along, and probably be advised to by the team. But all the same, the pressure of having led this far with 2 laps to go, and it's suddenly scrolling under braking. You're thinking, no, please, no, not now, not now. Just get to the end and do what you've done for the last 4 hours, please.
It would be one of those things that would be hard enough if you were regular seasoned race winners here.
Yeah.
But in something new, and with the potential publicity of taking a win with the 296 Ferrari in the first season for that car is huge, and Klaus Abelen just won't be knowing where to look. Now, the slow zone, the Nordschleife transition has now been cleared, the code 60 there, and we think it was car 72, which is the BMW Junior Team Mercedes. Eric Johansson wheel running at the start of the lap, start of lap 26, he was in 10th place, but I presume he'll have dropped down the order, just waiting to see if anybody is going to go flashing past him. He's only got 25 laps on the board, so yes, I think there's been a problem for him. Right, Lamborghinis, let's discuss. We started with 2. The Conrad Motorsport car had its problems, but Kelvin van der Linde charging on in 8th place, but he's been pushed very hard by the Audi, crewed by 3 ex-DTM champions, and that's being pedalled very hard in these late stages by Timo Scheider. He's trying to close in, and the top 10 waiting to see which car will start lap 27, because we're still waiting for the car listed as 10th overall. That's Eric Johansson.
Well, it's not. No, it's because it's pulled off at the side of X-Müller.
Okay, just looking for clarification.
Yeah. It's just not BMW's day, is it? Jerke Hansen's BMW Junior entry number 72 pulled off at the side of the track at the moment by just on the almost the exit of X-Müller. It's a left, then a right. It's smack in the middle there. If the GPS is as accurate as I think it is, it looks like it's behind the barrier already, because there's no code 60 or anything for that, no yellow flag. So, and the GPS suggests it's pulled out of the way. So I'm guessing a mechanical issue there, and that car's just being pulled out behind the barrier.
Lucas Gajewski, who fills us in with so many facts, has pointed out the mechanical problem might be that it only has 3 wheels. A lost wheel has been reported for that.
Now, that happened to the Valkenhorst car, the left rear wheel on that for Kubica Mazejak. That failed earlier on in the race, so that's interesting.
That's very, very interesting indeed. Another little factor I just want to throw into the equation. Is the Get Speed Mercedes safe in 2nd place? I think not. The 44 Tim Heinemann driven Falcon Motorsport Porsche started the lap 19 seconds down, but every sector is taking a lot of time out of Danny Juncadella. So just remember the order at the moment, with not a lot of time left. 5 minutes until the checkered flag could be unfurled. It'd be this lap and the next one. The Ferrari's leading by 18 seconds at the start of the lap. Tim Heinemann, though, in 3rd place, is catching, and maybe the Falcon Motorsport rubber is the Falcon tyres is the best choice of rubber in the closing stage of the race. He's certainly faster than those 2 cars that hold down 1st and 2nd position. The 9 speed by Car Collection Porsche has shown so much speed, took a podium place last night, back into the pit garage. In fact, is that its 6th visit to the pits? No, the 7th visit to the pit. So it's over and out. Nothing to be gained in these fast-changing conditions in which they would only do 1 further lap in this race. So the pace is there. No race finish for them today. Maybe a little bit of caution, quite sensible. There's no point risking everything for just a 1 more place gain. And I don't think they could even do that. They spent so much time in the pits. But we heard from Patrick Kolb explaining it had just turned into a test run. He's brought that in, and it's been parked up. So the clock counts down. Riding on board the number 44, Tim Heinemann driven Falcon Motorsport Porsche. What he wants to see in his screen is the tail of the black Mercedes. That's the one he's chasing after. I think the clock will not be his friend, because it will count down at the end of the following lap to the end of the 4 hours of racing. Looking for the race-leading Fricadelli Ferrari, Felipe Fernandez Laza, to start his final lap. Not happening as yet, but he'll be working his way around. But again, on this lap, he's actually, in one sector alone, the chasing Danny Juncadella took 3 seconds off him. But I think that's a combination, Snowy, of the weather and not wanting to take risks when it's potentially could be the team's biggest ever result, plus the fillip of doing it in the 296 GT3, the brand new Ferrari. But the rain is definitely coming down harder over more of the circuit. We had moments where it was right at the far end of the circuit, X-Müller, Bergwerk, and then we had it drying up there, then it was raining just as it came into Tiergarten. And then by the time they got to the Dunlop Care at the bottom of the hill, it had all gone all over again. But right now, caution, surely. A modicum of pace, but it's a big margin, 18.7 seconds at the start of this penultimate lap. And then going on to the final lap, what will the margin be? I think it would have increased a bit more. The big question is, will the Get Speed Mercedes hold on in 2nd place, or will Tim Heinemann take it in the number 44 Porsche? He is really, really pushing on.
We said it yesterday, didn't we? That that huge advantage on the start of the race for the Get Speed car. Then the 30-second penalty that went with it. They still won it. 3.5 seconds across the top three yesterday. You predicted, well, you stated that yesterday was a cracking race and predicted that today would be even better. Who'd have thought we'd have this with just under 2 minutes of left on the clock to go, that we'd have the Frickadelli Porsche, I've done it again, Frickadelli Ferrari leading from the Mercedes of Juncadella and the Falcon Porsche in third place. Who'd have thought with this gap between them already, with 4 hours gone and the rain comes in, you couldn't make it up.
You couldn't. But
go and write a script, you couldn't make it up.
Right. The other factor, we've mentioned that Tim Heinemann is closing on Danny Juncadella. He's closing fast. He'd almost be in line of sight, and the best place to see it is along the Dottinger Höhe. They're getting there now. We should have all three of the top three cars onto that stretch of track. Maybe not quite together, but certainly the Porsche in third place is catching the Mercedes in second place, which is falling away, sadly. Oh, and then getting it back, second half of the lap, Danny Juncadella picking up the pace, starting to take some of the time that he's lost to the race-leading Ferrari back from it. And all along, the aquamarine-nosed, blue-tailed Porsche from Falcon Motorsport, their lead example in number 44 in third position, is catching the pair of them. We've got one further lap to go. We will just shortly get onto that. We've got 50 seconds remaining, and lap 27 is about to be started by Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Anybody else getting in the mix? Quite certainly there is, because Tim Heinemann is being pushed very hard by Alexander Sims in the Sport PHX Audi. That has almost used the slipstream. He was 0.7 of a second down at the start of the lap. Tim Heinemann has gained a little bit, but maybe 1.5 seconds back in fourth place. Alexander Sims also in the charge, sniffing out a podium finish. 11.5 seconds, that's the gap, first to second. Start of the lap, it was all going the way of the race-leading Ferrari. The end of the lap, gaining 7 seconds in all. 11 seconds, that has to be enough for Felipe Fernandez-Laza and the Frickadelli racing team. But boy, oh boy, as the conditions change, the tension really mounts. Right, top four cars covered by 21 seconds, with the car in fourth trying to catch the car in third. The car in third definitely catching the car in second. And the car in second catching the car in the lead of the race. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering. 11.5 seconds between first and second, but oh, it's right to the end of the race, and the car's just not turning in as the drivers want anymore as they go around the Grand Prix loop. I think Tim Heinemann has got the answer to the challenge from Alexander Sims. But much can change. They're only at the Dunlop hairpin. They've got 90% of this lap to go. This, the final lap of 4 hours. Can Frickadelli hang on, Peter?
Well, it's absolutely awesome to watch Felipe Fernandez-Laza going across the line there. 3 hours, 59 minutes and 19.7 seconds left on the clock with an 11.5 second lead. How much more can anybody have wanted not to do another lap around the Nordschleife? The one time a racing driver says, no, please, just put the flag out. And there's a case for Klaus Abelin to go and sit in a dark corner and say, just tell me when it's all over. Whatever the result.
Between now and then, the driver's going to be hoping and praying, particularly the driver leading the race, Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Please, I'm going to have caution in this, but I can't afford to hang back too much behind some of the back markers in the performance class cars, category cars, because the charge is there. But what's so confusing, the first half of the lap seems to belong to the Ferrari, the second half of the lap the Get Speed Mercedes. That's where the gap comes down. Still cars reporting to the pits. The number 40 DTM champion car, Timo Scheider, comes in for pit stop number 4. He only wanted 3. Don't know why that's in so late in the race. That came in from 9th place overall, so that probably means step up everybody else. Tim Heinemann, who could be the star, is the star of the closing stages of the race. He's got traffic up ahead. Has it seen him? He's been shown the inside. Nicely done. Down past an SP8T class BMW. Windscreen wiper not on intermittent anymore. It's on full wipe. He's giving chase. How's he faring around the course this lap? He's catching the car ahead. He was 6.5 seconds down in third place. Can he get second? Then will second challenge first? Will Danny Juncadella manage to catch and then even pass Felipe Fernandez-Laza? Or the man in the pits, probably with no fingernails left, Klaus Abelin, will Frickadelli Racing, his team, take this great result, this win here in, yes, it's a qualifying race for the Nürburgring 24 hours, but by gosh, to win this would be a massive fillip.
And this, well, quite literally, for the driver of the Ferrari, this is endurance racing at its absolute best. This is what we love. This is why we come and watch it. This is why I urge you to watch and listen. This is what it's all about. Forget your Grand Prix stuff. Set cover, open wheels, 2 doors, time and a roof. That's what you need.
Time and a roof. how many risks do you take in the closing stages of the races? The cars now with windscreen wipers beating at all points around the circuit, but how wet is the actual circuit itself, or is it just falling on their screens? But certainly the track looks dry from the outside, but as you can see, as we can see from the behaviour of the cars,
yeah, just look at
cars just do not want to turn in, even on the superior tarmac and the wider circuit of the Grand Prix loop. It's very tricky indeed, and Timo Scheider pushing on off that pit stop that's dropped him. No, he's still, this is his ninth place. I think he's probably fallen behind Vincent Kolb in the number 5 Audi. Not their day today, but again, for a lot of the teams, it's about gaining experience ahead and track time of the 24 hours at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, just watching Timo Scheider in number 40 Audi there. Wipers on full all the way through the GP circuit, down Hudson back. It's not intermittent as it was just a lap ago, 8-9 minutes ago. That's how much it's increased.
Waved yellow flag at Kesselchen. Car number 330 moving slowly, but hopefully nothing more than that.
No, we've got a
Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i. Nice number. It fits.
Yeah, and we've also got a car off at the Shearer Cupra 816 is.
Oh, that's the white one we saw.
Yeah, that's
in the race, leaking fluid.
Yeah, but that's now causing a code 60 at N&uuml.
Yeah, we've just seen, well, the car in third place.
That's cleared.
Didn't see if it was only Tim Heinemann, because that could have scuppered his chance, or did the two cars in front of him also go through that sector of the track when it was at code 6? To be really cruel for Tim Heinemann if the first two got through. The two cars he was catching on this, the final lap chase in his 4-hour qualifying race. But as he accelerates away, windscreen wiper blazing away. It's not heavy rain, but it's sufficient rain for that. Now what he wants is a clear run up the track to see if he can close that margin. Just looking to see if anyone lost time. Who lost time in sector 5? 4 seconds nearly gained by the chasing Danny Juncadella. Felipe Fernandez-Laza leading and hanging on. The yellow and red slippery surface flags being shown at the side of the circuit. Halfway around the final lap, waiting, looking for that Ferrari to get to Galgenkopf to emerge, lights ablaze for its final run along the Dottinger Höhe.
Well, it's just approaching the carousel at the moment, so it's got a long way to go yet before it gets to that. It's got Hoacht, Wippermann, Brunchen, Flansgarden, Schwalbenschanz before we get to any of that little bit there. All that part of the circuit to go, probably a third of the lap to go. The tension of being in that car. I do want to be in, but I don't want to be in.
Fourth is catching third, third is catching second, second is catching first. So Alexander Sims in the number 5 Audi, number 16 Audi, the teammate car to number 5 for Shearer Sport PHX, is catching Tim Heidemann's Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is catching Danny Juncadella's Get Speed Mercedes, which in turn is catching Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Maybe Felipe is just trying to make it exciting, but the rain is now falling more heavily than it has at any point in this race. A third of the lap to go. This is tension. Just remember the 2-hour race yesterday afternoon into evening, or evening into night, was top 3 covered by 3.1 seconds. Started this lap, it was 21 seconds covering the top 4, 18 seconds covering the top 3. It's going to be concertinaed, but surely there's enough in the bag for Fricadelli. Or is there? Let's wait for the next timing sector. Yes, again, we've got fourth catching third through sector 6, third catching second, and second catching the race leader. 4 more sectors to go.
There's a case here for Fricadelli just timing this to absolute perfection. Just getting it absolutely right. Where are they now? We're looking at this now. We've got Flansgarden for race leader. Tense scenes in the pits there as we look at some of our drivers just looking at the final bits here. It's the Aberlin crew just watching intently. Their eyes, you can see it, they look completely relaxed outside. Arms forward, the eyes are flickering from screen to screen to screen. Can't quite believe it. I mean, it's dilated pupils. Let's look at this. Look at these gaps. Look at these gaps. It means everything to a driver.
The driver who did the first half of the race for them, who led away, Nicky Katzberg, looking a little more animated. Earl Bamber completely locked on the timing screen, ignoring his Dutch friend and colleague. But right now, the gaps are coming down and down every timing sector. At the end of sector number 7 of this 10-sector lap, the margins will have definitely come down. It was 11.5 seconds. It's coming down. Right, it's a very long sector. 5 seconds gained by the car in second place, hunting down the race-leading Ferrari, but they're out of the Dottinger Höhe, and surely with enough in hand. We've got traffic in between a Cup 3 racing car and in behind. The others are coming down, but this is a race to be thrown away, and it would have to make a massive mistake from Felipe Fernandez-Laza. He's got enough, but it's down to about 2.5 seconds, and the third place Porsche is right on the tail. There's one car between him and the Get Speed Mercedes. It's a Cup 3 Porsche right on his tail. We're going to have the top 4 cars covered by 5 seconds, but right now, unfortunately for Alexander Sims, he's a little bit blocked. He moves past the Cup 2 class car, but the Ferrari is into the final sequence of corners first and out of it first. It's going to be super close. It's going to be victory. Yes, it is. The 296 Ferrari from Felipe Fernandez-Laza wins by, it matters not, under 2 seconds, 1.935 seconds. Top 4 cars covered by 3.4. That was the chaser being chased by the chaser's chaser, if you wish. But it was victory for the Ferrari. Oh, what a fantastic finish. High five in the commentary box. Don't know what that means. Well, that was extraordinary, and I would love to see the face of Felipe Fernandez-Laza aboard that race-winning Ferrari. It's joy all around. David Pittard drove the car yesterday, applauding the teammates. Happy faces in a happy camp. Whoa.
Yeah, you said border. David Pittard there just wiping his brow, laughing like, phew. What does David Pittard know now? He hasn't driven the car today, but he knows he's got a great car for the 24-hour in a month's time.
Well, that was an epic finish. I thought we were going to have Heinemann chasing Juncker, but then Alexander Sims got onto his tail, fell away a little bit. But let's reiterate, victory Ferrari, 2nd place for Mercedes, 3rd place for Porsche, 4th place for Audi. A great mix of cars, and you did get a 5th manufacturer in the top 6 positions with Walk and Horse Motorsports. Number 102, Jesse Krohn at the wheel, following the Manthey Racing Porsche through to bring some pleasure at least for BMW. And in 8th place, a Lamborghini as well. So 6 makes in the top 8 positions. There is nothing with the GT3 class of racing, SP9 as we call it here on the Nürburgring.
Nothing wrong with this. I did predict, and you said it was brave, that I said, there'll be a Ferrari on the podium. It may not be the top step, there'll be a Ferrari on the podium. It's exceeded all expectations and gone and won it. It might just be 2 seconds, but some of that was down to measured result, careful drive on that last lap. Do enough to win. But boy, what?
But that was do enough to win on a circuit that could have provided you failure instead of success. At the blink of an eye, just going wide around a back marker and getting on the damper track. Little bit of rain, but it was increasing, and boy, did that put a little seed of doubt into the mind of all those drivers out there. But some really good fun today. Quite a few teams are going to go into the 24 hours with their tails up, others with their tails between their legs. They will have more track time at the end of May, just ahead of the big race. But for a lot of teams, they learned an awful lot in mixed conditions over this weekend. But in many ways, you learn so much more when the track gets slippery. What fun. What a fantastic race. And the car's picked up by a pace car to bring them round to the foot of the podium if you're one of the top runners. TCR class went victory to the Hyundai Motorsport crew of Mark Basseng and Manuel Lauk. They were down in 23rd position overall. So again, battles one can report up and down the order, but that Hyundai Motorsport team seemed to have that one in the bag from some distance out. SP10, again, the KCMG Toyota Supra controlled that race. Eduardo Liberati, who started, Josh Burton, who finished. They finished 21st overall. Cup 2 went to Michele Di Martino, so long a runner in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, and now finding good form to win the Cup 2 class for K. Kramer Racing. They came, they saw, and they finally conquered Huber Motorsport, who led for so long in the hands of Hans Verman, but in the end had to come away without the victory. But again, good experience and good form going into the 24 hours at the end of next month.
Before you ask me summary of the race, I'll tell you what my thoughts on this are, Bruce. I'll preempt it. If we hadn't got other jobs and work to do, other events to cover, I'd say let's pack our bags now, get in the car, get to the Nürburgring, in place, ready for our 24-hour race in 4 weeks' time. Let's not even go back. Let's just be there.
You're absolutely right. And for those that
I just want to be in place
to the Nürburgring 24 hours, of course, all the coverage will be on the Radio Show Limited network. We'll cover it every session in full Technicolor, we hope. Technicolor description, and of course the global feed. And Earl Bamber out, Nicky Katzberg out to pat the bonnet of the race-winning Ferrari for the Fricadelli Racing team. Second place, and only just to Danny Junkerdea. First yesterday, second today. It's been a strong weekend for the Get Speed Mercedes. And Tim Heinemann has given Falcon Motorsport and Porsche a little more cheer, coming home in third position. And don't forget, there was an Audi right under his rear wing in fourth place. Alexander Sims for Shearer Sport PXX. But today, it belongs to Fricadelli Racing Team, to Felipe Fernandez-Laza, to Earl Bamber, and to Nicky Katzberg, who did half of the running. And of course, they had a fourth driver involved. He's out there enjoying it. He did half of last night's 2-hour race. That's David Pittard. That's a strong lineup. It's a smiling lineup. And I can't wait to see Klaus Abelen's face, where he has to own up that actually he would love victory. He was going to take just a mature run through to set up the car. But this 296 Ferrari has surprised all comers, and it's beaten all comers.
I want some cameras on. Klaus Abelen now. Got to see that reaction.
Yeah, one really does. That was a fantastic race. Just going to run you through very quickly 5th and 6th positions. It was Mantai's Porsche with Fred Machiavicki that came 5th, and Jesse Crow, the top BMW, in 6th place overall. And now the interviewer's microphone thrust under the nose, under the chin of Felipe Fernandez-Laza. He's been a long-time racer here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and he is very chup.
I mean, you can't imagine the emotion there. It's the first win for the 296. It's a team that, as I've said repeatedly, they're synonymous with Porsche, to the point 2 or 3 times during this commentary I've said the Fricadelli Porsche, because it becomes such a phrase. So I'm not going to berate myself too much for that. It's the Fricadelli Ferrari, FF Corsa, there you go, that works, doesn't it, for Ferrari. It's unbelievable to go on and achieve that in the 4-hour race. It looked good yesterday. It looked strong in the race yesterday. Was it 5th overall in a 2-hour race?
Yeah, 5th.
And that's what I thought. I reckon, all things being equal, no issues, no mechanicals, no incidents, whatever, all of which is possible. I did think, when I said today, that car could be on the podium. I really felt it. I didn't think it'd be on the top step of it, and it's all credit to them. And what a filly, literally, for the 24-hour. What a way to go into that in a month's time.
To have that late flurry of rain to possibly upset the apple cart, but you know what? That Ferrari looked very good in the rain, and then it was a case of controlling that race lead. But when it came down on the last lap from just under 12 seconds to just under 2, it must have been very sweaty moment there for the Fricadelli racing crew. But victory for them. And again, all 4 of the drivers have competed this weekend. David Pittard was one of 2 who drove that car yesterday, but today he stood by, and Felipe Fernandez-Laza didn't just step up, but he brought it home. The Get Speed Racing, or Team Get Speed as they're called this year, victory yesterday for Danny Junkerdea and Adam Christodoulou. Today, a stroke of the chin for Danny. Looks dissatisfied, but the 1st and 2nd is strong. 2nd place, but just under 2 seconds down at the end. Great chase.
Well, of course he's disappointed, because drivers like to win, and they had a great run yesterday. And yesterday, as you said, winning despite a 30-second penalty, that's no mean achievement. It's hugely impressive. Sadly, drivers at this level have a view that 2nd is just the first loser. There's only one winner. The 2nd is soon forgotten. But that's not the real story, because it's the 24-hour race. It's so much bigger. We've just seen a fraction of that. We've just seen a 2-hour race yesterday and a 4-hour race, which is brilliant. Both of which were fascinating, encapsulating, compelling in so many levels. And then we're going to do the whole thing again for 24 hours in a month's time. And so many things can happen in that. It can be outside influences. The ratio just goes up. You have somebody slow a car. We've seen it yesterday and today. Cars they get tangled. It does happen sometimes.
How tricky were those closing laps? Just had the answer from Danny Junkerdea there. He said the weather is exciting for the spectators, but alas, not for me. I took no risk at all during the last 2 laps, because frankly, it was hard to keep the car on the track. And frankly, it was a bit too late. I put the frankly in, by the way, to catch the Ferrari, but it's actually good to be in 2nd place. Of course, he'll digest that. And the crew of the 3rd place Porsche from Falcon Motorsports, Martin Ragging, who kicked it up with Tim Heinemann. Tim is getting stronger and stronger. I've been really impressed with him through 2022, going into 2023. Good young talent there, and it's good to see that being rewarded. He would have loved that chasing down the second place Mercedes. Didn't quite get there. Margin at the end, 2/3 of a second. That's the difference between third and second. Top three cars covered by 2.6 seconds. That's fabulous after 4 hours of racing. But what a finish. More in store, and again, it's really good for the crews to get, as the weather really has taken a turn for the worse. We had that little flurry of rain that got a little bit heavier, but now the flag's beating strongly over the podium, the end of the pit building, and more rain on the lens. And Tim Heinemann just reporting he didn't want to take too many risks. Well, that's a common story, but it was really hard. He had to take more risks than he wanted because Alexander Sims was right under his tail at the end of the race, just 0.8 of a second down. So just reiterate, fourth was catching third, third was catching second, second was catching the race leader, but the race leader was the Fricadelli Ferrari, and full marks for all of those teams. It's all about preparation and testing and experience they can take in to the 24 hours at the end of next month.
Well, also a quote from Danny Juncadella, who also said taking no risk during the last 2 laps. If that's Danny Juncadella, no, sorry, I'm building on that. If he said that's taking no risk on the last 2 laps, I want to see what it's like when he does take risks.
Very true. But they know that the Nürburgring 24-hour, it started in 1970. Every form of weather, to plagues of frogs, has come through.
Locusts.
Yes, the lot.
Rain, hail, snow, you name it.
So you want a car that works through those conditions, and this weekend provided a modicum of those, with rain, with night, with day, intermediate, and right now, just gone 5 in the afternoon, it's looking very grey indeed. But they got 2 cracking races in. They had a top qualifying session. They had 2 90-minute qualifying sessions, and it's all about track time this weekend. That's what it's all about. Of some of the younger, newer drivers in this, it's also about getting that race experience in multi-class racing. Still waiting to confirm with full clarity the problem that's overhanging the 21 CP Racing crew, because there was the report that one of the drivers there is having his ring permit taken away. We think it's Charles Putman, the man with his name on the door of the car, CP Racing. Let's hope we're not right in that, because they've been such staunch supporters of the Nürburgring 24 hours and the long distance races here. But more will be clarified. We may have some penalties served after the race. Certainly 6 of those last night came after the checkered flag fell. But in some ways, it's just a brilliant result for Ferrari. And for the majority of the teams, it's about experience gain, but it was a very, very good experience for the Fricadelli Racing team.
It's a brilliant result for Ferrari. It's a brilliant result for the team, and an even better result for the series and the sport. I think that's just absolutely phenomenal. It's so good to see something different. No favoritism. I'm being impartial. It's just to see something different. It's a new car. It proves it's there or thereabouts. As you said, it's nearly nigh on 60 years since Ferrari have been producing sports cars at the top level, and now works cars for Le Mans. We've got that in a few weeks' time in June. It's great to see them back. Ferrari in the ascendancy, just brilliant. Can't wait.
And just to give you a clue about how much the gaps came down, 4th place Alexander Sims on that final lap, as they lapped just under 9 minutes. He took 18 seconds out of Felipe Fernandez-Laza. That's why the gap came down from 22 seconds to just 3.4 seconds, covering the top 4 after 4 hours of racing. What would have happened if there was one further lap? Who knows? But as you pointed out, if they'd started the final, if they'd approached the end of 4 hours 40 seconds later, it wouldn't have been that extra lap, but Felipe Fernandez-Laza managed to hang on. Tim Heinemann and Martin Ragginger, the shorter figure of Martin, come out onto the podium. They nearly took second, had to make do with third, but they've only lost third place as Alexander Sims was closing in fast indeed, the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. But third place to the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Second place crew of Danny Juncadella and Adam Christodoulou should be coming out next to take second place to build on their victory yesterday. And certainly Adam Christodoulou, who always wears his heart on the sleeve, all smiles for him. But for the winning crew, they will levitate onto the top step of the podium. The Fricadelli Racing team, led by Felipe Fernandez-Laza, Earl Bamber and cheering, air punching Nicky Katzberg. They've enjoyed that. And any race that is exciting as that at the end will stick in their mind. But the fact they ended it with victory, big one to them.
And I'm just going to give a bonus prize to Lazar there for just walking out.
Out, lots of happiness up on the podium, and in fact it's good to see the crews joking with each other up there. They knew that was a fabulous finish to a race, and they all know, despite the fact they're driving for different manufacturers, for Ferrari, for Mercedes and Porsche and Audi tucked in right behind, they all have cars that in these conditions are competitive. But in a month's time, when we arrive back here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, conditions are probably going to be very different all over again. But for Ferrari and for Fricadelli Racing Team, this win will surely have quite a place in their trophy cabinet.
I mean, it's a great haul for the second place team as well. I mean, yeah, a win yesterday in difficult circumstances, that 30-second penalty and unchangeable conditions. Again today, a second place. It's easy to focus on this Fricadelli Ferrari winning a race, and it's being the first race and a change of team, change of brand, etc. But you know, that Mercedes in second place, that's a very, very solid foundation for N24 in a few weeks' time.
It most certainly is, and for the crews, you can understand why they're happy, but equally, if you look in the paddock, there'll be drivers for other teams where things didn't go as well. Of course, you have winners and losers in motor racing, and you can be sure win, lose, or lose something in between. For a lot of the crews, there's a lot of work between now and then, of course, is the Nürburgring 24 hours. But trophies aloft, smiles all around, still waiting for a camera to shine down on surely the beaming face of Fricadelli Racing Team owner Klaus Abelin, who's been such a supporter of all racing at the Nürburgring. So the bumpy will flow, and for those trying to get away, the rain is still falling on the start-finish straight, but it added real spice to the final lap of the race as everyone closed up in that top four. 3.4 seconds covering Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche and Audi at the top of the podium.
Well, the weather may be grey, but I guarantee the mood in the Fricadelli garage will be quite the opposite.
Well, it's been a really enthralling weekend. A lot of teams got a lot of mileage, many laps here, and we thoroughly enjoyed covering it. But we didn't expect to finish as good as that. We didn't expect to see a Ferrari climb towards the front, but Nicky Katzberg looked very, very powerful in that opening stint. But the changing conditions, they really changed more than we realised. And just looking for other marks down there, just to report, the Aston Martin for Dürr Motorsport, Darren Turner in that final stint climbed to 13th overall, but they didn't end up with the race winning 28 laps. They got the 27, but it's a new car, team sorting it out as they go. I think everything is set, quite frankly, for a brilliant 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and a lot of the drivers couldn't be here this weekend to take part in these qualifying races. A lot of them been racing down with the GT World Challenge at Monza, some competing with the European Le Mans Series and the Michelin Le Mans Cup down at Barcelona. Busy days for professional racing drivers, but those who are here, I think they'll feel they've stolen a bit of a march, a bit of a lead for when they come back in a month's time. But plenty to consider. It was a joy to report the pair of races, and just cannot wait for the cars to be back here. I'm sure the weather will be warmer, but I'm sure one app that all the teams still have installed on their computers will be the Will It Rain app. The weather app, always so essential for the Nürburgring, and particularly on the Nordschleife, where has famously, with such a distance between the furthest point of the lap and the start-finish straight, a big altitude change as well, the weather can be very, very different. And for all the teams in the closing stages of the race, it really was a tricky time as they were trying to debate just how wet it was. But even in 4 hours, a sixth of the length of the 24 hours, we had some fabulous racing. And just looking back at the highlights, there were a couple of clashes, but not too many of those. Still feel very sorry for Henry Walkenhorst, who was presented absolutely nowhere to go by a Porsche Cayman that had just rejoined the track, and he ended up clattering into the back of it. But hopefully that is something that can be fixed. And a few drivers discovered it's not a good idea to catter the high curves hard. A couple of broken wheels. In fact, I think we had 3 in all, 2 of which hit BMWs. So despite great pace in the early NLS races this year, it didn't all come good for them today. And a little bit of contact happened to both of the Lamborghinis. The Conrad car ended up against the barriers, and then a little bit of contact from Kelvin van der Linde when things got a bit meaty just towards the tail end of the top 10. Teams will have learned what to do and what not to do, but again, with that mixed weather at the end of the race, it just made it so difficult, Peter, for all the drivers involved.
It certainly did. I mean, I said it might happen, and unbelievably it did. We saw it to begin with, didn't we, with the wasn't the 830 entry Hyundai TCR car way down in the back that was just suddenly struggling on the slicks, and we saw so much we saw onboard footage there, the drivers struggling, what looks like masses of inputs just to keep the thing on the road, which is always difficult. And it's those latter stages you don't want to do. You get into sort of metronomic way of driving because you get used to a rhythm, and it's those surprises that catch you when it literally just suddenly the weather changes and you're outside of your comfort zone. Quite literally, you've been doing this for how long in the car? And also on the track, and you've got to be aware of this. You've got to be on your A game all the time. As we said about gaps in code 60, you sit behind somebody, that's when you suddenly may get a free place, effectively, or a much easier place than sitting there for ages behind the car trying to get the place. Suddenly it comes to you, the opportunity presents itself, but you've got to be ready to take it.
You absolutely do. The very best drivers always on their toes. Looking back at the highlights, huge fun, but I think the real big joy will come in a month's time, coming back for the 24 hours of Nürburgring. Will it be a Ferrari win? Well, let's wait and find out. That's it from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Snowden. See you then.
...25,378 Kilometer gilt es zu meistern.
Oh my gosh, this track is just incredible. This is such a fun place. It's amazing out there.
78 Kurven.
It's very tough race for the car, for the driver lineup.
Berg- und Talbahn, Höhenunterschied exakt 300 Meter. Die grüne Hölle wird sie genannt.
24 Stunden, das geilste Rennen der Welt!
Das wird der absolute Knüller. Das ist wirklich der absolute Wahnsinn, was ihr da aufgebaut habt und konstruiert habt. Sensationell.
Es gibt fast keinen Streckenabschnitt, wo nicht irgendwelche Freunde oder Freunde von früher und Bekannte stehen. Das ist schon geil.
Es sind immer so viele Leute am Zaun sitzen, überall hängen BMW-Flaggen, Mercedes-Flaggen, Audi-Flaggen.
Das 24-Stunden-Rennen haben wir alle im Herzen.
Der Pulsschlag nimmt zu.
Man guckt halt schon, seitdem man klein ist, 24-Stunden-Rennen, hat immer geträumt davon, dass man irgendwann mal im Auto selber sitzt.
Ob die Fans auf der Tribüne, die Beteiligten der Boxengasse und wer auch immer uns zuschaut, das wird eine ganz große Party.
Der Start wird es in sich haben.
So, das Rennen ist eröffnet. Die 24 Stunden gehen los.
Mit Berührung und Abflug ist das Ende für den Krello. Also ich habe ja im Motorsport schon alles erlebt. Aber dass sich 2 Brüder hier abschießen.
It's a very tough job to find the right mixture, being aggressive and being gentle.
Schrecklich
Startsekunde in der Eifel. Das Auto rollt da führerlos und herrenlos. Sowas habe ich überhaupt noch nicht gesehen, Uwe. Wow, was sind das für Bilder?
Ein wunderschöner Sonnenuntergang ist da draußen.
This track is so special when you drive at night.
Typical Nürburgring 24 hours, survived the night.
It's party. You can see their little fireworks, their barbecues. But on the other hand, you're flying with 250 k's through the fucking forest and over the bumps. There's not such a lot of time to look left and right.
Und liegt's an der Vernunft, letztendlich, ob es kracht oder nicht.
It's not the Nürburgring if it's not raining.
It's 50% dry, but completely dry, and 50% heavy wet. Dangerous.
Das ist saugefährlich, da geht anscheinend gar nichts mehr. Was ist da los?
That's the most important thing, to finish the race.
Da kommt der Sieger, die Eifel tobt.
And it's a particular credit to the crew for the work that they did.
We lose together, we win together. And that's for us importanter than any kind of results.
Ein Team, die Rädchen haben sich ineinander vereint.
Wahnsinn. Haben wir so lange drauf gewartet, haben wir so lange vermisst. Der Start wird es in sich haben.